40. The waters conceived and gave birth to darkness. Rabbi Yehuda offers additional insights into the concept of boundaries. Though we must respect and consider the boundaries of all people, this does not preclude the exchange of ideas and debate between parties, provided it is for the sake of heaven and not for ego gratification. A spiritual debate between two distinct points of view can enhance both parties, as expressed by the adage, "The whole is greater than the sum of its parts." This occurs when dialogue takes place with sharing and mutual respect. It is incumbent upon us not to argue for the purpose of unduly influencing others toward our own position. By all means, we must respect their differences while trying to enhance their lives within the context of their own boundaries. Come and behold, these waters conceived and gave birth to darkness. Based on this secret, it is written, "And the veil shall be for you as a division between the holy place and the most holy." Rabbi Aba opened the discourse with an explanation of the verse. Who lays the beams of his chambers in the waters? The waters refers to waters above all, namely Aba and Ima, with which he established the house that is the feminine principle of Zir Anpin. About this it is written, "Through wisdom a house is built, and by understanding it is established. Who makes the clouds his chariot." Rabbi Yessa divides Avim into avenue and yam. This means that avenue, which is darkness from the left, rests on this yam. In the phrase, "Who walks upon the wings of the wind belongs to the supernal temple. This is the secret of the verse. "And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold." It is written, "And he rode upon a cherub and did fly, yea, he soared on the wings of the wind." At first, "and he rode upon a cherub" refers to the female cherub, but later he was revealed on the wings of the wind. The secret refers to the male cherub. Until one is stimulated, it is not revealed within the other. Rabbi Yossi said, "It is written, and he weighs the waters by measure." This means that by actual measure did he weigh and establish their existence, as the waters flowed into the measure. They are meant for the improvement of the world when they reach the measure from the side of Gvura. Rabbi Aba said, "The sages of old used to say that when the wise reached this place, referring to the secret of the measure that improves the water, their lips moved but they uttered no sound because they were afraid they might be punished." Rabbi Elazar continued, "The first letter, which was floating over the pure knot, was crowned from below and above. It goes up and comes down, so that now the right is stronger, and now the left column. After the waters, which are the mokin, are engraved into their shapes and the mokin settle in place, the 2 columns are included one within the other, and this is the secret of the central column. So all the letters rose up to Aba and Ima, and first received the mokin of the right and left columns. Then they received the mokin of the central column, were combined with one another, and crowned by one another until a building of the partsif of Zir Anpin and his feminine principle and its yesod was built upon them. When all the letters were constructed and crowned with the mokin of the upper 3 spherit by their inclusion in Aba and Ima, the upper waters mixed with the lower waters and produced the house of the world. The female is called the house of the world when she receives the mokin of Chachma. And so the letter Bet, which alludes to the feminine principle, was first seen as the waters ascended and descended in her, until this firmament was formed and separated them. The dispute between the 2 columns occurred on the 2nd day of creation, the day on which Gehinnom was created, which is a burning fire, because of the discord, as it is written, "For Hashem your Elohim is a consuming fire, and it will rest on the heads of the wicked." Rabbi Yehuda said, "From this we learn that every disagreement for the sake of heaven is destined to last." Here was a disagreement for the sake of heaven, for the sake of Zir Anpin who is called heaven, and heaven was established. After this disagreement, on the third day, it is written, and Elohim called the firmament heaven. Here, called means to summon. The construction of the house and the attic, by means of the beams connecting them, is firm. The beams serve as a floor for the attic and a ceiling for the house. Thus, the entire house and attic exist through the beams, but did not exist before they were put in place. Without beams, there shall be no house and attic. We have learned that the verse, and the veil shall be for you as a division between the holy place and the most holy is precise. The holy and the holy of holies were formed by the veil and are preserved by it, because the veil is the firmament that divides it within, in the middle, between the upper and lower waters. Come and behold. It is written afterward, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together to one place. Note that it reads precisely under the heaven to one place, means to the place that is called one, which is the lower sea, namely the feminine principle as she completes the name one. Without her, Zir Anpin is not called one. Accordingly, we learn that the verse, let the waters be gathered together implies that all the waters be gathered in the feminine principle, as is written. All the rivers run into the sea, which is the feminine principle. Rabbi Yessa said, the verse, to one place refers to the place about which it is written, neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed. It alludes to Yesod of Zir Anpin that is called the covenant of peace and not, as Rabbi Yehuda said, to the feminine principle. For Yesod takes all the lights, as it is written, let the waters be gathered and casts them into the sea, which is the feminine principle when she has the mokin of Chachma. Through it, the earth is established, which is the feminine principle when she has the complete mokin, which consists of the light of Chachma together with the light of Hasadim, as it is written, and let the dry land appear. This is the earth according to the verse. And Elohim called the dry land earth. He asked, why is the feminine principle called dry land? Rabbi Itzhak replied, this is one of which it is written, the bread of affliction. It is written, Oni without the letter Vv, thereby alluding to the feminine principle when she has Chachma without Hasadim. At that time, she is called the bread of poverty, because she cannot shine. Because she is considered then to have the name, the bread of affliction, she is also called dry land as well, without the waters that are the mokin. Therefore, the feminine principle absorbs into herself all the waters of the world, namely the light of Chachma that includes the entire mokin of the upper three spirit. Nevertheless, she remains dry until this place, namely Yesod that is called one place, fills her up with the light of Hasadim. The waters then flow throughout the sources of abundance from Yesod through the enclothing of Chachma with Hasadim. The verse, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas refers to the reservoir of above Ayin Bina. All the waters gather there, and flow and go forth. Rabbi Chia said, the gathering together of the waters is an allusion to the righteous, namely Yesod of Zir Anpin, because when Yesod reaches the gathering, it is written, and Elohim saw that it was good. It is also written, say of the righteous, that is shall be well with him. Rabbi Yossi said, Yisrael, who is Zir Anpin, is called the gathering together of the waters, as it is written, O Hashem, the hope of Yisrael. According to Rabbi Chia, the gathering together of the waters is the righteous, namely Yesod of Zir Anpin, as it is written, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas, which is the name of the mokin of Chachma. The streams, the springs and the rivers, which are all different aspects of the mokin of Chachma, are all taken by Yesod, who is the source of all of them, through its reconciliation. This is why it receives them all, and it is called the seas. Based on this, as a result of Yesod amending these mokin of Chachma, the verse reads, "And Elohim saw that it was good," because it is so marked, meaning that it included within itself the entire mokin both of Chachma and Hasadim. It represents the division between the first and third day. It is not said good in between, referring to the mokin of the second day. On the third day, the earth, namely the feminine principle, produced fruit from the power of this righteous, namely Yesod, as it is written. And Elohim said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit." He asked, "What is the fruit tree?" He replied, "This is the tree of knowledge of good and evil," alluding to the feminine principle of Zir Anpin. Yielding fruit means the righteous, the fountain of the world that produces all the fruit and bestows them upon the feminine principle. As a result of the greater value of Yesod, the second day seems to be of comparably little value, so it is not said on it that it was good. The phrase yielding fruit after its kind in the verse, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind means that Yesod leaves an imprint on every human being who has a spirit of holiness and who is a fruit of that tree, namely the feminine principle of Zir Anpin, after its kind. Just as Yesod of Zir Anpin is a holy covenant and a covenant of peace, so are the people of faith after its kind, those who have merited the spirit of holiness from the feminine principle. This means that they also attain the grades of the Holy Covenant and the Covenant of Peace. They enter into its kind, they cleave to it, and they never separate themselves from it. The righteous, namely Yesod, yields fruit, that is, brings forth the spirits and souls of human beings. That tree, namely the feminine principle of Zir Anpin, becomes pregnant with the fruit that she receives from Yesod, which are the spirits and souls, and produces that fruit after its kind, after the kind of it, which yields the fruit, namely Yesod. Whoever receives its fruit becomes like it. Then the feminine principle gives them to the human beings, which resemble it, which yields the fruit. Happy is the lot of he who resembles his father and mother, who are male and female. Therefore the sacred imprint, the cutting of the foreskin on the 8th day, is for the purpose of making him resemble his mother, who is the feminine principle of Zir Anpin. Thus, the splitting of the membrane and exposure of the sacred imprint is done to make him resemble his father, who is Zir Anpin. For by the precept of the circumcision, he merits the mokin of the feminine principle, and by the splitting of the membrane, he receives the mokin of Zir Anpin. This is why the fruit tree is one's mother, the feminine principle of Zir Anpin, and yielding fruit in the Holy Covenant, which is Yesod of Zir Anpin, is one's father. It is after its kind so that he may resemble his father, and be imprinted by him to receive all his virtues. It is written, "Whose seed is in itself upon the earth." He asked, "Why is it written, whose seed is in itself, when it should have been written a seed without the letter Vav?" He replied, "Because the seed of Vav, who is Zir Anpin, is in it. It is written upon the earth. This is certainly so, because this seed has been cast by Zir Anpin upon the earth, which is the feminine principle. Happy is the lot of Yisrael, who are holy and resemble holy beings, meaning that they receive the mokin from male and female and resemble them. Because of this it is written, 'And your people shall also be all righteous.' They are certainly all righteous because their souls come forth through the righteous, which are the spirit of Yesod of the male and female. This is why they resemble them. They are blessed in this world and in the world to come." Rabbi Chia said, "It is written, he has made the earth by his power." So he asked, "What is the meaning of 'He has made the earth'?" He replied, "This is the Holy One, blessed be He, above, and by His power is the righteous, namely Yesod of Zir Anpin." In the verse, "He has established the world by His wisdom," the world alludes to the earth below, and His wisdom means righteousness, as it is written, "And He will judge the world in righteousness." "He has made the earth" refers to the Holy One, blessed be He, who fully establishes the earth and mends its ways. By what does He fully establish it? By His power, as we have stated. Rabbi Yehuda said, in the book, The Engraved Letters of Rabbi Elazar, there are knots by which all 22 letters are bound together as one. There are 2 letters that bind the 22 letters as1. One ascends and the other descends. That which ascends descends, and that which descends ascends, as is noted in the verse. "Surely El is in you." Rabbi Yossi said, "The tip of the scales stands in the middle." This portent may be found in the verse in weight or in measure, in which in weight means that the tongue of the scales is in the middle because the scales are just. This is the secret of what is written. After the shekel of the sanctuary, and the scales that weigh the mokin are set upon the point in the middle. He asked, "What are the scales by which, as you say, the mokin are weighed?" He answered, "This is according to what is written. Just balances, meaning that justice is weighed by them. And all mokin are established by this weight after the shekel of the sanctuary." Rabbi Yehuda said that the phrase, "after the shekel of the sanctuary," is an allusion to the Holy Spirit. Rabbi Itzhak said, "It is written, by the word of Hashem were the heavens made, and all the host of them by the breath of His mouth." By the word of Hashem were the heavens made refers to the lower heavens, which were made by the word of the upper heavens. They were made by the breath that produces a voice until it reaches the river that ebbs and flows, and whose waters never cease. And the phrase, "and all the host of them by the breath of His mouth," applies to all lower beings, who exist only by the light of the breath, which is the male. In discussing the verse, "He waters the hills from His upper chambers. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of your works," he asked, "What are His upper chambers?" He answered, "This is consistent with who lays the beams of His upper chambers. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of your works is the secret of the river that ebbs and flows downward. Therefore, it is written, the earth, namely the feminine principle, is satisfied as she receives this light of Chachma. Thus it is written, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself, as has already been explained. 41. Let there be lights. Here discussion turns to the 2 great lights in the sky, the sun and moon. The Zohar explains that when the moon was diminished in size, this also diminished the spiritual light in our physical world of Malchut, and the resulting darkness created an opening for curses. Interestingly, the Hebrew word for curses is mi'eret. The Hebrew word for lights is me'oret. The singular difference between the two is that the word for curses lacks the Hebrew letter vav. The usual reading translation for this word as it appears in the Torah is lights, which is how the word has been read in synagogues all over the world throughout history. Nevertheless, the actual written word in the Torah is curses minus the letter vav. The secret meaning of this passage remains hidden without the light of the Zohar to reveal it. According to Kabbalah, we pronounce the word as lights because, when spoken, the word reveals the very light it describes. This action replenishes the spiritual light of the moon, removing darkness and eradicating curses from the face of the earth. Another secret pertains to the creation of the negative and evil female angel Lilith, whose name we do not pronounce. She came into existence at the moment the moon was diminished. The concept of curses and the childhood disease known as croup were also created in this stage. Protection from curses, croup, and other negative forces is bestowed when we scan and learn this section of the Zohar. And Elohim said, "Let there be light in the firmament of heaven, to give light upon the earth." It is written, "Let there be lights," with a defective spelling, without the letter Vav. Rabbi Chizkiah said, "These are the lights where harsh judgment lies and is absorbed." Rabbi Yossi said, "The reason why let there be lights is spelled without the Vav, and can be read as Emirot, is because it refers to the moon, namely Malchut, which is the cause of croup in infants of the lower world. Curse is derived from her because she is the lesser luminary of all the lights, that is, the last one. At times, she is darkened and receives no light. As a result, croup and curses are drawn down from it. The phrase, "in the firmament of heaven," refers to the firmament that includes all others, because it receives all the lights and also shines upon the light that does not shine. Rabbi Yitzhak said, "It brought forth this firmament that does not shine, which is called the kingdom of heaven, the land of Yisrael and the land of life." All of these are names of Malchut. The heaven, which appears in the verse, shines upon this firmament. Zir Anpin, who is called the heaven, shines upon Malchut, which is the firmament that does not shine. This is why it is written, "Let there be lights," without the letter Vav. This means that she receives no illumination from the heaven that is called Vav. What is the reason for this? Because she brings death over the world, when she is without the letter Vav. It is written afterward, "In the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth," so heaven, which is the secret of the letter Vav, and Zir Anpin shine upon the earth, which is the feminine principle. Let there be lights, is written without the letter Vav because everything derives from it. Thus this phrase, "Let there be lights," which means curses, also includes the creation of Lilith in the world. It is written, "The small and great are there." It is also written, "But their Hashem in majesty will be for us," referring to the Mokin of greatness in her. Of this it is written, "Lilith shall rest there, and find for herself a place of rest. She shall rest in Malchut as well, because everything finds a place there, even the Klippa of Lilith." Rabbi Elazar said, "The verse, 'Let there be lights,' without the Vav refers to Malchut from the aspect of a mirror that does not shine by itself, but by the reflection of the upper lights, just as the glass walls of the lantern reflect the light of the candle inside. In the same manner, the feminine principle takes the lights from the upper grades and bestows them on the lower beings, though it has no light of its own. It is written, "Behold, the ark of the covenant of the master of all the earth." Behold, the ark refers to the opaque mirror. Malchut, the feminine principle of Zir Anpin. The covenant is the shining mirror. Behold, the ark refers to Meorit without the letter Vav, which means the feminine principle before Zir Anpin that is called the written Torah joins her. The ark is a chest in which the written Torah, which is Zir Anpin, is laid. The covenant is the sun, namely Zir Anpin, which shines on the feminine principle. She is also called the covenant, as he is, when she is united with him. This is why she is described in the verse as the Ark of the Covenant. So she is indeed the Ark of the Covenant, the master of all the earth, because only when she is united with Zir Anpin, who is called the Covenant, is she called the master of all the earth, like her husband, Zir Anpin. Why? Because the Covenant, which is Zir Anpin, is called the master of all the earth. This ark is the master, since the sun that shines on her and the whole world is called so. From it, The feminine principle attains the name Master, and this ark is called Master, according to the secret of the name Adonai. As we have already stated, righteous signifies the male and righteousness, the female. Accordingly, Adon is the name of the male and Adonai the name of the female. Because just as the name righteousness of the female is derived from the name righteous of the male, so is the name Adonai derived from Adon. When the female is called after her husband by the name the Ark of the Covenant, she is then called by the name of the male Adon. They are both interrelated. Come and behold. The planets and the constellations exist because of this covenant, which is the sun, namely Zir Anpin, as we have already stated. This is the firmament of heaven that appears in the verse. Let there be lights, refers to the female, and the firmament of heaven refers to Zir Anpin, which shines upon her, the planets, the constellations, and the whole world. In this firmament, the planets and the constellations are engraved and inscribed, and they depend on the firmament to shine on earth. He explains that the phrase, "Let there be lights," is the female, and in the firmament of heavens is Zir Anpin. Rabbi Yessa Saba said, "The emanator said, 'Let there be lights,' suspended from the firmament of heaven," meaning that all the measures of illumination derive from the firmament of heaven. So the light that is the moon derives in every way from the firmament, since it is written, "And let them be for lights in the firmament of heaven." The sun is also dependent on the firmament, because it is also written, "And let them be for signs and seasons," and so on. The entire structure of dates, feasts, holy days of lunar months, and the Shabbat is derived from and is formed by the firmament, because it measures each and every grade. All this, the statures that the firmament measures, is done by the function of the first upper firmament, where the holy name achieves unity. And it is everything. There are 7 planets corresponding to the 7 firmaments. They all are the governors of the world, and the supernal world is above them. There are 2 similar worlds, the upper world, Bina, and the lower world, Malchut. All that is established in the upper world also comes into being in the lower world. Thus, the lower world is also governed by the planets, as is the upper world. It is written, "Forever and ever," which means that whatever exists in the upper world reaches down to the lower. The upper world is the upper king, namely Bina, and the lower world is the lower king, namely Malchut. It is written, "Hashem reigns, Hashem has reigned, Hashem will reign forevermore." This means that Hashem reigns above, Hashem has reigned in the middle, and Hashem will reign forevermore down below. Rabbi Acha said, "Hashem has reigned," in the past tense, means the upper world, which is the world to come, namely Bina. Hashem reigns, in the present tense, is Tiferet of Yisrael, namely Zir Anpin. Hashem will reign, in the future tense, is the Ark of the Covenant, namely the lower world, Malchut. David came in another period and reversed their order from down below upward, and said, "Hashem is king forever and ever." Hashem is king means down below in the lower world of Malchut. Forever means in the middle, namely in Zir Anpin, and ever means above in Bina, where there is meeting, namely unity, and mokin and completion of all the grades. This is why the upper world is described as reigns. Its sovereignty is completed in all its perfection, whereas will reign means that the world below, namely Malchut, shall reach perfection and full sovereignty in the future. As it is not yet completed. Rabbi Aba said, "All the lights are connected to the firmament of heaven. As it is written, and Elohim set them in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth." He asked, "What is this heaven that gives light upon the earth?" He replied, This is the river that flows out to Eden, as it is written, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden. Come and behold. Because the moon governs and shines by the power of that river that flows out of Eden, which is Bina, light is added to all the heavens below under Atzilut in Bria, Yetzirah, Asya of separation, and their hosts. Thus, the planets rule the world and cause plants and trees to grow, and everything in the world grows and multiplies. Even the water and the fish in the sea increase in numbers. Many emissaries of judgment roam the world, because everything is full of joy and energy. In other words, these emissaries are stronger because of the strength of Malchut. As a result, one must be careful that they do not bring greater harm than before. When there is joy in the house of the king, even the guards of the gates and the roads are happy and roam about in the world. Therefore, the young children should be well guarded from demons. Rabbi Acha quoted the verse, "And Elohim set them in the firmament of heaven, when all of them are there. When the sun and the moon are both in the firmament of heaven, which is Bina, they rejoice with each other. The moon then diminishes its light before the sun. From then onward, all the light that the sun, Zir Anpin, receives is for the purpose of shining on the feminine principle and not on himself, as it is written, to give light upon the earth." Rabbi Yitzhak said, "It is written, moreover the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, as the light of 7 days." He asked, "What are these 7 days?" He answered, "These are the 7 days of creation, namely Chisid, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, Yesod and Malchut of Zir Anpin. In the future, the sun and the moon shall shine equally." Rabbi Yehuda said, "The light of the 7 days alludes to the 7 days of the consecration of the tabernacle, namely Chisid, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, Yesod and Malchut of the feminine principle, after becoming full of light in the future. The spirit of the feminine principle definitely represent the days of consecration. At that time when the world will be sweetened and restored to its perfection, the light of the moon will not be defective because of the evil serpent, of whom it is written, "And a whisperer separates close friends, as the serpent separates Zir Anpin from his feminine principle." For this reason her spirit are called by the name days of consecration. He asked, "When shall this be?" In other words, when will the feminine principle be completed without any limitation? He answered, "This shall be in the time about which it is written, He will swallow up death forever, when the other side and death will be annulled. Then it is written, On that day Hashem shall be one, and his name one." 42. Let the waters swarm abundantly. The Zohar explores the concept of angels, explaining how they enter and influence this world. Some angels appear in human form while others remain as unseen spiritual entities. Their function is to assist us in our spiritual growth. We arouse and draw positive angels into our lives through the influence of the letters composing this section. Let the waters swarm abundantly with moving creatures that have life. Rabbi Elazar said, "These are the lower waters that produce living creatures, which correspond to those created by the upper waters." In other words, just as the upper waters Bina bring forth the souls of male and female, so the lower waters of male and female bring forth the souls of the righteous. These upper waters bring forth supernal souls, male and female, and these lower waters bring forth souls of the lower beings, the souls of the righteous. Rabbi Chia said, "The upper brought forth the moving creatures that have life." What is this? This is the nefesh of the first man, as it is written, "And man became a living soul." and let birds fly above the earth refers to the emissaries from above, the angels, who appear before human beings in the image of human beings. This is understood from the phrase, fly above the earth, which means that their shape is similar to that of the people of earth. There are other angels who appear in spirit only, according to an awareness that human beings have acquired. Thus, the phrase, above the earth indicates that these emissaries are conceived in the image of man. They are described as birds fly above the earth, since the earth is the secret of Malchut. Because of that, their ability to change their form into the image of man, it is not written of them, after its kind, as it is of the other angels from Zir Anpin. Of these others it is written, and every winged bird after its kind. Those which come from Zir Anpin never change from their kind into the shape of a human body as do the other angels, of whom it is not written, after its kind, and of whom it does say, and let birds fly above the earth. You might say that angels assume different forms among themselves, and it is indeed so. There are among them those who are different from the others. There are many different levels among them. This is why it is written, and from thence it was parted, alluding to the worlds, Bria, Yetzirah, and Asya of separation, where the angels are. 43. And Elohim created the great crocodiles. This section is couched in metaphor and is highly esoteric. When the Messiah comes, the righteous will merit the meal of the Leviathan. The Leviathan symbolizes the revelation of a great light. Reading this section helps us to merit the opportunity to be included in that spiritual feast. And Elohim created the great crocodiles refers to the Leviathan and its mate. The verse continues, and every living creature that creeps, which refers to the nefesh of that living creature that moves to all four corners of the world. He asked, who is this living creature who creeps? He replied, it is Lilith. The next phrase, which the waters brought forth abundantly, after their kind means as the waters make them grow, the Leviathan and its mate, because the waters are unfrozen and flow in all directions when the southern wind comes. And the ships of the seas can now pass, as it is written. There go the ships, there is that Leviathan whom you have made to play therein. The verse then reads, and every winged bird after its kind, as it is written about those angels. For a bird of the sky shall carry the sound, and a winged beast shall betray the matter. These are the aspects of the angels that come from Zir Anpin, who is called sound. Rabbi Yossi said, they all have 6 wings and they never change. They have 6 wings, because they come from Zir Anpin, who has 6 spirit, and they never change their image so they can enter the body. Thus it is written, after its kind. He asked, what is the meaning of after its kind? He answered, after its kind from above. This is why they do not change and enter bodies. They fly around and roam over the world with 6 flaps of their wings, which corresponds to the 6th spirit of Zir Anpin. They carry their observations of human behavior up to the celestial court, and it is thus written, do not curse the king, no, not even in your thought, referring to the king of the universe. Because the bird of the sky, namely the angels, shall carry the voice up to the heavens. Rabbi Chizkiah said, it is written, that creeps, although it should have been written, that swarm, just as it is written, let the waters swarm. He said, this resembles the expression night creeps, that is, it gets dark. So, during the night, which is Malchut, all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. In other words, all the forces of darkness, which are the beasts of the forest, are dominant at night. They govern during the time when the night, which is the feminine principle, rules, because Malchut includes all that exists under her, even the clipet. The angels chant without rest during the 3 shifts of the night, as it is written, "You that make mention of Hashem take no rest." 44. Let us make man. Rabbi Shimon offers a discourse concerning the creation of man. When the Creator was planning to make man, the heavens and earth trembled and shook, for they knew man would control all reality. Prior to the appearance of man, they knew all the worlds were securely in the hands of God. But with man's creation, the reins were literally handed over. In the process of forming man, the 4 corners of the earth, north, south, east, and west, gave a part of themselves to man, imbuing him with their essence. Man would now truly control the world, for the world is man. This segment of the Zohar awakens a sense of responsibility within us to care for the world, our neighbors, and the entire cosmos. Rabbi Shimon stood up and said, "I observed that when the Holy One, blessed be He, planned to create man, the upper and lower worlds trembled." Why? Because they all depend on His actions for good or for evil. Therefore, the creation of man concerned them greatly, and they were afraid that he might sin. The 6th day rose up through its grades until it reached the supernal will and illuminated the beginning of all lights. It opened the gate of the east, from which the light emerged to shine throughout the world. And the south, which is the secret of the right and chesed, revealed the force of the illumination it had inherited at the head, that is, Yisrael, Saba and Tevuna, and was strengthened by the east. The east, which is Zir Anpin, overtook the north, and it revealed in itself the illumination of the left that it drew from Yisrael, Saba and Tevuna. The north was thus aroused, expanded within Zir Anpin, and called to the west, which is the feminine principle of Zir Anpin, with much force to come closer and join it. Then the west, which is the feminine principle, rose up and united with the north. Afterward, the south, which is the right and chesed, held onto the west, the feminine principle. And the south and the north became the fences that surrounded the garden. Then the east, Zir Anpin, mated with the west, the feminine principle, and the west rejoiced and asked everybody, and said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let him comprise the 4 winds, south, north, east, and west, above and below, namely the 6 extremities." Then the east, Zir Anpin, cleaved to the west, the feminine principle, and produced the soul of Adam. This is what we have learned. The first man came out from the soil of the temple, namely from the feminine principle of Zir Anpin, which is called the temple. Furthermore, the verse, "Let us make man," can be explained as follows. The Holy One, blessed be He, uttered that drew down to the lower beings that come from the aspect of the upper beings, the secret of the name that is numerically equal to Adam. This is a reference to the name that adds up to 45, as does Adam. Adam comes from the secret of the upper world, comprising the celestial right and left columns, which were blocked before the reconciling of the 3rd column, and Adam is the secret of the letters. He includes the central column, which is the aspect of the lower beings that are called letters. The upper ones are the cantillation marks and dots, and the lower ones are letters. So Adam accordingly includes within himself all that is above and all that is below. The name Adam consists of 3 letters. The Aleph of Adam alludes to the supernal world whence the right column originates. The closed mem is the letter that appears in the phrase of the increase of his realm. Although it appears in the middle of the word, it is written traditionally as final mem in its closed form. From it, the left column is extended. The lower dalet is concealed in the west, and this is the entire mokin of above and below. After this had been established above, in Zir Anpin and his feminine principle, it was established below as well, in Adam himself. These letters, Aleph Dalet Mem, descended and entered the soul of Adam all together as one. That is, according to the secret of the reconciling of the central column, they were included one within the other. Thus, Adam was comprised of both male and female. The female clung to his side until sleep fell upon him and he lay in the terrestrial temple. The Holy One, blessed be He, sawed him through, meaning that he separated the female from the male, and prepared her, just like a bride is prepared. Then he brought her to him as it is written, and he took one of his sides, and closed up the flesh in its place. And he took one means precisely one. Adam had 2 ribs, and he took only one of them. He continues, I have learned from the books of the ancient sages that the rib that was not taken symbolized Lilith, who was with him and who conceived from him, as she was the first wife of Adam and was taken away from him. Lilith was not a help to match him, as it is written, but for the man there was not found a help to match him. What does this mean? It means she was an evil klippa and he could not trust her. She stayed with him until that time, of which it is written, It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a help to match him. For then she was taken away from him. Come and behold. Adam was the last being to be created. Therefore, he had to come into the world as a complete being. This is why Lilith had to be taken away from him and Chava given to him instead. 45. For Hashem Elohim had not caused it to rain. Rabbi Shimon explains that our world was not created complete, for it would be man's merit and responsibility to perfect creation through his actions and spiritual development. The word rain is a metaphor for the light of the Creator. When the Torah says God had not caused it to rain, this indicates man's capacity and accountability for generating light. Rabbi Shimon adds that, for man to accomplish this task, he must first complete himself by finding and bonding with his soulmate in marriage. The power to find our soulmates and to strengthen and complete our vessel radiates from the words of this text. Rabbi Shimon said, It is written, And no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet grown. For Hashem Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth. And no plant of the field refers to big trees, but just after they are planted, when they are still small. This is why the verse states, And no plant of the field was yet. Come and behold that Adam and Chava were created side by side. He asked, Why were they not created face to face? He answered, Because it is written, Hashem Elohim had not caused it to rain. That is, the mating of male and female was not yet properly established. So, when Adam and Chava were completed down below and turned face to face, the same then happened above. How do we know this? This is learned from the tabernacle, as it is written. The tabernacle was erected. This means that another tabernacle was erected together with the tabernacle above, which is the feminine principle. And the tabernacle above was erected only after the tabernacle below was completed. Thus, when it was erected below, when Adam and Chava came face to face, it was erected above male and female also came face to face. Since this was not completed above, male and female had not yet come face to face. Adam and Chava were not created face to face. The verse proves that male and female were not yet face to face, as it is written. For Hashem Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, because Hashem Elohim is Zir Anpin and the earth is female. This is why the verse concludes with, And there was not a man, meaning that he was not yet properly established, because he and Chava had not yet come face to face. When Chava was completed, after she was sawed from him and they came face to face, Adam also reached completion. Before that, the man was not complete. This is the secret of why the letter Samek has not yet appeared in this section. As the Samek alludes to the female. However, the friends argued that, because Adam had a female counterpart called Lilith, there was a Samek before Chava was prepared, called Lilith. He explained, but Samek means the support of male and female above, after they were again face to face, because only then are male and female supported by one another. In other words, they give strength to each other. Indeed, it is written, they stand fast forever and ever, done in truth and uprightness. They stand fast means that the male and female stand together, face to face, as one. The verse, for Hashem Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, means that male and female were not yet face to face supporting each other. In other words, male and female, while face to face, support Adam and Chava in order that they too can face each other. The lower world refers to Adam and Chava, who were the children of this world. When it was established, when Adam and Chava turned face to face and achieved completion, there was support above as male and female also turned face to face. Before this, the action below, the positioning of Adam and Chava face to face, was incomplete because Hashem Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth. And one depends on the other. It is then written, but there went up a mist from the earth, which is the perfection below of Adam before male and female were turned face to face. The verse continues, and watered the whole face of the ground, meaning that the male and female were turned face to face, and Zir Anpin watered Malchut, which is called ground. There went up a mist from the earth alludes to the passion of the female that ascends toward the male. The passion of the female rises up to the male, for raising female waters is considered to be the desire of the female for the male. For everything lower and upper is considered male and female. The lower is always considered female in relation to that which is higher. Raising female waters is equated with desire, because it only ascends by force of desire. Another explanation of the verse, but there went up a mist from the earth, is found in the meaning of the verse, and Hashem Elohim had not caused it to rain. What is the reason that he had not caused it to rain? Which means that male and female were not face to face. The reason is that the forming of a mist from the earth had not yet been completed. This means that man had not yet elevated female waters to male and female. Without female waters from man, the mokin of face to face of male and female would not emerge. Therefore, lower earth, Adam and Chava, aroused the actions of the upper world, of male and female. Come and behold that mist rises at first from the earth and the cloud is aroused. Then they are both united. Similarly, the smoke of the sacrifice, which is burnt upon the altar, is aroused below and rises up, as female waters, from below upwards by male and female. So it brings perfection above, and they become united and reach completion. In the same manner it occurs above among the supernal beings. Awakening always moves from the lower to the higher, and eventually they all reach perfection. Unless the congregation of Yisrael, namely the feminine principle, has begun the act of arousing, then the passion above of Zir Anpin would not have been aroused towards her. So through the passion aroused below, the upper reached completion. Rabbi Aba asked, why is it written, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil, as the tree of knowledge is not in the midst of the garden? The tree of life, as we have already learned, extends for a journey of 500 years and all the waters of creation part underneath it. The tree of life is exactly in the middle of the garden. It is the central column and receives all the waters of creation, which separate underneath it. Why do all the waters of creation separate underneath it? The river that flows out of Eden, namely Bina, rests on the garden and enters into it, namely the mokin of the tree of life that shines on the garden are from the river, which is Bina. From Bina, the waters divide and flow in many directions. This garden received all three aspects of the mokin. Afterward, they flow from it and are separated into many streams below, as it is written. They give drink to every beast of the field. This means that each of the lower beings receives nourishment from its corresponding aspect in the mokin of the feminine principle. He elaborated further by saying, just as the mokin come from the supernal world, namely Bina, and Bina waters the supernal mountains of pure balsam, which are Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet of Bina. So when the mokin later reach the tree of life, which is Zir Anpin, they also separate in all directions, according to their individual path, right, left, and central. Thus they also part in the garden, which receives from the tree of life, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil, means that it located in the middle between good, which is the right, and evil, which is the left. He asked, why is it called so, as the tree is not in the middle but rather more toward the left than the right? He explained, what is the tree of knowledge of good and of evil? Why is it called thus? Because it draws from both the right and from the left sides and knows them, clings to them, as one who sucks the sweet and the bitter. As a result of sucking from and knowing both sides, that is, cleaving to them and residing among them, it is called good and evil. The plants, namely the spirit of Malchut, rest on the 2 points of good and evil, because these 2 points are the aspect of Yesod of the feminine principle, which lies underneath all the spirit. And other supernal plants, referring to Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, and Yesod of Zir Anpin are attached to it. These are called the cedars of Lebanon. He asked, what are these cedars of Lebanon? He replied, these are the 6 supernal days, the 6 days of creation, as we have already stated. It is written, the cedars of Lebanon which he has planted. The scriptures describe them as plants, because they are indeed plants that survived after they were uprooted from their place and planted in a different one. From here on, Samek appears in this section. He asked, what is this reference to Samek? He answered, this is the Samek that appears in the phrase, and closed up the flesh in its place. This means that Chava became the aspect of Samek from here on. At first, Chava was attached to his side and they were side by side. Then the Holy One, blessed be He, tore them apart, as it is written. And he took one of his sides and planted them in a different place. Adam and Chava became facing one another. This is how their existence was completed. Rabbi Aba asked, why do we conclude that Adam and Chava were called plants? Because it is written, the branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. It is indeed the work of my hands that alludes to Adam and Chava, who of all the creatures were the work of the Holy One, blessed be He, alone. The verse describes them as the branch of my planting. Hence they are described as the planting. It is written, though in the day of your planting you make it grow, which means that on that same day they were planted in the world, they sinned. So the verse actually speaks of Adam and Chava and describes them as plants. We have learned that the plants that were male and female were as tiny as the antennae of grasshoppers. Their light was feeble and they did not shine. As soon as they were planted in a different place and were improved, their lights became stronger and they were called the cedars of Lebanon. Similarly, Adam and Chava did not increase their light or emit a good odor before they were planted in a different place, namely in Zir Anpin and his feminine principle. But when they were uprooted from their place and planted again on high, in male and female, their existence was firmly established. 46. And Hashem Elohim commanded Adam. God commands Adam not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, for if he does so, Adam will surely die. Upon eating from the tree of knowledge, Adam brought the force of death into existence. A profound secret is revealed in this passage. God did not command Adam not to eat from the tree of knowledge. Moreover, God did not punish Adam for disregarding his warning. God was merely revealing the universal laws at work within the various spiritual worlds. Tree of knowledge is a realm of chaos, death, and decay. The significance of this passage can be likened to a father telling his son about the danger of placing his finger in a fire. If the child proceeds to do it anyway, it is incorrect to say that the father punished the child. An awareness of the laws of cause and effect are awakened within us when we browse and learn the secrets of this passage. And Hashem Elohim commanded. We have learned that commanded is idolatry. Therefore, every place the word command is written is an allusion to the prohibition of idolatry. Thus, the verse relates to the 7 precepts that were given to Adam. Commanded applies to idolatry, Hashem to blasphemy, Elohim to the judges who should strive to maintain justice, Adam to the prohibition against shedding another's blood, saying to the prohibition of incest, of every tree of the garden to thievery, and you may freely eat to the eating of flesh from a living animal. This explanation is accepted, although it may be added that of every tree of the garden you may freely eat means that he permitted him to eat of all, including the tree of knowledge, but he was supposed to eat of them together, meaning that the tree of knowledge had to be in harmony with the other trees in the Garden of Eden. We know that Abraham ate from the tree of knowledge, as did Yitzhak and Yochai and all the prophets. Nevertheless, they remained alive. Why? Because this tree, the tree of knowledge, is the tree of death. Whoever ate of it by itself died, because he has taken the potion of death. Thus, it is written, "For in the day that you eat of it you shall surely die," referring to the tree by itself. In doing so, one separates the plants and cuts the roots, meaning that he separates the Holy One, blessed be he, from his Shekinah. Therefore, he is sentenced to death. Rabbi Yehuda asked Rabbi Shimon, "We have learned that Adam pulled at his foreskin. What is the meaning of this?" He replied, "He separated the Holy Covenant, namely Yesod of Zir Anpin, from its place, namely the Shekinah. Hence he pulled at his foreskin when he abandoned the Holy Covenant, namely, the unity of the Holy One, blessed be he with his Shekinah, cleaved to the foreskin, the klippah that separates the Holy One, blessed be he, from his Shekinah, and was seduced by the serpent's words. The fruit of the tree refers to the woman, namely the feminine principle of Zir Anpin. And it is written, 'You shall not eat of it,' because of the verse, 'Her feet go down to death, her steps take hold of Eschuel.' This means that if he draws sustenance from the female when she is unaccompanied by her husband, the feet of the female descend to the klippah, where death is. But we should not conclude that the tree of knowledge is the other side and is not the feminine principle of holiness, because there is fruit in the feminine principle of Zir Anpin. Therefore, it is written, 'But of the fruit of the tree.' In the other side, there is no fruit, because another El is sterile and produces no fruit. It is written of it, 'For in the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die.' It is called the tree of death, even though she is the female of holiness, of whom it is written, 'Her feet go down to death.' Nevertheless in herself, she is full of life and holiness. Rabbi Yossi said, This tree that we have mentioned, referring to the tree of knowledge, was watered from above, grew and was happy, as it is written, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden. The garden is the feminine principle of Zir Anpin, and the river, namely Bina, enters the feminine principle and waters her, bestows on her the mokin of greatness, and they all become as one. This means that because of these mokin, Zir Anpin and his feminine principle are united as one. Because from there downward, below the feminine principle of Zir Anpin, everything is then separated. From there, they would not have been able to receive these mokin, as it is written, and from thence it was parted. 47. Now the serpent was craftier. Rabbi Yitzhak and Rabbi Yehuda came to their master and teacher, Rabbi Shimon, with an intriguing disagreement. The two students were at odds concerning the underlying cause of Eve's sin in eating from the tree of knowledge. Rabbi Yitzhak felt it was the evil inclination implanted in Eve that caused her to succumb to temptation. But Rabbi Yehuda believed it was the snake's cunning that beguiled her into eating from the tree. Rabbi Shimon said that both of his students were correct. The Zohar's explanation is as follows. The negative part of our intelligence, the part that motivates us to sin, is the same negative intelligence that serves as our prosecutor in the heavenly court, and this same evil intelligence executes any judgments decreed against us. As a final irony, this intelligence is also none other than the angel of death, who ultimately consumes us after years of living out this evil cycle of sin. If only we could recognize the voice inside us that says, "Do it." Even when we know we shouldn't, we would shudder in terror at the prospect of succumbing to these negative urges. The Zohar then discusses the verse, and the eyes of them Adam and Eve both were open. Rabbi Chia explains that at the moment Adam and Eve saw evil, they fell into that reality. The mystery of this explanation concerns the power of consciousness and the nature of reality and illusion. If we look for evil in others, our consciousness literally creates that reality. The Zohar is telling us that evil is an illusion, but we give it reality when we see it and believe it. For this reason alone, we should turn all our efforts toward finding the good in people instead of always looking for what's wrong. This portion of the Zohar awakens us to these spiritual truths by helping us to distinguish between the reality of good and the self-confirming nature of evil. Now the serpent was craftier. Rabbi Yitzhak said, "The serpent is the evil inclination, which incites one to sin." Rabbi Yehuda said, "It is a real serpent." They approached Rabbi Shimon, who said, "Both interpretations are correct. It was Samuel, and he was seen riding on the serpent. The image of the serpent is Satan, namely the evil inclination that incites humans to sin and then ascends to demand punishment above. They are both the same. You can say that the serpent is the evil inclination and is a real serpent. We have learned that Samuel, the angel, descended from heaven riding on this serpent at that time. All the creatures saw his image and fled from him. Then Samuel and the serpent approached the woman with words, and brought death upon the world. So Samuel cleverly brought curses upon the world, meaning that he incited them to sin with cunning and brought damage to the first tree, namely the first man, which the Holy One, blessed be he, created in the world. This sin rested with Samuel, who is described as stealing the blessings and the mokin from Adam by cunningly inciting Adam to sin and eat of the tree of knowledge, until another holy tree appeared, who is Yaakov, and took back the blessings from Samuel to prevent Samuel, who is the minister of Esav, from being blessed above and Esav from being blessed below. Yaakov resembled Adam, and his beauty was like that of Adam. So, just as Samuel prevented the blessings from reaching the first tree, who is Adam, so Yochai, who is a tree that resembled Adam, prevented the blessings from reaching Samuel above and Esav below. Everything Yaakov took belonged to him, referring to everything Samuel robbed from Adam. Therefore it is written, and there wrestled a man with him, alluding to Samuel. Now the serpent was craftier. The serpent is the evil inclination, the angel of death. As a result, the serpent brought death upon the whole world by tempting Chava to sin in the tree of knowledge. This is the secret of the verse. The end of all flesh is come before me, which alludes to the angel of death, which puts an end to all flesh by taking the soul away from all the flesh. It is thus called the end of all flesh. And he said to the woman, Is it true? Rabbi Yossi said, The serpent started with wrath when it said, Is it true? Has Elohim said? Thus he brought wrath and anger upon the world. He said to the woman, By this tree the Holy One, blessed be he, created the world, because the world was created by the female. Therefore eat of it, and you shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil, which means that you shall also be able to create worlds with the feminine principle, because he, namely Zir Anpin, is indeed Elohim. His name, the female, is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, if you eat from the tree of knowledge, which is his name, if you cleave to the female and draw upon her abundance, you shall be as Elohim, knowing. You shall be as Zir Anpin, and will be able to create worlds as he does. Rabbi Yehuda said, The serpent did not say this because had he said, By this tree the Holy One, blessed be he, created the world, it would have been good. For this tree is like an axe in the hand of he who hews with it. But the serpent did not say so. Instead, he said that from this tree, the Holy One, blessed be he, ate, meaning that Zir Anpin received abundance from the feminine principle and then created the world. And every craftsman hates his fellow craftsman. So eat from it, and you shall also create worlds. This is a complete lie, because the feminine principle receives everything from Zir Anpin. This is why he said, For Elohim knows that in the day you eat of it, which means that because he knows that you shall be as Elohim and be able to create worlds as he does, he commanded you not to eat from it. Rabbi Yitzhak said all his words were lies, even what he said at first was a lie, as it is written. Is it true, has Elohim said, You shall not eat of every tree of the garden? This was not so, because it is also written, Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat. So he was permitted to eat of them all. Rabbi Yossi said, We have learned that the Holy One, blessed be he, commanded him against idolatry, as it is written, and commanded in Hashem against blaspheming the name, in Elohim for keeping laws, Adam the prohibition against shedding blood, and in saying against incest. He asked, How many people were there in the world that he had to warn him against doing so? He replied, All 7 precepts were definitely related only to this tree, to the tree of knowledge, because all these precepts are connected to it. Because all these precepts are connected to it, whoever takes the tree of knowledge, namely the feminine principle, on its own and without her husband Zir Anpin, causes a separation between Zir Anpin and his feminine principle. Thus, he takes her down to bestow plenty to the masses below in the worlds of Bria, Yetzirah and Asiya of separation, where the Klippot are, and they cleave to the tree of knowledge. So he takes upon himself the sins of idolatry, bloodshed, and incest. He is guilty of idolatry, because he drew the abundance of the tree of knowledge down to those ministers. In doing so, he worshipped them, which is idolatry. He committed bloodshed because the powers of shedding blood are related to this tree, as it is the side of Gvura, which is the left side. Samuel, who is the minister of Esav, is appointed over this. He is guilty of incest, because the tree of knowledge is a woman and she is called the wife, namely the feminine principle of Zir Anpin. A man is not permitted to invite a wife on her own. She must be accompanied by her husband so there can be no suspicion of adultery. And the sin of the tree of knowledge is that he invited the female alone, without her husband. Because of this, all 7 precepts relate to this tree, and, because Adam ate from it, he transgressed them all and they all cleave to him. Rabbi Yehuda said, "This issue, referring to prohibition of the tree of knowledge, is indeed true, because nobody is allowed to enjoy alone the company of a married woman, unless her husband is with her." So what did that evil one, namely Samuel, do? He said, "Behold, I have touched this tree, yet I have not died. You too can come closer and touch it with your hand, and you shall not die." He added this on his own, because the prohibition was not on touching, but on eating. Immediately after she had touched the tree, the woman saw that the tree was good. What did she see? Rabbi Yitzhak said, "A tree that emits a pleasant odor, as it is written, as the smell of a field, which the Hashem has blessed." Because of that pleasant odor, her desire to eat from it was aroused. Rabbi Yossi said, "Her seeing, and not the odor, aroused her desire to eat from the tree of knowledge. As it is written, and when the woman saw, Rabbi Yehuda said to him, but after the sin it is written, and the eyes of them both were opened, which means that the seeing was achieved only after eating. So before the eating, the pleasant odor tempted her." Rabbi Yosi replied, "This seeing before eating that was related to the size of the tree, which is the aspect of the light of the feminine principle, and this seeing brought the desire upon her. The seeing after the eating was greater than the size of the tree, and of this, it is written, and the eyes were opened. Therefore, it is written, and when the woman saw," stressing the word woman to indicate that the seeing was the light of the aspect of the feminine principle. "And when the woman saw that the tree was good, she saw yet did not see that the tree was good. She saw that the tree was good, but could not decide. It is then written, she took of the fruit thereof, and not she took of it. Why? Because her mind was not set that the tree was good. By taking of its fruit and not from the tree itself, she became attached to the place of death, brought death upon the world and separated life from death. And this sin caused a separation between the wife, the feminine principle, and her husband Zir Anpin, because the voice Zir Anpin is never separated from the utterance, the feminine principle. Whoever separates the voice from the utterance, namely Zir Anpin from his feminine principle, becomes dumb and loses the ability to speak. As a result of losing the ability to speak, he is given to the dust. This is why it is written, and to dust shall you return. Rabbi Shimon said, it is written, I was dumb with silence. I held my peace, had no comfort, and my pain was stirred up. I was dumb with silence was expressed by the congregation of Yisrael, which is the feminine principle of Zir Anpin, at the time of the exile. Why? Because the voice, Zir Anpin, conducts the utterance, the female. Since she is in exile, the voice is separated from it and the utterance, the female, is not heard. Because of this, the female said, I was dumb with silence. Why was she dumb? Because I held my peace, even from good, which is Zir Anpin that is called good and is the voice. Therefore, the voice does not accompany it. The children of Yisrael then said, Praise waits for you, Elohim. What does in silence mean? This is when the praise of David, alluding to the feminine principle, which is called praise during greatness, is silent during the exile and becomes dumb, without a voice. Rabbi Yitzhak asked, What is the meaning of for you in the verse, Praise waits for you? He answered, Yisrael cry out Teo Zir Anpin saying, It is because of you that she is dumb and in silence, since the voice, namely Zir Anpin, has abandoned her. She took of its fruit. We have learned that Chava pressed grapes and gave them to Adam. And by their eating, they brought death upon the whole world. For death resides within this tree of knowledge, which is the tree that rules at night, namely the feminine principle. This is the secret of the verse. And the lesser light to rule the night. Of her, it is also written. She rises also while it is yet night. When she rules at night, all human beings taste death, because sleep is 1/60th part of death. But the faithful make haste to put their nefesh in her hands as a deposit. Before they fall asleep, they recite the verse. Into your hands I commit my spirit. You have redeemed me, Hashem El of truth. Because they, the nefeshot, are entrusted to the hands of the feminine principle during the time when death governs. They are not hurt and return to their places, to their bodies, in the morning. This is why it is written, and your faithfulness every night. And the eyes of them both were opened. Rabbi Chia said that they were now open to know the evils of the world, which they were not aware of up to then. As a result of opening their eyes to evil, they learned that they were naked. Once they knew, and their eyes opened, they realized their nakedness. Since they lost the sublime luster that enveloped them, it was gone from them and they were left naked of it. The phrase, and they sewed fig leaves together, means that they cleaved to the shadows of that tree from which they ate to cover themselves, as the so-called leaves of the tree give shade to those underneath them. The verse continues, and made themselves loincloths. Rabbi Yossi said, because they acquired knowledge of this world and became attached to it, they saw that this world was governed by these leaves of the tree. Thus, they made themselves a stronghold to strengthen themselves with these leaves in this world. They became acquainted with all sorts of sorcery and wanted to protect themselves with weapons made from the leaves of the tree. Rabbi Yehuda said, Then the three, referring to the serpent, Adam and Chava, entered to be judged and were sentenced. Thus the lower world was cursed. It did not return to its previous state due to the defilement of the serpent until the children of Israel stood before Mount Sinai, and only then did the defilement cease. After the sin, the Holy One, blessed be He, clothed them in garments comfortable to the skin, but not the nefesh, as it is written, coats of skin. Before they had coats of light, which served the beings above. The supernal angels used to come to Adam and enjoy themselves with that light, as it is written, Yet you have made him a little lower than the angels, and have crowned him with glory and honor. But now that they have sinned, they were given coats of skin, comfortable to the skin, namely the body, and not the nefesh. After this, they gave birth to the first son. He was the son of the serpent's defilement, because two had intercourse with Chava, Adam, and the serpent, and she conceived from both and gave birth to two, Cain and Hevel. Each resembled his own father, and their spirits were separated, one to the side of impurity and one to the side of holiness. Each was in the appearance of his own aspect, the aspect from which he had come. From the side of Cain came all the evil species, spirits, demons, and sorcerers. From the side of Hevel came something more merciful, but still not perfect. It is like good wine mixed with bad. So the world was not fully established by Hevel. This was left to Shet, the ancestor of all the righteous generations in the world, from whom the generations of the world issued. But from Cain issued all the ruthless people, all the sinners and wicked people of the world. Rabbi Elazar said, When Cain sinned, he was in fear, because he saw all sorts of armed hosts coming to kill him. When he repented, he said, Behold, You have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from your face I shall be hid, and it shall come to pass, that anyone that finds me shall slay me. What is the meaning of, from your face I be hid? It means that he shall be hidden and banned from his own building. Because Cain was a farmer and because he was driven off the face of the earth, his entire establishment was destroyed and nothing remained for him in the world. Rabbi Abba said, "This is as is written, nor had he hid his face from him, and Moshe hid his face." This is why Cain said, "From your face I shall be hid," as if to say that I will be hidden from your face and not be protected. Therefore, anyone who finds me shall slay me. 48. And Hashem set a mark upon Cain. God inscribed the Hebrew letter Vav onto the forehead of Cain. The letter Vav connects to the spirit of Yesod, which signifies the covenant between God and the Israelites. When Cain sincerely repented for the murder of his brother Abel, the letter Vav protected him from the murderous hands of people which were aroused against him by the spiritual law of cause and effect. Provided we fully repent, meditating upon the letter Vav offers us protection from any decrees of judgment, and Hashem set a mark upon Cain lest anyone finding him should smite him. This is one of the 22 letters of the Torah, which is the letter Vav that he placed upon him for his protection. The letter Vav is related to Yesod, which is related to the sign of the covenant. This he merited when he repented and agreed to keep the covenant. Rabbi Yehuda asked, "Why is it written, and it came to pass when they were in the field?" He answered, "A field signifies a woman. Thus, because of a woman, he rose and killed Hevel. For it is from the side of woman, who is the left side, that he inherited his murderous tendency, which is the aspect of Samuel that brought death to the whole world when he seduced Adam and Chava with the tree of knowledge." Similarly, Cain was jealous of Hevel because of his wife, as Hevel had a second wife. Rabbi Chia raised an objection before Rabbi Yehuda. He said, "The reason Cain killed Hevel was as it is written that Cain was very angry, and his face fell. It was because his offering was not accepted and not because of a woman." Rabbi Yehuda answered that Cain was angry that his offering was not accepted, and all the reasons were before him when he killed Hevel, including jealousy because of the extra woman. 49. Sin crouches at the door. A verse in the Torah states that negativity and evil forces hover by doorways, openings, and beginnings of all kinds. This idea is related to the secret and power of a seed. If one plants a defective apple seed, it will yield a defective apple tree. Doorways and beginnings represent the seed level. The door to the home is the seed of the entire house. Negative forces attack at the seed level so as to influence all the future stages and developments. They cling to all entranceways to infect the seed with negativity. The mezuzah, or doorpost ornament, not only cancels this negative force, but also transforms negative energy into positive energy. The mezuzah contains a piece of parchment bearing the Hebrew letters Shin, Dalet, and Yud. This is a powerful name of God that brings us protection. These passages bring protection to all the starts or beginnings in our lives, including marriage, business ventures, or any other area of activity. Rabbi Yehuda continued with the next verse. "If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin crouches at the door." He said that this is what the Holy One, blessed be He, said to him, "If you improve your behavior, then there shall be an acceptance." What is set? It is synonymous with what was said about Reuven, the excellency of dignity, because the firstborn has an added virtue and advantage in everything, and it depends upon his actions. Hence, the Holy One, blessed be He, said, "If you do well, shall you not be accepted?" And if you do not well, sin crouches at the door. He asked, which doorway does the text refer to when it reads, sin crouches at the door? He answered, this is the upper doorway through which judgments come because of the evil deeds of humans. This door is also referred to in the verse, open to me the gates of righteousness. It is the gate of Malchut called righteousness. Sin crouches at that gate of Malchut, and this is the angel of death who exacts payment from you. Come and behold. Adam was born on the day of Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah is the secret of the upper and lower, referring to male and female, who are called the supernal man and the lower man. There is a Rosh Hashanah above, which is Zir Anpin and his feminine principle when they are in a state of judgment. And there is a Rosh Hashanah below in the frame of time, which is the sixth day of creation, the day when lower man was created. This teaches us that man was created by the secret of judgment, for he was created on lower Rosh Hashanah. This is connected to the aspect of above, upper Rosh Hashanah, which is Zir Anpin and his feminine principle in a state of judgment. On Rosh Hashanah, the barren women are visited. How do we know this happens on Rosh Hashanah? Because it is written, and Hashem visited Sarah. The reference to the term and Hashem is precise to indicate that it was on Rosh Hashanah that she was visited. Whenever the scripture uses the term and Hashem, it alludes to Zir Anpin and his courthouse, which indicates judgment, which is the upper Rosh Hashanah. Because Adam was born on Rosh Hashanah, he was born under the influence of judgment that then prevailed in the world. Thus, it is precisely so that sin crouches at the door, alluding to the angel of death, to exact payment from you. And the verse, and to you shall be his desire of the angel of death, to punish you until he destroys you. Yet you may rule over him is a hidden reference to the verse. And you do preserve them all, which alludes to Malchut, called you who is referred to here as giving life to all, even the clippet. Consequently, it is said that the Holy One, blessed be he, does not rule, meaning that his control is not evident except when all the wicked people are destroyed. Thus, when the angel of death has destroyed them, the Holy One, blessed be he, will control him and prevent him from causing harm to the world. This is as is written, yet you, which is Malchut, may rule over him. This means that Malchut will control the angel of death after he has administered judgment to the wicked, and will no longer allow him to damage the world or its inhabitants. Hence, the term you is precise, because it is the name of Malchut. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the government is joined together in debate to judge them and execute justice. This explains the phrase, yet you may rule over him, which indicates that Malchut reveals her control through the agency of the angel of death, because he is the one who punishes the transgressors. Rabbi Yehuda said, yet you may rule over him through repentance. If one repents, then he rules over the angel of death and the evil inclination. 50. Azza and Azael. Azza and Azael are the two angels who argue with God against the creation of man. These negative angels were subsequently banished to the mountains of darkness. Bilam, a powerful and evil sorcerer who is spoken of in the Torah, lived during the time of Moses. Bilam would travel to these mountains to draw all of his strength from the negative forces dwelling there. The Zohar offers us protection against any negative people or forces that might try to harm us. Rabbi Yossi said that when Cain's descendants walked the earth, they smoothed the face of the land and resembled both the celestial angels above and the humans below. This is because Cain descended both from the filth of Samuel, who mated with Chava and was an angel, and from the seeds of Adam. Rabbi Yitzhak said, when Azza and Azael fell from the place of their sanctity above, they saw the daughters of men, sinned with them and begot children. These were the Nephilim about whom it is written, "There were Nephilim on the earth." Rabbi Chia said that the descendants of Cain were the sons of the Elohim, because when Samuel injected his filth into Chava, she conceived and gave birth to Cain. Consequently, his appearance was not similar to that of the rest of humanity, for he was conceived through an angel. All those who descended from Cain were called the sons of the Elohim, because their appearance was that of angels called Elohim. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Even those Nephilim, who are the children of Azza, Azael, and Naamah, are called the sons of the Elohim." The words, "the same were mighty men," indicate that only they were the mighty men and not the original Nephilim. There were only 60 of them by supernal reckoning, as compared with the 6 directions, namely Chesed, Gvurah, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, and Yesod of Zir Anpin. We can draw analogy from the verses. Here in the scripture it is written, "The same were mighty men," and there, in relation to King Solomon, who is Zir Anpin, it is written 60 valiant men are about it. Just as they are 60 there, so here they are 60, yet the first ones are drawn from above, from 6 sides of Zir Anpin. Rabbi Yossi continued by saying, "The same were the mighty men of old, and this is written precisely to differentiate them from the first Nephilim, Azia and Azael, who originated in the world above." The world is the feminine principle of Zir Anpin, and the text teaches us that those mighty men were intended to become a chariot for male and female, and thus a part of the female called the world. He asked, "To which name does the text refer when it is written, 'Men of renown'?" This is the world we have mentioned, which is the feminine principle. The phrase "men of name" is precise. It teaches us through an analogy by stating that it is written here, "Men of name," and in another place, when he blasphemes the name, it is written, "And the son of the Israelite woman blasphemed the name." Just as name implies the feminine principle in the previous verse, so it implies the feminine principle in this verse. Rabbi Chia said that they were from a real world, because they were intended to be a chariot of the female, as Rabbi Yossi has already said. And from the lower world, the Holy One, blessed be He, took them. When they fell to this world, they were refined, and the refined particles were linked together to become a chariot of the female. On the other hand, the original Nephilim had nothing of this world because they were heavenly angels. Thus it was written, "Remember, Hashem, your tender mercies and your truth, for they have been from of old. They are assuredly from the world, because the Holy One, blessed be He, took them from this lower world, namely His mercy and Hasadim, to become a supernal chariot above." These are the early patriarchs. Mercy is related to Yaakov and Hasadim to Abraham, who elevated from the lower world to become a chariot of Zir Anpin and his feminine principle. Hence the saying, "It is the fathers that are the chariot." Similarly, the same were mighty men from the world, as they have also been elevated from the lower world to unite above with the chariot of Zir Anpin and his female. Rabbi Yitzhak said that the phrase, "from the world," in the passage before us, refers to King Solomon's bed, which is also the feminine principle, but from the aspect of Gvurah, as it is written, "Behold, it is his litter, that of Solomon. 60 valiant men are round about it." Rabbi Acha said that the 60 valiant men who surrounded the bed of Solomon are also called the sons of Elohim. Tosefta, our sages of blessed memory, have said that when the Holy One, blessed be He, created man, He created him in the Garden of Eden and commanded him to observe 7 commandments. When he sinned at the tree of knowledge and was driven out of the Garden of Eden, those 2 celestial angels, Azza and Azael, said to the Holy One, blessed be he, if it would have been us on earth like man, we would have been virtuous. The Holy One, blessed be he, then asked them, would you be able to overcome the evil inclination that is in control on earth? They said, we can. The Holy One, blessed be he, immediately dropped them from heaven to earth, and the scripture reads, there were Nephilim in the earth and also mighty men. As soon as they descended to earth, the evil inclination seized them, as it is written, and they took them wives of all whom they chose. They sinned and were deposed from their sanctity. End of Tosefta. Come and behold. All the plants, which are the spirit of Zir Anpin and his feminine principle, were concealed and impressed with faint marks upon one place, the place of Malchut. The Holy One, blessed be he, uprooted them from that place and sent them elsewhere, namely Teobina, where they flourished and gained their mokin. 51. This is the book of the generations of Adam. The Zohar reveals a secret that pertains to a powerful combination of letters encoded into a verse inside the Torah. The name of God is a strong tower, and the righteous run into it and is safe. Since doing so can be spiritually harmful, we do not pronounce this combination of letters aloud. Instead, we gaze and pass our eyes over the letters. Rabbi Abba reveals that Adam was given a book of secrets. This secret book was passed down from one generation of sages to another. The book was brought to our physical realm by the angel Raziel. When Adam left the Garden of Eden, the book flew away. Adam prayed for God to return it, and God agreed. Enoch possessed another book of cosmic knowledge, which contained the inner secrets of all wisdom. The books of Adam and Enoch are the foundation and underlying principles of the wisdom of Kabbalah. These passages connect us to the original seed of Kabbalah, thereby strengthening our connection to the Zohar and all the blessings we receive from it. Rabbi Yessa asked, what does the verse allude to when it reads, this is the book of the generations of Adam? On the day Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim he made him, male and female he created them, and he blessed them. Rabbi Aba answered, this is a supernal mystery. We have learned that 3 books are opened on Rosh Hashanah, that is, the female. 1 book is of the truly righteous, the 2nd is of the thoroughly wicked, and the 3rd is of the mediocre, and here the Zohar discusses only the 1st. There is 1 supernal book the feminine principle, which is Bina, from which everything, including the written word, originates. There is a middle book the feminine principle, which includes the upper and lower, namely Zir Anpin, which combines Bina and Malchut. This book is called the written Torah and is the first man of all 4 aspects of Adam in Atzilut, Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya, namely Adam of Atzilut. A 3rd book exists the feminine principle called the generations of Adam, namely, the generations of Zir Anpin called Adam. This is the book of the thoroughly righteous. Hence the verse, this is the book of the generations of Adam, certainly refers to the righteous, who is Yesod of Zir Anpin, who brings forth generations. In the day Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim. After the revelation of the book of the generations of Adam, all was completed in the upper and lower worlds, and they were both preserved by the same order. The phrase, male and female he created them, is vague, because the text should have read, man and woman he created them. This is because one was included within the other, namely that the female was included in the male upon their creation. This is because they were double-faced and he sawed them. In the Mishnah it is written, the name of Hashem is a strong tower. The righteous runs into it and is safe. The righteous mentioned here is the book of the generations of Adam that runs into that tower. He asked, what kind of a tower does the verse refer to? This is the Tower of David, namely Malchut, which is The name of Hashem is a strong tower, and all refer to it this way, because tower is a name of Malchut at the time of her greatness. Migdal is derived from the Hebrew word greatness, gadlut. Here is a hidden secret known only to the faithful, the sequence of names evolving from the verse. The name of Hashem is a strong tower. Hence, this most certainly is the book of generations, because Yesod, the righteous, bring forth offspring by the tower. In the diagram, we find 12 sequences of 3-lettered structures adding up to the 36 letters of the verse above. Rabbi Abba said, "A book was indeed sent down to Adam through which he discerned and comprehended the supernal wisdom." Hence, the verse refers to it as the book of generations of Adam. This book later came into the hands of the sons of Elohim, the sages of their generation, who were privileged to learn from it and to glean the supernal wisdom. They grasped it and comprehended it. This book was brought down by the guardian of the secrets, who is the angel Raziel, and was given to Adam in the Garden of Eden. 3 guardian angels went before him and guarded the book, so that the external forces would not have access to it. When Adam left the Garden of Eden, he still held to the book. Yet as he stepped out, the book flew away from him. He prayed and cried out to his master, and the book was returned to him as before, so that this wisdom would not be forgotten and people would endeavor to attain knowledge of their master. We have also been told that Chanakh had a book, which originated from the same place as that of the generations of Adam. And this book contains the inner secrets of wisdom. He was taken from this earth to become a heavenly angel. Thus it is written, "And he was not, for Elohim took him." He is the youth, that is, he is always called a youth, as the verse states. Train up a child in the way he should go, indicating that Chanakh is the youth because he became ministering lad to the Shekhinah. All the supernal secrets were delivered into his hands, and he, in turn, delivered them to those who merited them. Thus, he performed the mission that the Holy One, blessed be he, assigned to him. 1,000 keys were delivered into his hands, and he takes 100 blessings every day and creates unifications for his master. The Holy One, blessed be he, took him from this world so that he would serve him above. The text refers to this when it reads, "And he was not, for Elohim took him." Since it was given to him, it is called the Book of Chanakh. When the Holy One, blessed be he, took him, he showed him all the supernal mysteries, including the mystery of the tree of life, with its leaves and branches in the middle of the garden. We find all those secrets in his book, all that Elohim showed him when he took him to heaven. Happy are those of exalted piety to whom the supernal wisdom has been revealed and from whom it will never be forgotten, as it is written. The secret of Hashem is with them that fear him, and he will reveal to them his covenant. 52. My spirit shall not always strive on account of man. The Zohar speaks about the immortality that was achieved on Mount Sinai during the great revelation of light. The Zohar reveals that Moses never really died. Rabbi Elazar, the son of Rabbi Shimon, quotes a verse from the book of Isaiah that discusses the reality of immortality at the end of days, and how man will eventually live forever. The end of days refers to our current period of time. We arouse the force of immortality through the spiritual influence of the words that compose this passage. When we scan these letters with certainty of mind and a trusting heart, we merit the removal of the force of death from our lives. And Hashem said, My spirit shall not always strive on account of man, for that he also is flesh. Rabbi Acha said, At that time, before the flood, this river, which originates and flows out of Eden, which is Bina, produced a supernal spirit from the tree of life. This is Zir Anpin. It poured this into the tree, which is the feminine principle, and from it flowed spirits of life into the bodies of people, who lived a very long time until their sins reached the supernal world and stood by the door at which sin crouches. The supernal spirit from Bina departed from the tree, which is the feminine principle, at the instant when souls soared into people. Hence it was written, "My spirit, from Bina, will not strive with man forever, to give my spirit to the world when souls fly from the male and female to people." In the verse, "For that he also is flesh," Rabbi Elazar claims that B'Shagam refers to Moshe, because B'Shagan has the same numerical value as Moshe, who shines on the moon. Because of that force, people can live in this world a long time. The phrase, "and his days shall be 120 years," alludes to Moshe, who lived for 120 years. Through him the Torah was given. At the time the Torah was given, he bestowed life upon people from the tree of life, and he left the Garden of Eden clothed in that tree of life that is Bina. Had the children of Israel not sinned, this situation would have continued. They would have received life from the tree of life and would not have had to die. Thus, the text says, "engraved upon the tablets," which means freedom from the angel of death, because the tree of life was drawn down, and through it comes eternal life. Hence, the text reads, "For that he also is flesh," because B'Shagam is flesh, namely Moshe, who is clothed in the flesh of the body, because upon him rests the inflow of eternal life. B'Shagam, who is Moshe, is connected to the upper and lower worlds. The upper Zaire Anpin is also called Moshe. Therefore, the phrase is specific. "For that he also is flesh." It indicates that it refers to Moshe of the lower world, who is clothed in flesh and through whom the giving of the Torah bestows freedom from the angel of death. Hence, we learn that Moshe did not die. He was taken from this world to the upper world of Zeir Anpin, from where he shines upon the moon, which is the feminine principle. Even though it disappears from the world, the sun does not die and is not cancelled. Instead, it now shines upon the moon. Similarly, Moshe left the lower world and now shines upon the moon in the upper world. Another explanation of the verse, "For that he also is flesh," maintains that when the spirit of life resides within the body of people for a long time, this spirit becomes like flesh, like the body, to be drawn after the pleasures of the body and be involved only with worldly affairs. Rabbi Yitzhak said that all those generations, which originated with and came from Shet, were pious and righteous. Subsequently, as they spread and multiplied, they learned earthly skills of destruction with swords and spears. That is, they lived upon their sword. This went on until Noach came. He improved the world for them and taught them to cultivate the land. When Noach first came, they did not sow and reap. They lived by their swords, and later, they depended on agriculture. This is what is meant by the verse, "while the earth remains," because then the art of sowing and harvesting was practiced. Rabbi Elazar said that in the future, the Holy One, blessed be He, will correct the world and transform the spirit of life in people so that they live forever. About this it is written, "For as the days of a tree shall the days of my people be, and he will destroy death forever, and Hashem Elohim will wipe away tears from off all faces, and the insult of his people shall he take away from off all the earth. For Hashem has spoken it." 1. The 7 chambers of the Garden of Eden. The following sections of the Holy Zohar explore the metaphysical structure of all reality. The Zohar is not just another book that provides information. As we scan these Aramaic words and sentences, they convey mystical knowledge, profound spiritual influence, and positive energy into all areas of our lives. The Zohar is a life-enriching instrument that conveys the very same spiritual light that it describes in its pages. The act of looking at and learning from the Zohar allows us to assimilate the energy that is present in each and every letter. Quite simply, the words on these pages bring light to places of darkness. There are 7 chambers in the Garden of Eden, that is, 7 levels or frequencies of spiritual energy. These 7 chambers correspond to 7 spherit or dimensions. Though there are 10 spherit in all, and these comprise all reality, they are divided into 2 groups, the upper 3 and the lower 7. Generally, the upper 3 have no real influence or sway over our physical world. They are above and beyond the boundaries of our cosmic neighborhood. The lower 7, however, directly affect our world. More than that, they are like a holographic projector that projects the light of the Creator into a 3-dimensional hologram that we perceive as our universe. Because there are 7 light sources, it's not surprising that the number 7 appears again and again. 7 notes of music, 7 colors of the spectrum, 7 seas, 7 continents. Rabbi Shimon said, "As we have already learned, when the Holy One, blessed be He, created the world, He established the laws of the secret of faith, namely of Malchut, within the lights of the higher secrets, that is, He elevated Malchut to Bina. Hence He imprinted the same laws governing Malchut on the higher spirit of Bina. This is the secret of combining the qualities of the mercy of Bina and the judgment of Malchut, shaped by the One who emanated them for the purpose of structuring the world. He established laws above in Bina, and He established laws below in Malchut. He established all of this at the same time, meaning that both laws have the same form, that of Bina. And He made the lower world, Malchut, in the likeness of the upper world, Bina. And He made one the exact reflection of the other, so that they can be elevated and thus united as one. That is why the Holy One, blessed be He, established the laws of the upper and lower letters of the alphabet, with which He created the worlds. Come and see that in the same manner, the Holy One, blessed be He, created the world, which is Teose by including the quality of the mercy of Bina, as explained above. He also included in the soul of the first man, Adam, the same quality of mercy with which the world, Malchut, was created. Subsequently, He was also able to attain the level of the upper emanations of Bina as well as Malchut. As the Zohar explains to us, He opened up the discussion and said, "They are like man who has transgressed the covenant, because the Holy One, blessed be He, crowned Adam with the supernal crowns of the Mokin of the first 3 spirit. He also created him with the 6 extreme ties of the world, namely with the Mokin of the 6 lower spirit, so that he would be complete in everything. And all the creatures trembled before Adam and feared him, because when he was created it was in the supernal form. All the creatures looked at that form and were reverent and fearful of him. Subsequently, the Holy One, blessed be He, brought Adam into the Garden of Eden to enjoy its supernal delights. He was encircled by holy angels, who served him and informed him of the secrets of their master. Come and behold, when the Holy One, blessed be He, brought Adam into the Garden of Eden, Adam saw and observed all the higher secrets and wisdom, so that he was able to observe and understand the splendors of his master. Adam had access to all that, because he was created in the supernal form of Bina. There are 7 sacred chambers and 7 levels above, which are the secrets of supernal faith, namely Bina. And there are 7 chambers below in Malchut, similar to those above in Bina. 6 of these chambers are just as they are above, corresponding to the 6th spirit of Zir Anpin, but 1 chamber, corresponding to Bina, is hidden and concealed. And all the chambers of Malchut, and even the lower 6, are part of the holy secret, and thus they are in the shape of Bina. This is because each of the chambers has some of the likeness of above and some of the likeness of below, so that it is included in the form of the supernal secret of Bina as well as in the form of the lower secret of Malchut. Adam resides in these chambers, and after the expulsion of Adam from the Garden of Eden, the Holy One, blessed be He, prepared the chambers for the souls of the righteous, to reward them with the blissful splendors of His divine light. And each one of those chambers was prepared in the semblance of the supernal shape of Bina and the lower shape of Malchut, as we have already explained. 2. First chamber. Yesod. The Zohar explains that, in the first chamber, the souls of the converts enter and stand to behold the divine splendor. 3 times a day they are illuminated by divine light. The first chamber below was created in the likeness of that which is above. That is the Sphira of Yesod within Malchut, set in its place below to correspond to Bina. It has already been explained that a law of the Garden of Eden states that all its aspects are exactly the same as those in the divine secret of Bina, although the aspect of the Malchut of the attribute of judgment is not noticeable there. It is not visible to the eye, because the essence of Malchut is stored deep within, and thus cannot be seen. The attribute of mercy can be seen, but only by the souls of the righteous. Such souls exist in harmony with both the upper and lower laws. Reaching completion from both Bina and Malchut, they are able to attain the essence of Malchut. Furthermore, through Malchut, they are able to see the secret of their master and to enjoy divine bliss. Those who reach Malchut within the chambers are the righteous ones, who have not betrayed their master for other gods. They attain Malchut as is implied by the phrase that says the secret of a virtuous woman is the crown of her husband. The secret of faith, namely Malchut, is that whoever attains it should cleave to his master, always be in awe of him, and never stray to the left or to the right. As we have explained, one must not follow other deities, which are termed a sinful woman. This is the reason for the verse, that they may shield you from a foreign woman, from the stranger who flatters with her words. And no one merits any of this except through Malchut. Hence the stature of those righteous ones who do merit it is very high. And you should know that the only attainable chambers are the 6 of Zeir Anpin. The 7th is unattainable. The chambers, together with Zeir Anpin, are considered the 10 Sfirit. Remember that the first chamber of Yesod also includes Malchut, and the last chamber of Bina also includes the 3 top Sfirit, Keter, Chachma, and Bina. This chamber is fixed in the secret of the divine form, which is Bina, because when the souls of the righteous leave this world, when they depart to their own world, they enter those chambers of the lower Garden of Eden. And each one remains there for as long as it is necessary for the soul to be there. In each and every chamber of the lower Garden of Eden there are figures in the supernal form of Bina, and there are figures in the lower form of Malchut. Consequently, even if the soul is not entirely purified of bodily qualities, it can enter and be there in the shape of Malchut, which is connected with the physical nature. The soul, which is the aspect of Bina, can also enter and, as explained, be connected to Bina. And therein, in the Garden of Eden of below, the soul is clothed with garments similar to those worn in the physical world, and it enjoys all the time it needs there. It enjoys the bliss of divine light, in order to be entirely cleansed of its old physical nature, until such a time as it can be elevated to its divine home. This means that until all the imprints of the physical body that were attached to the soul in this world dissipate, it cannot be elevated to its place in the supernal Garden of Eden, as it needs to be, for each soul is from Bina and must return to its source, which is the upper Garden of Eden. And with the new form or clothing that the soul now wears, It is able to see divine entities from Bina, and can thus glimpse the glory of its master. This clothing is similar to worldly garments, but it also contains supernal forms from Bina, and therefore, through its form, the soul can strive to see the divine lights of Bina, and behold the glory of its master. This chamber has visible supernal lights, and the souls of the converts enter and stand there to behold the divine splendor. Here they are clad in one luminous garment, that shines and yet also shines not. With the lights in this chamber, the righteous are able to see and endow the souls of the converts, enabling them to enter inside and receive the divine splendor, after they have been dressed in a luminous garment that both shines and does not shine. The lights have two functions, which are as one, to shine upon the worthy, and not to shine upon, in other words, to leave in darkness, the unworthy. The clothing brings them joy, because they merit it and are fit to receive it. This chamber is lined with precious stones and gold. There is an opening that leads down to the gates of Gehinnom. From there, the converts look at all the evil ones, the idol worshippers, those who have not converted and thus have not entered the holy covenant. They are chased away by the angels of destruction with fire, and the converts see this, rejoicing that they have converted and are thus spared such a harsh judgment. And 3 times a day they are illuminated by divine light, blessed by lights of the 3 top spirit, which are drawn into this chamber. Above them reside Ovadiah the convert and Onkelos the convert, and the other similarly important converts. And, as has been explained regarding this chamber in the lower Garden of Eden, so too in the lower chamber of the upper Garden of Eden, the souls ascend and are adorned, after residing for a sufficient time in the lower Garden of Eden. 3. Second chamber. Hot. The second chamber is located within the first. The opening to this chamber can be found in our world, deep within the caves of the patriarchs in Machpelah, Hebron, in the land of Israel. In this chamber reside the souls who met with adversity and endured hardship in the physical world. Throughout their ordeals, they retained their certainty and faith in the Creator. These souls understood the purpose of human existence as achieving spiritual growth, and therefore they thanked the Ancient and Holy One for sending them genuine opportunities for attaining that purpose. The second chamber is within the first. The opening of this chamber is from within the cave of the patriarchs, and it is lit by the first chamber. All manner of precious stones surround it. Within this chamber, there is one light that includes all the colors, that is, the 4 colors of Chachma, Bina, Tiferet, and Malchut, which shine downward from above. In this chamber are found all those who, so as to be made whole by perfect repentance, suffered illnesses and misfortunes in this world, and who thanked and praised their Master every day, and never once stopped their prayers. Therefore they attained admittance to the chamber of Hod in the Garden of Eden. And within this chamber reside all the righteous people who sanctify with all their might the name of their Master, and answer with all their might, Amen, may the great name be blessed. This third aspect of the chamber contains the 3 top spirit, to which the above-mentioned righteous merit admission. They reside in the innermost recesses of the chamber. Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet of this chamber exist within Netzach, Hod, and Yesod of this chamber, and the 3 top spirit exist within Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet. And the light that resides within Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet of this chamber includes all of the colors, Chachma, Bina, Tiferet, and Malchut. This light shines on them, that is, on the righteous in the top 3 spirit of the chamber. And by the strength of this light that they receive from Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet of the chamber, they can stand and see other lights, but the magnitude of these other lights does not allow them to be seen fully. It is as if they connect, yet also do not connect with the lights. Above the righteous stands Mashiach, who enters, walks among them, and draws down that light so that they can attain it fully. 4. Third chamber, Netzach. This chamber receives all those souls who have suffered more severe misfortunes and tragedies than the souls who reside in the second chamber. A second kind of soul dwelling in this chamber are the children whose lives were cut short. These young souls died before their time and therefore did not sin. The third type of soul who merits a place in this chamber are those who constantly felt pain and cried over the destruction of the holy temples. These souls endured the suffering of the entire world during their existence. Mashiach leaves the second chamber and enters the third. Here are found all those who suffered, for the purpose of being made whole, more severe illnesses and greater misfortunes than those in the second chamber. This is why they have merited a place in the third chamber, and this is the first type of soul found in the chamber. The second type of soul in this chamber is that of children who did not live their full lives, who died before their time, and thus did not sin. Such pure souls ascend to Ma'in Nukvin and attract the lights of the second chamber. The third type of soul in the chamber is that of those who mourn the destruction of the holy temple and who shed tears, thereby drawing down the lights of the top 3 Sfirit into this chamber. All 3 types of righteous souls reside in this chamber and Mashiach consoles them, which means that he bestows on them their lights. 5. Fourth chamber, Tiferet. In this chamber are found the mourners of Zion and Jerusalem. Just as a child can feel the pain of parents who suffer over their children's misdeeds, these souls feel the pain of the Creator. Souls who were slain and executed for their unwavering belief in God are also among this group. The Messiah, the Zohar reveals, wears a garment upon which are inscribed the names of all martyrs. He leaves the third and enters the fourth chamber, because after being completed with all the lights of the third chamber, he can now enter the chamber of Tiferet. In this chamber are all of the mourners of Zion and Jerusalem and all of those murdered by idolatrous nations. And when Mashiach sees them, he breaks down in tears and cries. Then all the princes descended from David hold him and comfort him. Mashiach starts crying again till a supernal voice emerges and mixes with the voice of Mashiach, and his voice rises up. And it is delayed there until the beginning of the month, when it descends from Bina. Then it brings down many lights and emanations that shine upon all the chambers. It also brings remedy and light to those killed by the idolatrous nations of the world, and those ailing and with pains who suffer with Mashiach, so as to bring forth the redemption. Then Mashiach puts on the purple garment of royalty, on which the names of all those killed by the idolatrous nations of the world are inscribed and listed. This purple garment of Mashiach ascends to Bina and is engraved upon the supernal royal garment of the king, which is Zir Anpin that clothes Bina. There, those killed by other nations and listed on Mashiach's garment are inscribed onto the supernal garment, along with all others listed above, and divine light is drawn by them to this chamber. The Holy One, blessed be He, will one day clothe himself with this royal garment of Mashiach and judge the nations of the world, as it is written. He shall judge the heathen, and he shall fill the places with dead bodies. Before this comes about at the end, the royal garment of Mashiach is sweetened by connecting it with the royal garment of the Holy One. Blessed be He. Then they both ascend together to the place known as female waters. They unite in the upper worlds and draw their lights thereof, until Mashiach descends and returns from the place of union, bringing lights and bliss down with him for the pleasure and consolation of the souls. And many angels and chariots descend with Mashiach, each carrying a garment for the souls of those killed by the idolatrous nations of the world. There these souls experience divine bliss while Mashiach ascends and descends. On a spiritual level inside this chamber, deep in the heart of Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet, stand the 10 appointed ministers, who are Rabbi Akiva and his comrades. They all go up through the holy mirror, which is the secret of the luminous mirror, and shine with supernal, glorious splendor. Of them it is written, "Neither has the eye seen, Elohim beside you." 6. Fifth chamber. Gvura. The souls who have made complete repentance reside in the fifth chamber. At its entrance stands King Manasseh, the king of Judah, who committed terrible sins throughout his life. Nevertheless, the king atoned for his wrongdoings and his repentance was accepted by the Creator. Within the fifth chamber reside all those whose repentance is complete, those who have repudiated their wrong deeds and have been consoled for them. This means that they have repented through love. Then their wickedness is transformed into virtue, and they are consoled for all their sins because they have received merit for repenting them. Their souls leave them purified. In this chamber also reside those who have sanctified their Master's name and have taken upon themselves self-sacrifice for his honor. Blessed be he. And at the entrance to the chamber stands Manasseh, the king of Yehuda, who has entirely repented his sins and whose repentance the Holy One, blessed be he, accepted. The Holy One, blessed be he, created a recess for his sake underneath the throne of glory, to receive him. That is, he concealed him as if underground from the eyes of the prosecutors so that they would not ask for judgment of him. And within Netzach, Hod, and Yesod of this chamber reside all those, whose repentance is immense, who gained so much power through their repentance of misdeeds in life that their souls left through disgust at their own evil actions. They delight in the supernal Eden each and every day. 3 times a day the light enters this chamber in which the souls experience bliss, each to the extent that it deserves. These 3 times correspond to the 3 columns to which the lights of the 3 top spherit are drawn, and each is burned by the light of the chuppah of his neighbor, be it in the upper chambers or the lower. This means that the levels of the righteous are uneven neither in the upper chambers nor the lower. Each has a canopy of his own that no other can touch without being burned. This chamber stands above all the lower chambers, and even the truly righteous in the lower chambers cannot enter or reach it. This chamber, which is Gvura, is at a higher level than all other chambers. Only the level of the righteous, who reside in the chamber of Chesed, is a higher level than all the rest, even higher than the chamber of Gvura. 7. Sixth chamber. Chesed. This is the chamber of the righteous who say, "What is mine is yours, and what is yours is yours." The truly righteous share everything they possess, desiring and keeping nothing for themselves. This sixth chamber is loftier than all the rest and governs over all others. The sixth chamber is the chamber of the righteous. It is for those whose character is to say, "What is mine is yours, and what is yours is yours." This means that they share, but do not receive anything for themselves. This is a loftier chamber than the rest, and governs them all. Thus, one cannot reach this chamber if one has not passed through all of the lower levels. It is a right-hand chamber because the level of Chesed is considered to be the right column, and it cannot be attained by anyone except the holy righteous souls and all those who greatly love their master. At the entrance of this chamber are those who proclaim their master's unity each day. These are the ones who draw down the revelation of his unity. Blessed be he, from the blessed Ein Sof to the Spirit and all the worlds. And they are the first to ascend from there to higher chambers, meaning they are the first of the righteous in that chamber to ascend. Above this entrance, where the lights of Netzach, Hod, and Yesod R, stands Abraham to the right of the Holy One. Blessed be he. That is, he stands on the side of Chesed. And at another entrance is Yitzhak, who was bound upon the altar and was an unblemished sacrifice before the Holy One. Blessed be he, and represents Gvura. And at another entrance stands Yochai, a perfect man, surrounded by 12 tribal heads who have the Shekhinah over their heads. They correspond to the lights of Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet of this chamber, as Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov are the embodiments of Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet, as we know. And when the children of Israel are in a time of trouble, these three patriarchs awaken and arouse the Shekhinah to protect Yisrael. Consequently, the Shekhinah ascends and after being crowned, receiving the three top Sefirot, called crowns, protects Yisrael. But she cannot protect Yisrael until the patriarchs are awakened, and she receives the crowns of the top three Sefirot. Just as chambers are found in the lower Garden of Eden, corrected chambers can be found in the supernal Garden of Eden. These corrected chambers contain the secret of faith, namely Malchut. For Malchut, upon its completion, is called faith, and each chamber is an aspect of Malchut. 8. Seventh chamber, Bina. This is the most hidden of all the chambers. All the others are connected to and crowned by this one. It is not a dwelling of souls, but a chamber to which they ascend on the way to their respective places. Most of the turbulence and turmoil of life occurs within the darkness that is created from an absence of spiritual light. As we scan the letters that tell the secrets of the 7 chambers, the verses bring the all-embracing light of the Creator into our lives. And all those chambers are connected to and crowned by one chamber, which is the 7th chamber. This chamber is more hidden and vaguer than all the others. In the middle of this chamber stands a column of the colors green, white, red, and black. And when the souls need to ascend to a higher level, they enter the column that stands within this chamber. And whoever is suitable for one color of the column rises through it, and whoever is suitable for another color rises through it. Each and every soul ascends through the color most suitable to it. The first 6 chambers are the dwellings of the souls, as we have said. This 7th chamber, however, is not a dwelling place of the souls. It is only a place where the souls ascend through the columns contained therein. And all 6 chambers are in the secret of 6, and the fact that it is written. Bara Sheet, which is a combination of the words bara and sheet, teaches us that there are 6 levels above within Bina itself, and 6 levels below. These are Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, and Yesod of Zir Anpin and Nukva. These levels are called the 6 days of the week, and all are part of the same secret. This means that we can only comprehend the 6 Sefirot of the lower levels and not those of the top 3 Sefirot. 9. Bereshit, Barashit. The Zohar speaks about the relationship between the Sefirot Bina and Malchut, or our world. That relationship is the key to the mystery of the word Bereshit, meaning in the beginning. The first part of the word Bereshit is bara, which pertains to the Sefirot of Bina, the repository of all spiritual energy. The second part of the word Bereshit is sheet, which is Malchut, our physical reality. Malchut is the portal through which we, as individuals, receive our light from Bina. Bara and sheet are called the 2 Hays. These 2 Hays are part of the Tetragrammaton, the name of God that is spelled out as Yud, Ki, Vav, Ki. Please note that when the letters of the Tetragrammaton are presented in sequence like this, Hay is transposed to Ki. The names of God are powerful energy forces, and the Tetragrammaton is one of the strongest names of God in existence. The first He in the Tetragrammaton pertains to the Sphira of Bina, the repository of light. The Vav embodies the realm of Zir Anpin, which enfolds and includes six Sfirit within it. The Vav is the conduit through which the light stored in Bina flows into our physical world. Our world, Malchut, is signified by the lower He. Rabbi Abba reveals a secret concealed inside the word Bereshit, which means, in the beginning. Within the word we can find two words, bara and sheet, which mean he created six. The six refers to the six Sfirit, or dimensions, compacted within Zir Anpin. Come and behold. Bereshit, Rabbi Yehuda said, there were two temples, the first and the second. The first was supernal, corresponding to Bina, and the second was lower, corresponding to Malchut. There are also two He's in the name Yudheivavhei, a supernal Hei, relating to Bina, and a lower Hei, relating to Malchut, and all is one. This means that the first and second temples are one with the upper He and lower He, which are Bina and Malchut. The supernal Bet of Bereshit is the first temple, which is Bina. It opens the gates to all directions, because they are truly included within one another. This means that Malchut, which is the second temple, is mixed with Bina, which is the first temple. Consequently, Bina opens the gates to all directions, her own six sides, and the six sides of Malchut, this enabling the latter to receive the Mokin as herself. The word beginning indicates that Bina is the first to be counted as part of the structure, composed of Zir Anpin and Nukva. That is called the structure of the world. This means that Bina is considered the first to draw the Mokin to Zir Anpin and Nukva and to the world's Bria, Yetzirah, and Asya. This alludes to the words in the beginning of Torah. Bet refers to the upper temple, Bina. The beginning indicates that it was first to draw the Mokin to the worlds. Rabbi Yitzhak says that Bina comes first in the counting. Rabbi Elazar says the word Bereshit Ayin Torah is a collective word. This means that Malchut, which is the secret of the face of man, embraces all forms of reality. This is the secret of the verse, this was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of Hashem. In this appearance, six other levels are discernible. Because through Malchut the spiritual lights of Chachma are attracted to the six directions of Bina, as sight and appearance are characteristic of Chachma. Thus, Bereshit is derived from Barashit, because through the ascension of Malchut to Bina, six directions are formed in Bina. Come and see. When the six directions of Bina enter this Malchut, she makes herself ready to reflect them. She draws the spiritual lights of Chachma for the sake of their revelation. Through them, through the spiritual lights of Chachma, she engages in all the worldly workmanship. And this workmanship is the spiritual light of the illumination of Chachma, from which sprang the reality of the 6 weekdays. Rabbi Elazar reveals to us that although all spiritual light comes from Bina, it comes mainly through Malchut's elevation to Bina. It is because the workmanship of the world, namely the spiritual light of Chachma, comes from the level of Malchut, that it is written Barashit. This signifies that credit for the workmanship is attributed to the 6 aspects of Bina, as they perform their craftsmanship in the level of Malchut. Rabbi Yossi quotes, "The flowers appear on the earth. The time of song has come and the voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land." The flowers allude to the 6 levels. Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, and Yesed. In the phrase, "they appear on the earth," earth alludes to Malchut. The flowers are forms that are not revealed at any level other than Malchut. The time of singing has come signifies that when the Shekhinah, called song, is inspired with the spiritual light of Chachma. Then is the time for praise and glorification, as is written, so that he may sing your praise and not be silent. Malchut is therefore called song, as we have learned from the words, a song for David and not David's song. This indicates that first David was inspired by the Shekhinah. This is why it is said that the time of singing has come. First the Shekhinah reached him. Only then did he start singing and praising. Rabbi Chia said that the time of song has come. This should be understood literally as the time of praise has come, meaning that after receiving the spiritual light, it is time for praise. He disagreed that the Shekhinah of Hashem is called song. Rabbi Aba says that the upper world, Bina, is shrouded in mystery, as are all of its attributes, because it exists in the divine secret, the three-top spirit of Bina, which is a day that embraces all days. And when Erich Anpin created and produced Bina with a thought, he produced it on the lower six of Bina and not the upper three. And because Erich Anpin is mysterious and his actions are incomprehensible, it is written in the scripture, Bereshit, meaning he created six. This hints at those 6 supernal days, but does not specify who created them. The 6 days alluded to in Bereshit belong to an incomprehensible and vague world. Later, he revealed the creator of the lower world of Asya, namely Zir Anpin and Nukva, because it is a world that stands revealed. He said, Elohim created the heavens and the earth, alluding to Zir Anpin and Nukva. Consequently, it is not written vaguely, without reference to the Creator, that is just created the heavens and the earth, because it is a world of revelation. Thus, it says Elohim created. Elohim did certainly create them, as itis a revealed name, because Elohim ensures the completion of the spiritual light of the illumination of Chachma. The first world, Bina, is concealed, because it is the divine world. The lower world of Zir Anpin and Nukva is revealed, because the workings of the Holy One, blessed be He, are always both concealed and revealed. So is the secret of the holy name concealed and revealed. The Yudhei of the name Yudhei are concealed, because we have no comprehension of the 3 top spirit. Vhei are revealed because they allude to Zir Anpin and Nukva, which are comprehensible. The particle et when placed before the word heavens in the scripture, includes the lower heavens below. When placed before the word earth, however, it also includes in it the earth below, adding the idea that everything done in the lower earth is similar to the divine pattern above. 10. 7 dwellings of the upper and lower earth. The spiritual and physical worlds are each divided into 7. These are a reflection of the 7 spirit or dimensions. The words, the earth was formless and void, have already been explained. Moreover, the earth is the upper earth, Nukva of Zir Anpin, which has no light of its own. Indicates that it was originally in its ordered state, but now it has become formless, void, and dark. The scripture employs the word was precisely to draw our attention to the fact that it was complete. Later, it diminished itself and its light, and in it there came about formlessness, emptiness, darkness, and spirit, these being the 4 worldly elements that were built into the earth. 11. 7 dwellings of the lower earth. The physical realm includes 7 compartments or worlds. These are called Eretz, Adama, Gai, Nashia, Tzia, Arka, Tevel. Our physical earth corresponds to Tevel. When Rabbi Yossi inquires as to the nature of world called Tzia, Rabbi Abba replies that this realm is the location of hell. The world of Nashia, the Zohar explains, is called oblivion. It is totally forgotten, for it is without any form. Another explanation of and the earth is that the words include the lower earth, which was made of compartments as was the upper earth. And this is what is meant by the earth was formless and void, and darkness and the spirit. And the compartments of the earth are called Eretz, Adama, Gai, Nashia, Tsia, Arka, and Tevel. The major level of earth is Tevel, about which it is written, and he will judge the Tevel in righteousness. This is not said about any other level of earth, and thus we infer that it is the most important. Rabbi Yossi asked, "What is the nature of this earth that is called Tsia?" Rabbi Aba said to him, "This is the location of Gehinnom, as is said the land of Tsia and the shadow of death. And as the shadow of death is the place of Gehinnom, so is Tsia. This is the secret of the words and darkness on the face of the abyss, alluding to the place of Gehinnom. This is the wilderness, the place of the angel of death, of whom it says, he darkens the faces of all creatures. This is also the place of the upper darkness referred to in the words and the earth. Formlessness is the earth called Nashia. It is so called because it has no appearance until it is completely forgotten. It is therefore called oblivion. Void is Arka, a place that cannot be forgotten. Rabbi Chia disagrees and says, this earth called Gai is void, not Arka. And the words, the spirit of Elohim hovers, allude to the earth called Tevel, which feeds from the spirit of Elohim, namely from the spirit of Bina called Elohim. They are all parts of the same level. 12. 7 dwellings of the upper earth. Just as there are 7 compartments in the lower earth, there are also compartments in the supernal realms. They are arranged on top of one another in parallel dimensions, beyond the range of human perception. Similarly, there are 7 compartments in the supernal earth. The Malchut of the world of Atzilut is the aspect of the earth in the Malchut of the world of Atzilut, similar to that of the lower earth, discussed above as Malchut of Asiya. There are 7 compartments above in Malchut, arranged one level on top of another. And in all those compartments reside holy angels, one above the other, according to their stature. Similarly, there are angels below the 7 levels of the earth of Asiya, and they all cling to one another so that they can be one. There are 7 compartments above in the world of Atzilut, and the supernal earth Malchut includes them and they reside in her. And they encompass the praise of the Holy One, blessed be He. Nevertheless, the levels and their locations differ from one another. 13. First lower compartment. Yesod. Yesod is a realm of darkness where evil and negative entities reside. By our own wrongful actions, we create the evil entities who wreak havoc and cause suffering in our lives. The first compartment below, the lower compartment of Yesod, which is sequentially the first from below, is a place of darkness and does not illuminate anything. It is constructed for the dwellings of spirits, administrators of judgment, and forceful, stormy spirits. These Klipot are invisible and have no light or darkness, or any shape at all. Each is stronger than the other, beginning with the first of the 4 Klipot. In that place they are not evident because they have no shape at all. This compartment corresponds to formlessness, as no one knows of the existence of those Klipot. This place has a governing angel named Teheriel, who is accompanied by 70 flying ministers. They are overcome by the blasts of lapping flames above them. Some are destroyed and some survive, but these are not seen. Some are visible, but upon closer examination are not really there. When morning comes they are all restored. Yet they are not sustained in existence, because when they reach this place they are dissipated and cannot be found, because they go into a hole in the abyss and disappear. When nighttime comes, they are again wiped out by the flames of fire until morning comes. 14. The second compartment. Hot. This realm contains more light than the other realms discussed thus far. The angels who interact with people by virtue of our actions reside in this compartment. These angels serve to connect our actions and the upper worlds. When we perform positive actions, the upper worlds reflect positive influences back to us through the medium of the angels. The same process occurs with all our negative actions. The second compartment is a place of greater enlightenment. Still is dark, but not as dark as the first. It is reserved as the domain of the upper angels. There are no clippet here. These angels are responsible for the actions of people. They help them accomplish good deeds and also lead them astray into the evil path they tread. That is, they give strength also to those who walk on evil paths. Nevertheless, they are holy angels and not, heaven forbid, clippet. This place is more evident than the first compartment, because the former place is, in effect, formless. The second, on the other hand, is regarded as void, as it is written in the scriptures, and is more visible. These angels are more closely related to humans, meaning that they appear to people in their own shape. They are nourished by the subtle odors and perfumes that humans emanate from below, and because of the opportunities they receive, they are able to ascend in order to receive, and therefore give more light. They are governed by one minister named Kedumiel, who is from the side of Chisid, hence El, and his function is to protect them from the forces of judgment in the third compartment. These angels under Tariel start singing, then are quieted and driven away, because song strengthens the force of the left column. This awakens the forces of judgment in the third chamber. After their song is interrupted and they are driven away, they do not appear again until the nation of Yisrael below in this world starts singing. Then they return to their places, resume their song, and are seen glowing brighter. 3 times a day they sing with holiness. And when the people of Yisrael are busy with Torah, all the angels of this compartment take wing and give testimony above, and the Holy One, blessed be He, has compassion for them. 15. The third compartment, Netzach. The energy and intelligence of judgment dwell in the third compartment. Negative angels of destruction who reside here are the conduits by which judgments befall us. The third compartment of the 7 in the upper earth is a place of tongues of fire and rising smoke. There, the streams of the Nahar Dinur gush forth, because this is the source of the river of fire. It is a crematorium for evil souls, the place where fire comes down upon the heads of the wicked, those who dwell underneath, in Gehinnom. And there reside also the angels of destruction, whose task it is to crush the souls that dwell in Gehinnom. There can be found sometimes slanderers, who speak evil of Yisrael and who lead people away from the path of good. But they can do Yisrael no harm if Yisrael takes precautions to keep them away. They are governed by one minister from the left side. All the angels there are from the side of darkness, as it says, and darkness on the face of the abyss. And the evil angel Samuel resides in this compartment. 16. The fourth compartment, Tiferet. The fourth compartment is a place of positive energy and light. The angels who inhabit this realm are responsible for the acts of mercy that appear in our lives. These angels also bring about the salvation that is merited when people repent and transform. The fourth compartment, Tiferet, is a place from which light emanates to the supernal angels of the right. They start singing and then abruptly end their song. However, they are not destroyed for their singing, as are those in the first compartment, who start singing and then are scorched by being sucked down into burning fire, only to be restored again in the morning as before. The angels in here are preserved and are not destroyed. They are the angels of mercy, who never change. Because they are of the aspect of mercy, which draws from the side of Chesed, they are unaffected by the judgment drawn down by singing, and thus they can finish their song. About those angels it is said, He makes His angels as spirits. They perform their mission in the world without being seen by humans, and can only be seen through visions and by other means, such as intense meditations. One angel governs them, and his name is Padael. This name is a combination of the words Padael, meaning El has redeemed. All those who elevate Ma'in Nukvin to this compartment through their good deeds receive the illumination of Hasadim from this angel. And even if they have been sentenced to death, they are redeemed and do not die. Hence the angel is named Padael. In this chamber, the keys to the gates of mercy are accessible to those who have repented and have returned to their master. These keys open the gates through which their prayers enter, and are thus answered. 17. Fifth compartment. Gvura. This compartment embodies more light than the fourth compartment. Angels of both mercy and judgment reside here. These angels are likened to generals of the upper worlds, while the angels in the prior compartments are compared to foot soldiers. This realm is primarily one of judgment. But if our actions in the physical warrant it, we can sweeten judgment through the angels of mercy who dwell here. The concept of sweetening judgment can be understood this way. A child misbehaves and the parent reacts with great anger. The parent then spanks the child and harshly scolds him. According to Kabbalah, there is no aspect of mercy included in the actions of the parent. The punishment is pure judgment, rooted in the anger of the parent. But the parent could also restrain himself at the moment anger erupts. He could shut down his reactive nature and release all his negative feelings. Yet the parent still realizes, out of love and concern for the child, that a punishment is called for. Therefore, with pure love in his heart, and in complete control of his actions, he reprimands the child. This is still judgment, but it is judgment sweetened with mercy. The fifth compartment is the one in which light shines more brightly than it does in any of the preceding ones. In it are angels. Some ones who represent judgment are fiery angels. Others, ones representing mercy, are watery angels. Sometimes mercy is prominent, when the watery angels are dominant, and sometimes judgment is prominent, when the fiery angels are dominant. Those of water are on the right side, and those of fire are on the left side. Occasionally, some of these angels glow, while the others are in darkness. Both groups of angels oversee the chanting to their master, some angels of judgment at midnight, and others, angels of mercy at dawn. And one minister governs them both. He is called Kadshil. His duty is to draw down Kedusha to the lower worlds. At midnight, the northern wind arises, and the Holy One, blessed be He, comes to the Garden of Eden to rejoice with the righteous. And this northern wind of Bina knocks and reaches those ministers in charge of chanting at midnight. They all sing and begin to chant, thus enabling the lower levels to sing. When the deep darkness just before dawn joins with the light of the morning, all the other angels, the water angels on the right, sing. And all the stars in the firmament help them, along with the angels of fire from the left side. Because singing is of the left aspect, they need the help of the left column angels in order to sing, as is written. The morning stars sang together and the sons of Elohim shouted for joy. Because all the angels sing in the morning, until Yisrael below opens with singing and praises after them. Because those angels are more important than Yisrael, Yisrael receives strength from them to sing. 18. Sixth compartment, Chesed, while Gvura, the compartment directly below, personifies judgment. Chesed is a realm of pure mercy. The angels residing here are responsible for delivering spiritual influences of mercy into our lives. We bring these angels into motion whenever we show mercy toward others. Everyday acts of sharing and kindness, without any expectations in return, are examples of mercy in this sense. The sixth compartment is very close to the kingdom of the heavens, that is, the inner Malchut. In it are ships and rivers and streams that branch off and leave the sea, which is Malchut. Many are the fish, alluding to the angels, that, governed by their ministers, swarm in the rivers and streams to the four winds of the world. One minister, called Uriel, is in charge of all the lower angels in this compartment. He is responsible for all the angels from the western side. At those hours and moments when the ships sail, all these angels travel with them in one direction and another, in those directions toward which the ships sail. When the ships sail southward, the minister governing them is Michael, who is drawn from the right column, which is Chesed. And when the ships sail northward, the minister governing them is Gavriel, who is drawn from the left side, which is Gvura. The four directions, south, north, east, and west are Chachma, Bina, Tiferet, and Malchut. And from the perspective of the sixth lower spirit, they are Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, and Malchut. And when the ships are eastbound, the minister governing them on that side is Rephael, who is to the right, that is on the side of the Hasadim. And when the ships are westbound, the minister governing them is Uriel, who is the last, west being the last of all four directions. 19. Seventh compartment, Bina. The seventh compartment corresponds to Bina, the repository and source of all light. This realm radiates the brightest light and fulfillment. The seventh compartment is the highest, and there only the souls of the righteous can be found. There, the souls rejoice, nourished by divine bliss and splendor. And there none are to be found except the righteous. This means that no angels reside there. There can be found treasures of peace, blessings, and charity. And everything there is in the manner of the divine aspect, namely Bina, as the friends have explained. The same can be found in the seven compartments of the lower land, which are all similar to the seven compartments of the world above. Thus, the seven compartments of Asya below are equal in all respects to the seven compartments of Malchut of the spiritual world of Atzilut above. And in all of the seven compartments below, there are angels in the shape of humans, clad like people in the clothing of the physical world. The difference between above and below is that above only in the second compartment can there be found angels who are related to humans. But from the fourth compartment upward there cannot be found any relation between the angels and humans, save that achieved through visions and intense meditation. In the lower worlds, however, even those compartments from the chest up are allowing the angels to appear in the form of humans. They all are grateful and praise the Holy One, blessed be He. Yet none can perceive His glory, blessed be He, as can those in the supernal realms. They behold His glory most appropriately, so as to worship, praise, and acknowledge His greatness. This supernal world, called Tevel, exists only for the sake of the righteous, who are holy bodies, who are found in this world. For them, this world was created, and for their sake it continues to exist. Similar to the upper compartments of the supernal world, this seventh compartment below exists only for the souls of the righteous. Also the compartments of the lower earth, the lower seventh compartment, Tevel, exists only for the bodies of the righteous. One world is similar to the other much like a reflection of the other. The 7 compartments of the lower worlds are a reflection of, and are drawn through, the 7 supernal compartments. Every aspect above has its counterpart below. As the souls of people alone can be found in the supernal 7th compartment, so in the lower 7th, called Tevel, one of the 7 physical worlds, can be found only the bodies of the righteous people. Although all the other kinds of creatures and wicked people can also be found there, they are there only to serve the bodies of the righteous, because the world was created and is maintained for the sake of the righteous. As is written, they have been created to serve me and I to serve the one who owns me. 20. The 7 chambers of the upper worlds. The Zohar explains that the preceding 7 compartments are the building blocks and foundation for another, still higher level of chambers. First chamber. Yesod, this realm is the domain of the angel who dispenses great mercy to all those souls who convert and follow the true path of the Creator. Rabbi Shimon said, "Come and behold. These 7 compartments of the upper worlds, about which we have spoken, contain 7 chambers based on the perceived secrets of faith, which is Malchut of the spiritual world of Atzilut. These correspond to the 7 divine firmaments. In each and every chamber there are supernal spirits, who are the angels responsible for those chambers. The first chamber, when counting from below, is called Yesod and has a spirit who is in charge of the souls of the converted. His name is Rakmiel, because he extends Rakamim to those souls. Through him, they delight in the radiance of divine glory. 21. The second chamber. Hat. This realm is the domain of the angel Ahinel, who teaches uneducated children the spiritual wisdom of the Torah. The second chamber, called Hod, has one spirit named Ahinel. He is in charge of the souls of children who did not merit learning Torah in their lives in this world. He is in charge of them and teaches them Torah. 22. The third chamber. Netzach. The angel called Adrahinel occupies this chamber. Adrahinel helps purify all those people who desired to repent for their wrongdoings, but died before they could complete their full repentance. The third chamber, called Netzach, has one spirit named Adrahinel. He is in charge of the souls of those who intended repentance, but who have not repented, because they died before they could repent their actions. Thus, their ministering angel is called Adrahinel, from the Aramaic word hadrina, meaning contrition or repentance. These souls are punished in Gehinnom, and are then delivered to this spirit, who is in charge, and he receives them. They desire to enjoy their master's precious glory, but cannot, except on Shabbat and the new moon. Those souls are called offspring of flesh, as is written, "And it shall come to pass, that on every new moon, and every Shabbat, all flesh shall come to worship before me," said Hashem. The reason these souls are called the offspring of flesh is that the 10 spirit have many names, of which Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet are called brain, bone, and sinew, and Netzach and Had are called flesh and skin. Thus the souls of the third chamber of Netzach are called all flesh, as Netzach is flesh. 23. The fourth chamber. Tiferet. The angel Gadraheel inhabits this fourth chamber. Gadraheel assists souls who were murdered during physical existence in their transition to a place near the Creator. He also assists in executing judgment upon those who commit the act of murder. The fourth chamber is Tiferet. In charge stands the spirit of Gadraheel. This angel is in charge of preparing the souls of those killed by the nations of the world for imprinting on the king's royal garment. They stay imprinted there until the day when the Holy One, blessed be He, avenges them, as it is written, He shall make judgment upon the nations, and shall fill them with dead bodies, and shall crush heads upon the whole world. Because the Holy One, blessed be He, resides among the souls of the murdered. 24. The fifth chamber, Gvura. All those souls who emanate from the spiritual lineage of the left column, with its energy of judgment, anger, and volatility, are ruled over by the angel Adiriel, who inhabits the fifth chamber of Gvura. The fifth chamber is called Gvura. In charge is a spirit named Adiriel. He stands in charge of the souls who are accomplished from the aspect of the left side. The name Adiriel is formed from the words Adir and El. Adir means mighty, as he is in charge over the chamber of Gvura. 25. The sixth chamber, Chesed. The greatest of souls are worthy to reside in this, the sixth chamber of Chesed. The loftiest of all souls are found in this loftiest compartment of all. The archangel of all angels, Michael, rules over this chamber, namely the chamber of Chesed. Thousands and tens of thousands of angels reside under his rule on the side of Chesed. There the souls of the righteous delight by the supernal light that is drawn therein from the world to come. The light is drawn from Bina, as Bina is called, the world to come. But since the seventh chamber of Bina has no governing angels, it is not discussed at all. 26. The seven chambers of Aba and Ima of Bria. All prayers must travel within a specific spiritual network in order to reach their intended destination. The Zohar outlines this metaphysical structure so that we may access this realm simply by learning this section. The descriptions and explanations that follow provide the reader with an opportunity to access the spiritual network in such a way that prayers will be answered. The chambers of Abba and Ima pertain to the principles of male and female energy that are built into the fabric of our physical universe. The proton and electron, the minus and plus charges in electricity, as well as in man and woman, are all branches extending out from this singular spiritual seed. Rabbi Shimon said, "Come and behold, who knows how to arrange a prayer to his master, as did Moshe, who knew how to lengthen and shorten his prayer as necessary." Rabbi Shimon said, "I found written in ancient books the order of connecting the worlds, the inner secrets, into one unit, so that they, united, will project light to the lower worlds. Sometimes it is required to arrange a prayer as to entice and soothe the master to make the proper unifications, penetrate firmaments, and open gates and passages. One must arrange his prayers so that no one will stop him, namely, that the prosecutors cannot disturb him. Blessed are the righteous who know how to appease their master, cancel decrees, and cause the Shekhinah to rest upon the world. They know how to draw down blessings and prevent the administrators of judgment from prevailing in the world." Rabbi Shimon rose and said, "Who can utter the mighty acts of Hashem? Who can remove the dust from your eyes? Abraham the devout, the right hand of the Holy One, blessed be He. He revealed to you the ultimate of secrets and the beginning of prayer in the world, as well as the chambers of the Divine King. There are 7 holy chambers and they have well-guarded gates, meaning that all the administrators of judgment have been removed from them and they open only to those worthy of entering. And into each and every chamber the prayers of unity enter. For he who knows how to appease and soothe his master, make complete unification, make his way into those chambers, and connect the chambers among themselves, spirit with spirit, lower spirit with a higher spirit. It is said, Hashem, in trouble have they visited you. They poured out a prayer when the chastening was upon them. In this passage are implied all the elevations of the spirit and all their connections. 27. The first chamber of Yesod and Malchut. Livnat Hazaper. This chamber is our connection with the upper worlds. from which we draw spiritual light through our prayers. Without the connection known as the first chamber, we cannot access the upper realms. The term sapphire refers to a spirit called Sapir. The word bricks refers to the moon. The mystery of this connection is found within the Hebrew word for bricks, which is livnat. Livnat is rooted in the Hebrew word for moon, or levana. Kabbalah teaches that the moon has no light of its own. Therefore, it represents the physical world, which is signified by the brick. The sapphire gemstone glitters and reflects light, which is illustrative of the upper worlds that emanate the light of the Creator. The brick and the sapphire are the physical expressions of these two worlds. The first chamber is the portal and interface by which we join our world, the brick, to the upper world, the sapphire, where the Spirit Sapir dwells. In this way, the spiritual light is able to enter our lives. The first chamber, called the chamber of Yesod and Malchut, is the first from below. About it is written, "And under his feet was the likeness of sapphire bricks, and it was the embodiment of the heaven in purity." Here is the secret of secrets. In this chamber, there is a spirit called Sapir, who shines as does the precious stone called sapphire. He glitters in two directions, namely Chesed and Gvura. One light, the light of Chesed, goes up as or Choser and goes down as or Yasher. This light is white, shining in every direction, upward, downward, and to all four directions of the world, all six directions of Zir Anpin. Its light is suspended sometimes, hidden and revealed. That is, it is sometimes suspended without revealing the definite direction of the source of its shining. From the light of Chesed, for lights branch out to four sides. The second light is the light of Gvura of the Spirit Sapir. The first light, Chesed, shines in six directions and the second, Gvura, in four. This is because the two lights are the male and the female aspects of the Spirit Sapir. The first light represents Chachma, Bina, Deity, Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet, while the second represents Netzach, Had, Yesod, and Malchut. All these lights are as one, as the light of a candle that glitters to the eyes of onlookers. The light rays of the candle go up and down, leave and return from the fire of the burning candle. And all are one light, so are the four lights. They glitter like the red color of burnished brass, as it is written, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. All this is to the right, because, in spite of the fact that the red light of the lights of Sapir illumines to the left side, it nevertheless stands to the right of the chamber. To the left of the chamber, there is a spirit named Levana, which is included in and mingles with the first spirit, called Sapir. The light from this spirit is simultaneously red and white because it originates from these two first lights of the Spirit Sapir, which are also red and white, yet here they are one. And when the lights of the Spirit Levana reach the first lights of Spirit Sapir and intermingle with them and become one, only the first lights become evident. The other lights of the spirit called Levana are not revealed and are indistinguishable when they enter, as it is written, and it could not be known that they had entered there. This is the intermingling of spirit with spirit to be one and of lights with lights to become one. In this chamber 2 lower firmaments shine, and they are called the heaven of heavens. From the emanation of those 2 spirits, the holy Ophanim were created. They are judged as are the Chayo, as it is written, the appearance of the Ophanim and their work. This is as mentioned in the quotation. When those moved, these moved, and when those stood still, these stood still, and when those were lifted up from the earth, the Ophanim were lifted up along with them. And of the Ophanim it is written, As for the likeness of the Chayo and their appearance, it was like burning coals of fire, which burn like torches. She walked amongst the Chayo. Even though they are called Chayo, they are nevertheless Ophanim that are called Chayo because they are judged as Chayo. He asks, to whom does the scripture refer to as she in the verse? She walked amongst the Chayo? And he answers, the reference is made to the Holy Spirit Levana, which is where they originated, and it shines upon them, as the scriptures continue. And the fire was bright, and out of the fire came out lightning. The Holy Spirit Levana is Malchut, called brightness, of which the scripture says, and the fire was bright, and out of the fire came lightning. It is therefore said of her that since she walks among the Chayo, their appearance was like burning coals of fire. She is the aspect of brightness from which fire and lightning are drawn. And when one spirit is included in the other, that is, the spirits appear in the spirit Levana, the light of one Chaya comes out of them and spreads over 4 angels. The shape of this Chaya is that of a lion, namely of Chesed, which is white. This Chaya rules over 13 million other Ophanim. The wings of this Chaya are those of an eagle. The number of angels is 13 million because each of the 4 angels travels on 4 wheels, each of which has 3 supports. In all, there are 12 supports for the 4 wheels on which each angel travels. The Spirit Sapir controls them all because they originate from him. This Spirit sustains them all, namely those wheels and supports, and through him they receive nourishment. Hence he is counted with them as a 13th. And because they originate from Bina, which is counted in hundreds, they are 13 hundreds. And also being from Erich Anpin, which is counted by the 10,000s, they are numbered 13 million. Those 4 Ophanim have 4 faces each, and all 4 face toward the 4 sides of the Chaya set over them. And when the 4 angels travel under that Chaya, they penetrate and cling to one another, are included each within the other, and receive support from each other. This is alluded to by, the loops may correspond one to the other. Each is within the other and each interpenetrates the others. When the wheels travel, a tender sound is heard in all the lower hosts. That is, their pleasant sustenance reaches all the lower hosts. Below this chamber, the hosts spread out to radiate in many directions in the lower firmaments, through which the ruling of the lower world changes. This continues until a planet called Shabtai, Saturn, is reached in the second firmament of the world of Asya. All 7 planets are located in the world of Asya, and they are called Shabtai, Saturn, Sedek, Jupiter, Madam, Mars, Noga, Venus, Kochav, Mercury, and Levana, Moon. Through these planets, all change comes to the world. The first planet, Shabtai, feeds from the lowest of the 7 chambers of the world of Bria, and the rest of the planets from the other chambers. All the lower worlds look toward this chamber for their sustenance. From this chamber all those present are fed and look forward to receiving sustenance and strength from the Spirit of Sapir, as it is written, where the Spirit was to go they went, they turned not when they went. This chamber is called Livnat Hazapur because of the 2 spirits contained therein, Sapir and Levana. The Spirit Sapir includes the Spirit Levana within him and has light that goes up and comes down. His light never stops shining, as the light of the sun within the water. And nothing other than the desire of a righteous man through his prayer that goes into that chamber can attain that spirit. That prayer elevates so as to connect perfectly, that is, make unifications under the influence of the spiritas is appropriate. Then the spirit is enveloped with light and is happy with the prayer, and goes up with it to the second chamber to connect with its unity. This spirit, which includes within it the spirit Levana, can now mix with a higher spirit in the second chamber. This higher spirit, which now includes the second spirit that went up to the second chamber as it travels upward, also includes within it all the chayo, ophanim, and wheels. They grasp onto it, as does water to fire and fire to water, and as the four winds grasp onto each other, south onto north, north onto south, east onto west, and west onto east. They all link with each other and hold onto each other chayo, angels, ophanim, and two spirits with the spirit of the second chamber. This spirit goes up to connect with the spirit of the second chamber, and the chaya, included in the spirit, also looks up toward the second chamber to receive its sustenance. They look toward each other and the second chamber, and all therein look toward those of the lower chamber that have come up to it, so it may be completed by them. In the center of this chamber stands a pillar that reaches the middle of a higher chamber. It pierces the roofs of all the 7 chambers and stands erect within them from bottom to top. This enables the spirits to bond to each other and to elevate from all these chambers, so that they now unite and become one spirit, as it is written, "They all have one spirit." 28. The second chamber. Hot. This chamber is filled with pure white light which remains in a state of potential until the interface of the first chamber acts upon it through our positive actions and prayers. This white light then shines through the first chamber. As it fulfills all our desires, the one light suddenly becomes many. A wonderful illustration of this process is visible in nature, when a ray of sunlight strikes a gemstone and refracts into the 7 colors of the rainbow. It is said that the second chamber is the embodiment of heavens in purity. Here can be found a spirit named Zohar, which is always in white, the color of the illumination of Hasadim, called white, cannot mix with any other color. This is called etzem and never changes. The shining of this spirit is not so revealed as that of the others. It is harder to distinguish, because all its colors are included in the white. This is similar to the hidden part of the eye, the black part, wherein lies the ability to see. When it rolls, it glitters and glows, meaning that when a person wants to see, he rolls all 4 colors to a particular direction, and there is no other way to see. The same applies to this spirit. It cannot shine unless it rolls, and it does not linger upon any one of its sides. The spirit rolls them all, and they glitter until it reaches the white therein. It stands there, having exposed in the meanwhile its 4 sides. For when the first spirit, Livnat Hazaper, elevates to this spirit, it revolves it so as to reveal its full emanations, and it thus receives all its 4 aspects. The first spirit connects with the second as through the white in the eye, meaning that after receiving its 4 colors, it is attached solely to the white. This is done through a much fainter color that is shed upon this spirit, through the emanation of the spirit in the 3rd chamber of Netzach that shines with white light from the spirit of the 2nd chamber. It is so faint that no color is distinguishable in it. This spirit is empowered to rotate when the lower spirit of Livnat Hazaper rises to it, because the lower light rotates the light of this spirit, and then it shines. This spirit cannot shine until the lower spirit connects with it. Then it shines, connected with the light of the lower spirit that it now contains. All its illumination is attached to the lower spirit and not to itself. This is because it does not change and its emanation remains white, but reveals itself through that rotation only for the sake of the lower spirit. When this light revolves, another light travels to the left, revolving and circling with it. This is the inner meaning of writing. The joints of your thighs are like jewels, the handiwork of a crowning craftsman. Netzach and Had are called thighs, and their lights are difficult to reveal. They are always hidden, except when the lower spirit ascends that rolls it. Thus, they are called the joints of thighs that are always concealed. Happy is he who knows how to reveal the lights of this chamber and elevate the spirit of the lower chamber that rolls and reveals the lights therein. Another spirit is contained within it, revolving and shining around it in blue and white. As there are two spirits in the first chamber, Sapir and Levana, male and female, so there are two spirits in the second chamber. The male is named Zohar and the female is called Etzem. The white of the spirit joins with the white of Etzem, and the blue of the spirit joins with the red of Levana, located to the left side of the first chamber. They embrace each other, become one, and are thus called Etzem Hashemayim. All that exists below this chamber, in Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya, along with all that exists in the lower chamber Yesod, is contained within the chamber called Hod. And because they are all contained in this chamber, it is called the embodiment of heaven. It embodies the whole existence. From the totality of those lights, through their mating, the seraphim were created. Each has 6 wings, as is written. Above it stood the seraphim, each one had 6 wings. They all have 6 wings, because they originated from this chamber called Etzem Hashemayim. These burn all those who do not revere their master's glory. This means that he deals with the 3 top spirit. And it is said that whoever uses a crown is wiped out, because the seraphim burn him. And whoever reads and learns the 6 orders of the Mishnah knows how to arrange and connect with his master's unity, as is fitting. It is he who knows how to sanctify his master's holy name each day always. And when those lights revolve, they emit the light of one chaya, and that chaya is born and stands spanning 4 chayo. Those latter control the former, namely the seraphim, because they contain the seraphim within them. Because the chayo are extruded from the revolving light, they are very well balanced and can control the seraphim and sweeten the judgment and fire in them. When the chayo travel, by force of the revelation of the revolving light, the lower seraphim are vanquished and rendered harmless. Those are the serpents that evolve from and are born of the seraph serpent that caused death to all people of the world, the original serpent. Those chayo are from the face of an eagle and look upon this higher chaya above them, which is the supernal eagle, to receive their sustenance. It is written, the way of an eagle in the Shemayim. This alludes to the chaya, called eagle, which resides in the chamber of Etzem Hashemayim. This spirit named Shemayim controls all, at the time of the revolving of light. But if the spirit of Etzem was in control, then the face of the chaya would be that of a lion, as is the chaya in the first chamber, which is white, having the light of Hasadim. But because the predominant spirit is that of Shemayim, who is white and blue, Chesed and Gvura, the chaya is in the face of an eagle, an admixture of Chesed and Gvura. For the image of Chesed is a lion, and the image of Gvura is a bull. The chaya that spans over the 4 chayo looks upward towards the spirit named Shemayim, and the chayo look upon that supernal chaya for their sustenance. When those chayo travel, when the revolving light shines in them, many hosts are shaken. Some shine because of them, and some are broken loose from where they stand. The radiance of the chayo burns them with fire, and later they are restored. All the lower hosts slide under this supernal chaya and find refuge under its wings so as to be included in it above. These 4 chayo rise when the spirit Etzem Hashemayim shines within the supernal chaya. Each and every chaya has 4 wheels. 1 wheel points east and 3 pedestals support it. All face the chaya that is in the center of the 4 wheels. 1 faces west and also has 3 pedestals that face toward the chaya in the center, and the same is true for the wheels of the south and north. The movement of all 12 pedestals of each chaya is controlled by the chaya in the middle of their wheels, and not to any of the sides of the wheels they support. The chaya in the middle closes up and opens, creating and controlling all of the emanations of light. While traveling, each wheel can be clearly heard throughout the firmaments. The 4 chayo interlink, and the ophanim below the first chamber penetrate the chayo of the second chamber above, which are included within one another. This spirit, which is included within the spirits below in the first chamber, glows and ascends to the third chamber above. There it connects with the desire of a righteous man while reciting his prayer. When a prayer goes up and enters the second chamber, it elevates all existence in both the first and second chambers with it, and all intermix until they are included in the spirit. This spirit now travels, empowered by the desire of the unifications of the prayer. The prayer unifies all until they reach the third chamber and mix with it as the first ones. They mix as fire with water and water with fire, air with earth, earth with air, east with west, west with east, north with south, and south with north. Similarly, those here intermingle and intertwine, and many hosts and camps descend, mix, and shine upon those lower angels until they glow upon a planet called Tzedek. On Jupiter, many of the governing ministers of the world stand, who receive this radiance and sustain the world. And when this spirit, containing and contained by all those lower than it rises, enters the third chamber and connects with the spirit inside the pillar that stands erect in the middle of the chamber, then all is complete as it should be until this point. All become as if one spirit that contains all and is complemented by all, as was stated before, and they all have one spirit. Here is the secret of bowing in order to reach full cleavage with his master. 29. The third chamber, Netzach. This chamber holds light in its purest form, light that is unseen and not yet manifest. Sunlight in the vacuum of space is the clearest illustration of this Kabbalistic truth. Because they lack a physical object to reflect and reveal the light, the photons of sunlight remain imperceptible to the naked eye. This is why darkness surrounds the earth even though the sun's rays are continually streaming. Sunlight only illuminates when it strikes the physical atmosphere. The third chamber contains the spirit called Noga, the purest and cleanest of all the lower spirits. No color is distinguishable therein, neither white nor green nor black nor red. Thus it is called Zohar, being purer and cleaner than all those lower than it. But although it is purer than all the others, its emanation is not visible until the lower spirits of the second chamber rotate with the light, cling to it, and penetrate it. After the lower ones enter it, it shows its light and does not retain any of the colors of the lower spirits that have entered it. When this spirit is completed by the lower ones that have gone up to it, it emanates from within it one light composed of 3 lights, those of the chambers, Netzach, Hod, and Yesod. 2 of those lights, those of the lower chambers Had and Yesod, go up, come down, and glitter, but the higher light of Netzach goes up and does not come down. And within this glitter there can be seen 22 different lights that become one light. The lights that have become one go up and enter the supernal light of the chamber of Netzach, and that light contains them. The spirit in this chamber does not shine except when the lower lights of the lower chambers elevate to it, and the desire in the prayer of the righteous supports them all. Then the light mentioned earlier is born from within the spirit, and from it emanate 2 glittering lights, which appear in the manner of the 22 letters of Torah. These lights then reunite with the light that brought them forth. These lower lights are all included in the 22 emanations, as well as in the one light that gave birth to those 22 lights. This light is included in the spirit To which they gave birth. This spirit stands in this third chamber. and it does not rest until it reaches the fourth chamber, Tiferet, unto which it desires to ascend. The lights that emanate from that spirit join together as one when they glitter. When the two lights of the chambers of Had and Yesod extend from the one light of Netzach, they press upon the veil, which is the secret of binding by striking. They do this so as to glow, reflect the returning light, and encase the direct light being drawn down. From those two lights a holy and great chaya is born. The figure of this chaya is similar to that of the rest of the chayo from the first and second chambers, from which came the two lights that gave birth to this chaya. This chaya has the face of a lion from the first chamber and the face of an eagle from the second. These faces are combined and formed into one shape. This means that both the face of the lion and the face of the eagle combine together to form the face of this one chaya. There is no definite face evident in the chaya to remind us of the chamber of Netzach, because there is no definite color within this spirit. No shape can be distinguished in it, because the light of Netzach does not have to travel with the two lights in order to shine. Beneath this chaya, there are 4 supernal ophanim, having the appearance of chrysolite, embroidered with 4 colors: red, white, green, and black. They include 6 billion lights. Each of the 4 ophanim has 8 wings, and the aspects of these ophanim emanate from the light of the chaya that controls them from above. And when the light of the chaya shines, that is, when the revolving light shines in them, all these hosts come out. And these 4 ophanim underneath the chaya face the 4 winds of the world: east, west, north, and south. Each one has 4 faces. With 2 faces they look toward the chaya above them. They conceal the other 2 faces with their wings to protect them from the brightness of the lights shining upon them, which they cannot withstand. And whenever these ophanim travel, it is as the first ones travel. Each travels on 4 wheels and 12 supports, similar to the manner of those of the chamber of Yesod. Whenever the revolving light shines within them, many hosts and camps are made from their sweat. They all sing songs of praise and never stop doing so. These hosts are innumerable. There are 4 portals to this chamber, and they face the 4 winds of the world. There are 10 ministers in charge of each portal. And because of the desire of pure prayer, those who are present in the lower chambers, Yesod and Hod, and the chambers themselves elevate to this chamber, and all the ministers create openings in this chamber for them. One becomes included in the other, and one is entangled in the other, and all congregate each within the other. Ministers congregate within each other, hosts within each other, ophanim congregate within chayo, and chayo congregate within ophanim, and in those ophanim, lights mix with other lights, that is, revealed faces mix with concealed faces, and spirit mixes with spirit until all are included within the spirit of this chamber. In this chamber there is a place which looks like glittering gold. This is the place where all the sweetened judgments called gold collect, and the radiance of their reflected light is called glitter. In this chamber, many hosts and armies of angels are kept. These angels do not ascend. They are not adorned in the upper chambers, where they could receive the light of the top 3 spirit called crowns or adornments. These angels always stay in their places in this chamber until all the levels interconnect, that is, until they are included within and unite with one another. Then this chamber, Netzach, moves to be adorned by the top 3 spirit. Then the angels leave their places, filled with judgment toward the prosecutors of Yisrael. Hence Yisrael can receive the sustenance of the top 3 spirit without fear of intervention from outsiders. Those angels are called protectors, because they protect Yisrael. They are emissaries to the administrators of justice who reside in the 4th chamber. They are commissioned to judge the actions of the lower levels on the side of either merit or demerit. And after Yisrael is acquitted by the court, it is passed on to these emissaries for protection. Suspended from the four sides of this place are 6 billion guardians of the gold in every direction. Below them are 60 guardians of gold, surrounding them in rows. Those guardians do battle with the emissaries of judgment in the world outside the chamber using swords and spears, and burning them. They burn them until the light of all levels, in the lower levels, reaches the planet Madam Mars, from where the actions reach this world. And then the chamber elevates to the fourth chamber, where it is adorned by the spirit and the hosts therein. This place, together with its protectors and its guardians of gold, remains in its place and does not elevate with the chamber. This place is called the courier's compartment, because the emissaries therein run to finalize the judgments and punishments to the enemies of Yisrael in every direction on earth. They run and make haste to fulfill their errands, because they may only destroy the tormentors and protect Yisrael, while the chamber is elevating to the higher chamber. At other times, they are locked in and cannot leave. With the ascension of prayer, all the lights and hosts travel, connect, and intertwine to form a unity until the spirit of the lower chamber adheres to the spirit of the higher chamber, and they become one. They enter the central pillar of the chamber and elevate through it to be included in the spirit of the fourth chamber above them. Joyful is he who knows the secret of his master and raises his banner where he ought to. Come and behold. All the levels must complement each other and be lit one by the other, until they all elevate to that place that needs perfection. They elevate first from below to complement this supernal place, and then descend to complement the lower levels. Hence, perfection prevails in all directions, and all are made whole as it should be. He who knows these secrets and brings about such perfection, adheres to his master and cancels all terrible decrees. He crowns his master by drawing light from the top 3 spherit down to Zir Anpin and brings blessings to the world. Such a man is called righteous, pillar of the world, because the whole world is preserved and sustained for his sake. His prayer is never returned unanswered. His rightful place is in the world to come, and he is counted among the faithful in the world. Come and behold. These chambers, Chayo, hosts, lights, and spirits all need each other, so that the upper levels can be completed by the elevation of Ma'in Nukvin, and so that, consequently, the lower worlds can be completed by drawing Ma'in Dukrin from above. These chambers cling to one another. They all cling to one another like the colors of the eye. And all that is included within them is like the sight seen through the hidden part of the eye, when the eye rolls from one side to the other. Then can be seen the glittering splendor, which cannot be detected during this rolling of the spirit that governs all that is in this chamber. That is why they stand, one level upon the other, that is, each level depends on the other until all are adorned appropriately. Come and behold. If it were not for those colors in the eye, as seen when the eye is shut and rolling, those shining colors would not be seen. And if it were not for these shining colors, the hidden part of the eye that governs all would not be functional for sight. Everything depends upon everything else and connects with everything else. When they are all contained as one in the third chamber, and the desire of prayer elevates them to be crowned in the fourth chamber, then all become one desire and one connection. This is the aspect of bowing down, of finding favor with one's master. 30. The fourth chamber, Vura. This chamber represents the intelligence and will that directs and determines where light will manifest in our physical world. The fourth chamber. This chamber is different from all other chambers. It contains 4 chambers, one within the other, yet all are one chamber. The spirit who inhabits this chamber is named Zeket, because here all the liabilities of the inhabitants of the world are transformed into merits. Zeket takes all, and he who attains it can find good favor for himself and the whole world. From this spirit, Zeket, 70 lights radiate. They all glitter simultaneously, shining in circles, not spreading out to shine downward like other lights. Those lights cling to one another and shine within each other because they have familiarity of form. They shine within each other because they mingle to shine as one. They cling to each other because they need each other to shine. If one is missing, none can shine. All the merits of the world are before those lights. This means that through their light, it is seen how the faults of the world are turned into merits. From the totality of those 70 lights, 2 lights emanate, are counted as one, and stand before them always. Opposed to those 70 lights, there are 70 administrators of judgment in the world. They encircle these 4 chambers from the outside, but those 70 lights and those 2 lights that stand before them are innermost. This is the inner meaning of, your belly is a heap of wheat surrounded by lilies. Your belly alludes to the innermost, because the bowels are inside the body. Chittim alludes to Chatim, namely the faults that are turned into merits in the secrets of the said 72 lights, which are in the innermost part of the 4 chambers. It therefore says of them, your belly is a heap of wheat. These are surrounded by lilies, which allude to the judges who are the appointed ministers, responsible for all the judgments in the world. The 70 ministers stand in opposition to the 72 lights. This is because all punishment comes from the 70 ministers, but they are not free to punish, except so as to serve the 70 lights in their preparation of the lower levels for receiving their majestic revelation. Before the 70 lights stand all the merits and actions of the people to be judged. The 70 lights are the secret of the supernal courthouse, which judges people. The 2 lights standing before them give evidence of people's actions, because, as is written, those 7 are the eyes of Hashem. They roam around the earth. Eyes allude to supervision. There are 7 attributes of Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, Yesed, and Malchut to make people befitting to receive the supernal pleasure and delight. Therefore, the image of all that transpires in the world is imprinted by the very deed and the very merit, and they are preserved and upheld for eternity. This means that no deed is lost in the world, be it good or evil. Each action is recorded in its manner, as is quoted, the 7 eyes of Hashem. The 2 lights watch and see each action and give evidence before the 70 lights, which are the upper courthouse. After hearing them out, the 70 lights pass judgment and issue decrees for good or for bad. This chamber is a place of merit. The judgment mentioned above is not revealed here, but in the abundance that flows from the 70 lights that are received below. There is revealed the bad, but here, in this chamber, there is only merit. In this chamber, the spirit Zeket has imprinted the 3 letters Yud He Vav. When the letters Yud cling to the place, the Malchut referred to as place and designated by the lower Hei as the mating of male and female. Then the letters are imprinted on the spirit and do not depart from there. Then another ray of light extends and radiates in 4 directions. This light also extends 3 other lights, namely Chachma, Bina, and Tiferet, which are the 3 courthouses where judgments are passed in world affairs and non-criminal transgressions. Here, judgments are passed regarding richness and poverty, illnesses and health, and other worldly affairs. 1 chamber is set aside for the first 70 lights and is the innermost of the 4 chambers of the 4th chamber. There are 3 outer chambers for the 3 other court assemblies. Zeket elevates and containing all the lower lights and the other 3 lights, produces one fiery holy chaya. It has eyes, similar to those of humans, to supervise the thousands upon thousands and tens of thousands armies of administrators of justice. The latter take the verdicts from the court and by opening or closing channels of sustenance carry out sentences to the world. Below this chaya for seraphim glow as buds on flowers, and sparks of fire erupt from them. Each has 72 wheels that are burning with fire. When they travel, they leave behind a river of fire. Thousands upon thousands of angels serve that fire, and from these thousands of thousands many armies emerge. When the wheels travel, myriads upon myriads are born and stand in the fire. Below the second chamber, angels sing, try to come close, and are burned. The ministers who are charged with managing the world receive their appointment from here. The appointment comes from the spirit Zeket, who has been branded with the letters Yudheivav. From here they are removed from the world and sentenced by this fire that extends from the Nahar Danur. Sentencing is delivered from this chamber because it has been branded with the 3 letters Yudheivav, within which the spirit is enclosed. This chaya brings forth innumerable armies and hosts. All the judgments of the world, whether good or bad, come from this chamber, except for those 3 pertaining to children, longevity, and sustenance. No permission is given to judge these here. They depend on that supernal river called Dikna of Erich Anpin, or supernal Mazel, from which the lights of children, longevity, and sustenance extend, and everything depends on it alone. From the middle of this chamber there is one specific location where the supernal spirit of the 5th chamber is received by the spirit. This location ascends through them. This chamber has 12 portals. At each portal can be found those officials and ministers who notify below of the judgments that are to be brought down. As is written, he cried aloud and said, "Cut down the tree and cut off its branches." All the announcements come from here, and those announcements of the officials and ministers are received by the winged ones until the firmament of Chama is notified. And when the sun shines upon the earth, the announcements are released from the sun and roam the world until they reach the serpent of the firmament. All the planets of the firmament are frozen within the sun, which stands in the middle of the firmament. The officials below and those in charge over the serpent hear that, and from them it is spread throughout the world. Come and see. In the middle of the firmament there is assembled a bright trail, which is the serpent of the firmament. All the hardly noticeable stars are heaped together in it. It is called the Milky Way by astronomers because the concentration of stars looks like milk. Those stars are in charge of the secretive actions of the inhabitants of the world. The serpent in the firmament in which all the stars are frozen refers to the Milky Way, in which all the stars are frozen and do not move. From the serpent in the firmament an announcement is made and spread in the world. Even spirits, demons, and birds of the sky relay those announcements to the world. When the verdicts have been carried out, the ministers close the portals. The spirit here does not go up to the supernal spirit of the 5th chamber until all the spirits in the lower chambers become one with this spirit here. All the spirits are embraced within each other until they become one. Then the spirit here rises up with them to the 5th chamber and is embraced by the spirit therein. When a man lies in his sickbed, he is sentenced either to life or to death. Life depends upon the supernal river above and not upon the chamber Zeket. Indeed, if one is sentenced to life, one is given life from the upper river called Mazel. If Mazel does not grant one life, one does not live. Joyful is the state of he who adheres to his master and can enter and leave this chamber as he wishes. Here, in this chamber, a prostration is practiced where his face touches the ground so as to subdue the judgment. Of this chamber it is written, El of truth and without iniquity. 31. The fifth chamber, Chesed. This is the highest chamber, for it is composed of pure love. Whenever love is generated and made manifest in our physical world, it becomes a vessel. This vessel then awakens the light of this chamber. It begins flowing through the entire system and into our own realm. The fifth chamber is the chamber illuminated by lightning. A spirit named Barak dwells here, shining and illuminating the lower ones. Barak comprehends, opens and closes, and shines in every direction. From this shining extends a ray of light with a purple appearance, but it actually contains the colors white, black, red, and green. The colors mix with each other. The white is embroidered with the red, the black with the green, and the white with the black. From them a chaya is embroidered containing all the colors, but mainly green and red. It has the face of a human and includes all shapes. From this chaya, 4 pedestals are produced which are larger chayo than those below. One is called Ophim, which is the malchut alone, and is 2. They cling to each other, because when one is observed, the other shines within it. They adhere to and penetrate one another. One goes inside the first, and they are perceived as the 4 heads of the 4 winds of the world. Yet all 4 are one body, as is written, Ophim in the middle of an oven. All 4 directions are connected with each other. As is the case with the upper chayo of this chaya, they never separate. The 4 colors embroidered in the chaya embrace each other and are drawn toward the 4 directions. Because of this, it appears that when the chaya travels, it travels to 2 directions, Bina and Malchut, the embodiments of the 4 directions. The spirit of Barak is composed of 2 spirits. First, the spirit of lightning, which produces the chaya described above, which contains all those mentioned lights. A second spirit, called the blazing spirit, extends from Barak and shines. From this blazing spirit extend 2 lights that are really 4 directions, as discussed above. These lights, which are constantly changing their appearance, are called the bright blade of a revolving sword. These lights change and turn into the edge of a sword. These lights stand above the lights in the lower chamber, called the chamber of merit. The blade of the sword is situated above the 70 lights of the court assembly in the chamber of merit. From this we learn that a sword is hung above the heads of the judges. The bright blade of the sword, which is the lights of the left side, produces another chaya that stands above 4 Ophim who are unstable. They cannot radiate outward, but just twinkle, because they are 2 to the right and 2 to the left. And when the spirit of this chaya enters the 4 unstable ones, when it travels on her 4 Ophim, 2 blazing sparks come out of them. The sparks leave this chamber and constantly change. They are sometimes female and sometimes male. Sometimes they are spirits and sometimes they are holy angels. Why? Because when this chaya was embraced by the first chaya, which came out of Barak, the strength of the entwinement created an eternal spark that never extinguishes. This spark roams after the 2 sparks described above. Now they are males and they perform their mission in the world, but are extinguished before they are finished. Then the spark strikes them, shines upon them, and renews them as before. Now they are females because they receive from the spark the emanation of Malchut, which is considered female, and they go out and float around. Before they end their mission, they are extinguished. When they radiate from the right, they are called spirits and they roam. But when they touch upon the left, they are called angels and are extinguished. But the spark then strikes and shines upon them again, and they are renewed as before. And so it is every time they are extinguished. for this spark comprises them all and consists of the 4 appearances. Thus, those 2 sparks that receive from him change continuously into the 4 appearances: males, females, spirits, and angels. This lower spirit is included in the other supernal spirit, as we said, and both appear as one. Unlike the first ones, which when included one with the other appear as one, these are distinguishable. They coexist in love and are composed of all the lower chambers. Although they appear as 2 spirits, they are one. And when one spirit expands within the other, they lovingly include all the lower spirits, as it is written, "Your 2 breasts are like 2 young roes who are twins and feed among the lilies." When those 2 spirits expand and lovingly fill each other, this chamber again becomes the chamber of Ahava. The chamber of love is always stable and hidden from all within the innermost secrets, except those who seek to cling to it. This is as written, "There I will give you my love." Later, when the 2 spirits that are one shine, innumerable thousands and tens of thousands of different hosts emerge from them. Some are called mandrakes, according to the secret meaning of the mandrakes give a fragrance. Some are called vines, according to the secret meaning of let us see if the vine has flowered, and others are called pomegranates. As is the secret of, and the pomegranates bud forth. The hosts come forth from the spirits, until some of the hosts outside the chamber reach the planet Noga. And from this planet, the lower planets draw down sustenance. After the intermixing of those spirits, they are bound by love and never separate. This is as it is written, "If a man would give all the substance of his house for love, it would be utterly ridiculed." Here, one bows one's head and spreads one's hands to cleave to his master's love. 32. The 6th chamber, Tiferet. Herein lies the source of all desires. Desire is the vital component and engine which draws the light. Without desire, the light remains in a state of potential. Actions alone are not enough to arouse and draw in light. According to Kabbalah, every action must be coupled with an active desire to receive the light. Desires can be either positive or negative. A negative desire for light arouses the energy, but it will be utilized for evil purposes. Just as electrical current can be applied for both positive and destructive means, our intent and desire determines how light will be revealed in our world. The 6th chamber is called the chamber of Ratzon. Here dwells the spirit called Chut Hazhani, about which it is written, "Your lips are like a thread of scarlet." All the lower spirits chase Ratzon in an effort to catch him and cleave to him with a loving kiss. This spirit consists of 6, and is sustained by 6. It comprises the 6 chambers below it and is sustained by 6 above it. This spirit, therefore, produces 12 lights. Each light includes all the upper and the lower 6. These 12 lights are happy to elevate higher, as well as to receive the lower ones. This is the chamber of Ratzon, being the overall desire. And he who forms connections, that is, unifies and elevates the lower chambers up to this chamber, draws goodwill from Hashem with love. Into this chamber, Moshe was gathered to his people with love. He was kissed with the kiss of love, as is written. And Moshe, the servant of Hashem, died here in the land of Moav, according to the mouth of Hashem. This is the secret meaning of the kiss of love. This is called the chamber of Moshe. This spirit is the spirit of love, the spirit of unison. It draws love to every part, and the 12 lights within the spirit rise and glow, and the 12 lights of the spirit rise and glow. From their shining, for holy chayo are produced. These chayo, which are the true manifestations of love, are called the great chayo. They embrace the smaller chayo and contain them, as is said, both small and great chayo. The great chayo contain one another in all four directions, just as the four segments of a walnut are included in the fruit itself. This means that each of the four has four parts in it. That is, they are from the position of chest upward, where the mating takes place and the face of man is in effect. Hence, this chamber is called the Garden of Walnuts, as it is written, I went down into the Garden of Walnuts. What is the Garden of Walnuts? The reference is to that for the sake of the Garden of Walnuts I went down to the chamber of Ahava, to cleave into one the male and the female. Those four great chayo are divided into 12, 3 for each side of the four sides, and all of the lower chambers are contained within them. The 12 lights include 6 from the chamber itself and 6 from the lower vessels, which have elevated to be included in it. The same effect is produced in the chayo. The 6 lights of the chamber produce 4 great chayo, namely chachma, bina, tiferet, and malchut. Each one of the 4 great chayo has 4 sides. Hence, there are 16 lights, and the 6 lights emanating from the lower chambers produce the 12 small chayo. Each of these chayo contains only 3 aspects, being from the position of the chest downward. And within these small chayo, spirits are contained in spirits and lights within lights. All are contained within the other until they become one. And then, after all the lower ones unite, the spirit includes them all. It thus encompasses the 12 lights, which in turn are included within the 4 great and 12 small chayo. And the 12 small chayo include all the lower ones, as previously explained. The spirit rises with them to be adorned by the supernal spirit called Shemaim, which is the secret of Zir Anpin of Atzilut. Zir Anpin is the secret of the Ruach of Atzilut and is called heaven. It invites him to be united with him. And when all those from below are attached to him, it says, let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. Then there is the joy of uniting a spirit with a spirit. That is, the spirit of desire, which includes all the lower ones, joins with the spirit of Atzilut, which is the secret of Zir Anpin called heaven, to complement each other. This union results in perfection. By uniting all of the lower chambers, the spirit becomes whole, both with Hasadim and Chachma. The spirit of Ratzin connects with the spirit of Atzilut, called Shemayan, and each complements the other with the emanations of Chachma. They are lit by each other through the light of Hasadim, and perfection ensues. All of this happens when the desire of a righteous man reciting his prayers elevates all of the chambers of Bria to this place in the world of Atzilut, for the sake of lovingly joining them together. Then each of the spirits, all of the chambers that are contained within the spirit called Ratzin, and each and every spirit or chamber contained in Zir Anpin of Atzilut, called Shemaim, picks the chamber and spirit most suitable for it to connect with and to be complemented by. Through this unification, the 6th spirit, called Ratzin, elevates all of the lights and spirits in the chambers of Bria to the lights and spirits in Zir Anpin of Atzilut. Thus connect every aspect of Zir Anpin with every corresponding aspect of the chambers. Shemaim, namely Zir Anpin, or the supernal Holy Spirit therein, receives the upper chamber and the upper spirit called Ratzin, so that they can kiss, connect with, and complement each other. This is the concealed meaning of and Yaakov kissed Rachel. Yaakov is the secret of Zir Anpin, and Rachel is the nukva containing all of the chambers that elevated to Atzilut. Hence, Abraham, who is the right column of Zir Anpin, called Chesed, takes the spirit, called Ahava, and causes them to connect and embrace each other. This is evident in the words, I know that you are a beautiful woman, and the beauty of a woman lies in her breasts, namely in the 5th chamber signifying breasts. Itzhak, who is the left column of Zir Anpin called Gvura, takes the chamber of courthouses, which is the fourth chamber, from where comes all the judgments, and joins it with Zeket. They connect with and complete each other, and they are one as should be. The other prophets beside Moshe, namely Netzach and Had of Zir Anpin, connect the two chambers containing the two spirits of Noga and Zohar, as it is written. The joints of your thighs are like jewels, because the two chambers are contained in Netzach and Had of the Nukva and are like thighs, which connect with each other to be one. Yosef the righteous, the pillar of the world, namely Yesod of Zir Anpin, takes the chamber of Sapir and the spirit called Livnat Hazapur, because it is written, and beneath his feet as if it were a paved work of sapphire. One might think that Livnat Hazapur is beneath Yesod of Zir Anpin, beyond his grade. Nevertheless, beneath his feet was said for the honor of the king, but it certainly is Yesod of Zir Anpin that takes the chamber of Livnat Hazapur. Furthermore, this pillar, namely Yesod of Zir Anpin, takes more. This is a highly secret matter to expound on, because he takes in the seventh chamber. Now the levels of Zir Anpin are linked with the levels of the chambers, and the two complete one another. All is as should be, and hence Hashem is Elohim. That is, Zir Anpin, which is called Yudheivavhei, becomes one with the Nukva, called Elohim, in such a way that Yudheivavhei is Elohim. Joyous is the portion in this world and the next of he who knows how to link them and cleave to his master. Here, in the chamber of Ratzin, the bowing, prostration, spreading of open hands, and genuflection are practiced. What is practiced in the lower chambers is practiced here, but the lowering of the face is added here. The lowering of the face is practiced only in this chamber, because all of the lower chambers are contained here. It is necessary to draw on the goodwill of the supernal spirit, namely the top three spirit of Zir Anpin. The soul of all souls, suspended above In the supernal Aba and Ima all the way up to Ein Sof, draws on it by the mating of a kiss. From the Einsof above come lights and blessings to complement all appropriately. This is the secret of the light of the Hasadim of the supernal six of Aba and Ima. This is the necessary means through which all can be completed from above by the light of Hasadim and from below by the light of Chachma. After this completion, all the faces, meaning all of the features of the three top spirit, namely the three top of Hasadim and the three of Chachma, shine suitably. And because of the light of Chachma, all judgments are annulled. And because of the light of Hasadim, goodwill fills above and below. Hence it is written, and he said to me, you are my servant, O Yisrael, in whom I will be glorified, and happy is that people that this is their lot, happy is that person that Hashem is his Elohim. 33. Seventh chamber. Kodesh Kodeshim. This realm is defined as the source of all sources. We must enter into this highest realm in order to ignite and activate all the complex processes that occur in the previous chambers. This realm is symbolized by the ancient Holy Temple of Jerusalem, and specifically in the chamber known as the Holy of Holies. Though the physical temple no longer stands, our daily prayers are metaphysically structured to lead us into the spiritual essence of the Holy of Holies. These 7 chambers complete the structure and framework that form the upper worlds. The 7th chamber has no real shape. Everything in it is concealed, deep within the innermost of mysteries of the closed parashet. Here all of the chambers exist so as to conceal 2 cherubim, a male and a female. All the lower chambers are elevated to be contained in this curtain, so that they cover the male and the female while they mate. Hence the chambers are able to ascend. This curtain separates the 6 chambers which are holy and the 7th chamber, Kodesh Kodeshim. Beyond the curtain can be found the Kaporet, which is the image of the Holy of all Holies, because this chamber is the place of union. Therefore, it is called the Holy of Holies, a place designated to receive the supernal soul, which is the totality of all the worlds. This is the world to come of the supernal ones. When all the spirits of the chambers have joined with and completed each other, a supernal spirit, the soul of all, rises toward the supernal who is the most concealed, namely Erich Anpin, to bring sustenance down to all, to shine on them from above with the light of the right column, and to complete them and light the candles with the light of the left column. When all are completed by the light that shines on all, and the supernal light descends, the 7th chamber, which is concealed with utmost concealment, receives the Holy of Holies, which is the descending supernal light. The light fills the 7th chamber, as a woman who conceives from a male is filled by him. The chamber is designed for concealment from all, so that it may receive the supernal light. Namely, if the concealment was not set there, it would not have been able to receive the supernal light. This is the secret of the 7th chamber, which is the place of the connection made during union. The union links the 7th with the 7th so that all is one unity, as is appropriate. Joyful is the portion of he who knows to connect with this unification. He is beloved above and below. The Holy One, blessed be he, decrees and he nullifies. He asks, how is it conceivable that a righteous man criticizes his master's will? How is it possible that he cancels out the desire of the Holy One, blessed be he? And he answers, this is only possible when a righteous man forms links and knows how to make unifications, so that all faces shine, all is complete, and everything is wholly blessed. Then all judgments are abolished and none can be found in this world. Joyful is such a man's lot in this world and the next. All that has been said about the righteous man refers to his actions below, in this world. Hence it is written of him, the righteous is the world's foundation, as he is the subsistence of the world. And each day a declaration is made about him. And you shall rejoice in Hashem and shall glory in the Holy One of Yisrael. Sacrifices achieve an effect similar to that of a righteous man's prayer. The smoke of the sacrifice goes up and provides to each and every chamber what is needed, as is becoming. The priests, by their desire to bring gratification to the supernal, and the Levites, by their chanting during the offering of sacrifices, become unified with each other. The Levites are unified with the priests and the priests with the Levites. This is because the priests channel the right column and the Levites channel the left. Completion cannot occur when one is without the other. One chamber penetrates the other, and one spirit the other, until they all rest in their proper places, as is suishable. One organ is within the other and one complements the other. The elements merge, until they become one by the mating of this kiss and shine within each other by embracing. Consequently, this most supernal soul descends and shines on them, and all the candles or spirit are becomingly lit in all their perfection, until this supernal light is aroused and all the chambers enter the Holy of Holies, which is the 7th chamber. This is what is indicated by the inner meaning of the mating of 7th with 7th. The 7th chamber is blessed and filled like a well of spring water that never ceases to flow, and all the upper and lower chambers are blessed. The innermost of secrets is the light that cannot be conceived and is taken account of in the 10 spirit. It is a desire that can never be grasped. This light refers to the light of Yekedah, because the 10 spirit begin from Chachma, Bina, Deity, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, Yesod, and Malchut. The light of Yekeda is sweetened deep within the spirit, and its desire cannot be conceived, not even by thought directed at knowing him. Thus, all the levels up to Ein Sof, blessed be he, unite into one, and everything is perfected from above, below, and within. This desire, the light of Yekeda, is not encased in the inner part of the levels. Nevertheless, it stays within them unobserved, until they reach completion and radiate with every aspect, both the light of Chachma and the light of Hasadim, as before. Hence, this desire that cannot be grasped is sweetened, and is encased and concealed deep within the inner parts. At that time, joyful is the portion of he who can cleave to his master. He is complete above and below. Of him it is written, "Your father and mother will be glad, and she who gave birth to you shall rejoice. Come and behold, because they have been completed by each other and bind each other in oneness, and because the supernal soul, namely Bina, shines on them from above, all the lights become one perfect candle. Then, this light that cannot be grasped or observed is grasped by a desire of the mind. Yet, this desire of the mind, called the light of Chaya, that encases the light of Yekeda, still does not know what it has grasped. This is because the light radiates within it in a concealed manner. Still, the mind shines because of and is sweetened by it as it contains it. All the levels are filled with his light. All reach completion and all shine because of him and are suitably sweetened. Hence, it is written, happy are the people that this is their lot. And he who is attached to his master in this manner inherits all the worlds. He is beloved above and below. His prayer never returns unanswered. He purifies himself before his master as a son who satisfies all of his father's desires, giving him all that he requires. The fear of him is upon all creation, and whatever he decrees, the Holy One, blessed be he, fulfills. Of him it is written, "You shall decree, and it shall be established unto you, and the light shall shine upon your ways." 34. Let there be light. An unprepared vessel can be spiritually dangerous and destructive. Similarly, if acid is poured into a paper cup, the cup is not designed to receive the acid and it dissolves. Preparing the vessel of your being is the first step that must be taken before you even activate your desire to draw in spiritual light. Perusing the Hebrew letters from this segment of the Zohar prepares our vessel so that we can receive and safely contain the awesome light of the Creator. And Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Rabbi Yitzhak said that we learn from these words that the Holy One, blessed be he, uprooted these plants and replanted them elsewhere. Hence the expression, "there was." Rabbi Yehuda said that this implies that light had already existed. This is indicated in "there was." It was not written, "there became light," but "there was light." And when the Holy One, blessed be he, viewed the generations of the wicked, who are not worthy of the light, he stored it for the righteous. This is mentioned in the verse, "Light is sown for the righteous and gladness for those upright in their hearts." Thus it was written, and Elohim said, "Let there be light, as is written, who arose righteousness from the east." And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. What did he see? Rabbi Chia said that this implies that he foresaw the actions of the wicked and stored the light, as we said before. Rabbi Aba disagrees, and says, and Elohim saw the light, that it was good, to store it away. That is, he did not look at the actions of the wicked, but saw the magnificence of the light itself, and decided that it was good for it to be concealed and not revealed to the world. And Elohim saw the light. He saw its radiance beaming from one end of the world to the other, and he saw that it was better to store it, so that sinners might not benefit from it. Rabbi Shimon said, and Elohim saw the light that it was good. This means that he decided that no anger or judgment would be found in it. Similarly, it was said Ayin connection Tobilam, that it was good in the eyes of Hashem to bless Yisrael, so that a curse will not befall Yisrael. This is proven by the end of the verse, and Elohim separated the light from the darkness, to prevent wrath and judgment. And even though the Holy One, blessed be He, afterward united light and darkness as one, nevertheless there was no further conflict and anger. Come and behold, the supernal radiance, Bina, should continue to radiate, and through its radiance, it should bring gladness to all. This is the position of the right, which was crowned with the right to regulate laws of the left. It is written, "How great is your goodness, which you have laid upon those who fear you and which you have wrought for they who trust in you." How great is your goodness alludes to the primordial light that the Holy One, blessed be He, stored away. They who fear you alludes to the righteous who fear sins, and as we said, only they should enjoy the light. 35. And there was evening and there was morning. True spiritual power is achieved through the existence of both light and darkness. Spiritual transformation requires darkness so that there is something tangible transform, and light is actually generated during this stage of transformation. A simple candle can provide us with analogies to help enrich our understanding of the need for darkness. A tiny candle has no significance or worth when flickering against the backdrop of a brilliant sunlit day. But even a massive darkened arena responds to the lighting of one candle. In that setting, the candlelight assumes great importance and value. Moreover, it is the dark burning wick that gives rise to the candle's bright flickering flame. It is for reasons like these that darkness came into existence. Intently browsing the text of Hebrew letters, together with the knowledge gained by reading this section, delivers streams of shining light into areas of darkness that may be present in our lives. And there was evening and there was morning one day. And there was evening, was drawn from the side of darkness, namely the Nukva. And there was morning, was drawn from the side of light, namely Zir Anpin. And since Zir Anpin and Nukva join together as one, it is written of them one day. This indicates that evening and morning are like one body, and both make the day. Rabbi Yehuda asked, if the scripture has already stated that there was evening, and there was morning means the mating of Zir Anpin and Nukva, why then are the words and there was evening and there was morning repeated each day? He answers that it is to acknowledge that there cannot be day without night, nor night without day, and that they are inseparable. Rabbi Yossi said that the day from which the primal light emerged extended into all the other days of creation, as the word day is repeated in them all. Rabbi Elazar said that we learn this from the fact that the name morning was used in them all, because morning only relates to the primal light. That is, morning means the first revelation of light. Rabbi Shimon said that the first day accompanies all the others, and that all are contained in the first. This shows that there is no fragmentation between them, and that all are one. 36. Let there be light. The power of these verses from the Zohar literally makes the light manifest in our lives. And Elohim said, "Let there be light," alludes to the spreading of light downward. These are the angels that were created on the first day, and who subsist on the right side, because the first day, Chesed, is considered to pertain to the right side. Hence, the angels drawn from it pertain to the right. In the quotation, and Elohim saw the light that it was good, the particle et joins the opaque mirror that is Malchut with the shining mirror that is Zir Anpin. This is the union that was pronounced good. Rabbi Elazar said that the particle Et includes all the angels who come from the side of the light of Chesed, and that they all shine as holy as the first light, as it is said of them, and it was good. 37. Let there be a firmament. The light of sun requires reflection off a physical object in order to illuminate. This is the secret of the word firmament. To create resistance and a circuit of energy, a burning light bulb requires a filament. Man requires a metaphysical filament, the firmament, to create resistance against the left column energy of our desire to receive, which is our evil inclination. This firmament or filament is our free will to resist the negative urges and desires of the ego. When we apply this resistance, we create a metaphysical circuit that generates spiritual light. Let there be a firmament amidst the water. Rabbi Yehuda said that these words indicate that the upper water was separated from the lower water, and that a firmament means the spreading of water. Hence, he continues, the words "and let it divide water from water" mean let there be a division between the upper and lower waters. And Elohim made the firmament. The words "and Elohim made" indicate that he acted by supernal greatness. It was not said there was a firmament, but that he made the firmament, indicating that he invested it with greatness. Rabbi Itzhak said that in the second day Gehinnom was created for the wicked of the world. On the second day, conflict was created. The work was not finished on the second day, but on the third. Thus the words "and it was good" were not used in conjunction with the second day. They were used only when the third day came, and the work was accomplished. Hence, "and it was good" was said twice, once for finishing the work started on the second day and once in reference to the third day's work. On the third day, the second day was corrected, and the conflict was settled for the sake of revealing the radiance of both. On the third day, mercy was extended to exempt all of the sinners in Gehinnom from judgment. On the third day, the flames of Gehinnom were moderated or cooled, so that they did not scorch anymore. Hence the second day was included in the third and completed by it. Rabbi Chia, who was sitting in front of Rabbi Shimon, asked him why, if the light emerged on the first day and if darkness, the separation of waters, and discord occurred on the second, was all not resolved by the illumination of the first day, when the right embraced the left. Because the light of the right, considered the root of the second day, had already emerged on the first day, why was the second day made in need of the third day's correction? Rabbi Chia further pointed out that through the second day's correction by the third day, its own radiance was reduced, such that it could not shine downward. If the second day had been corrected by the first day, then it would have maintained its essence and not have reduced itself. Rabbi Shimon said that this was the reason for the conflict. Actually, the first day wanted to correct the deficiency of the second, as the root wants to correct the branch. But the second day would not accept any control by the first day and dissented. Hence, it was necessary for the third day to intervene, settle the conflict between them, and restore peace. 38. Let the earth bring forth grass. The Zohar explains that the first 5 days of creation do not deal with real time, but rather with spiritual phases. During these 5 days, all the forces and entities of creation were maintained in a state of potential. The 6th day of creation refers to their physical manifestation and the start of their physical existence. Here, through the spiritual influences that emanate from each and every letter, the Zohar provides us with an opportunity to manifest and express the potential light in our lives. Let the earth bring forth grass indicates the union of the upper waters with the lower waters to bear fruit. The upper produce fruit, and the lower call upon the upper to receive from them the fruit they are to bear in the world. This is as the female calls upon the male to conceive from him and bring forth offspring to the world. This is because the upper waters are male and the lower waters are female. Rabbi Shimon explains further that what is true for above is true for below. Above is the secret of Zohar Anpin and Leah. In Zohar Anpin is upper waters, and Leah is lower waters. Below is the secret of Yaakov and Rachel, where Yaakov is upper waters and Rachel is lower waters. Rabbi Yossi said that if this be so, then what does Elohim mean? I end the passage. And Elohim said, "Let the earth put forth grass." What is the name Elohim in the verse? It is the living Elohim above, namely Bina, as referred to by all 32 mentions of the name Elohim in the works of creation. Are we to accept that the name Elohim below is a plain Elohim? This, he said, is contrary to what was explained earlier. Rabbi Yossi replied, "Not so, the offspring are below." He quotes, "These are the generations of the heavens and earth when they were created." As has already been explained, they were created by the letter He, which is the nukva from the chest downward of Zir Anpin. Rachel, who is the last Hei of Yudhivhei, from where come all the offspring. The offspring do not come from the nukva above the chest. The one above is the father of all levels, namely the three Sfirat Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet. All that comes down to the worlds comes from them. And she, their nukva, completes the function of generation, but does not bear fruit. Consequently, the earth bears fruit by being made pregnant as a female by a male. Thus, "Let the earth bring forth grass" alludes to the mating of the upper and lower waters, from the chest up. But the earth brought forth grass alludes to completion of the mating of upper and lower waters, from the chest downward. Rabbi Elazar then said that all the forces were latent in the earth, which is the Malchut, and she did not fulfill her potential for bringing forth offspring until the sixth day. This is as it is written, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures," where it is written, "The earth brought forth grass," does not mean that the grass emerged in actuality. It means only that it did not activate its forces until the sixth day. All remained stored until the time came to release the forces, namely on the sixth day. For at first it is written, "It was formless and void," meaning desolate and empty in the Aramaic translation. That is, it was a desert. Then on the third day, it was suitably furnished with seeds, grass, plants, and trees. Finally, it put them forth on the sixth day. Similarly, the luminary bodies did not emit their light until it was needed. 39. Luminous bodies of the firmament. In these verses, we are given the ability to remove curses, all forms of negativity, and all forms of deprivation from our lives. The words, "Let there be luminous bodies in the firmament of the heaven," are for the inclusion of the evil serpent, who befouled and caused the separation between the sun and the moon. As a result, they are not able to mate. The word mirat is therefore spelled without a vav so that it means curses. The adjustment to the spelling is because the serpent caused the earth to be cursed, as is written, "Cursed is the ground for your sake." That is, the serpent was the cause of the sin of the tree of knowledge, a consequence of which was that the earth was cursed. Hence it is written mirat without a vav, which means curses. "Let there be luminous bodies" refers to one luminary, as it is spelled without the vav, is the moon. And the words, "the firmament of heaven," refer to the sun. Thus, the entire expression, "Let there be luminous bodies in the firmament of the heaven," indicates that both the sun and moon were coupled to illuminate the worlds both above the chest of Zir Anpin and below. It is written on the earth and not in the earth to indicate radiance above and below, and Teo teach us that all calculations are done according to the moon. Rabbi Shimon said that numerical measurements, determination of periods, and intercalary calculations are all made according to the moon, because above the moon, this mating cannot be found. Teo radiate the mokin of numerical calculations. Rabbi Elazar said to him, however, this is not so, as there are the mokin of calculations and measurement above the moon. For many calculations and measurements are made by our colleagues. But Rabbi Shimon explained that this is not what he meant. The mokin of calculation are made in the moon and not in any other level. Yet from this basis a man may proceed further and grasp calculations in higher levels. Indeed, from there a man may also proceed to attain the mokin of calculations from levels beyond the moon. Rabbi Elazar said to him, "Yet it is written, let them be as signs for seasons and days and years." This use of the plural indicates that the mokin of calculation is revealed both in the moon and even in the sun, which is Zir Anpin. Rabbi Shimon said to him, "Signs is spelled without vav, indicating the singularity of the moon and excluding the sun." Rabbi Elazar said, "It is written, let them be," indicating plurality, thus including the sun. Rabbi Shimon said, "This is not said about the sun and moon, but about the phases of the mokin. They were all within the moon, which is like a boat, filled with everything, but calculating them all is done only according to the moon, not the sun. Come and see. There is one point which is the beginning of reckoning and account. That is, Erich Anpin called beginning. That which is within and beyond Erich Anpin is completely unknowable. There is one point above, where all is hidden, unrevealed, and unknown. It is Bina of Erich Anpin. From there starts the reckoning and the revelation of all that is hidden and deep, namely the 7 lower spirit of Bina of Erich Anpin. There is also a point below, namely Nukva of Zir Anpin, which is the starting point of the revelation of all calculations and numbers. Consequently, it is the place from where the mokin radiate upon all numerical measurements, determinations of seasons, intercalary days, festivals, holy days, and Shabbats. And the children of Yisrael who cleave to the Holy One, blessed be He, reckon by the moon. As the sages have said, Yisrael reckon by the moon and the nations of the world by the sun. They cleave to it and ascend it to clothe the supernal Bina, as it is written. And you who cleave to Hashem, to your Elohim, are all alive today. 40. Let the water teem with swarms. The swarms refer to the numerous angels that continually interact with humanity. The power to remove negative angels and their influences from our lives derives from the sacred letters. At the same time, we gain the power to connect ourselves to the positive influences of the good angels that populate the upper spiritual atmospheres. Let the water teem with swarms of living creatures. Rabbi Elazar said, "We have already explained that the lower waters teemed and gave birth like the upper waters, meaning that the lower waters gave birth to what they received from above. It is said, birds to fly over the earth." Why, he then inquired, use the word Yofef instead of the simple Yof. Rabbi Shimon said, "This is a secret, because it alludes to the creation of angels. Bird refers to Michael, of whom it is written, and one of the seraphim flew to me. One of the seraphim refers to Michael. To fly is said about Gavriel, as it is written, even the man Gavriel whom I had seen in the vision, at the beginning, being set aflight to fly swiftly. It is Eliyahu who is continuously upon the earth. Eliyahu is not connected to the side of Aba and Ima because he flies with 4 wings, as it is written, and the spirit of Hashem shall carry you where I know not. The spirit of Hashem indicates 1 wing, and carry you the 2nd wing, where the 3rd and I know not the 4th. Thus, He flies with 4 wings. The words upon the face allude to the creation of the angel of death, because he darkens the face of the earth. It is as written, and darkness upon the face of the deep. The words, the firmament of heaven, mean, as was written, that the angel of death goes up to heaven and accuses. He is the Satan. He is the evil inclination. He is the angel of death. He is called the angel of death, because after he accuses, he takes the accused soul. It is therefore written of him, upon the face of the firmament of heaven, because it is his way to accuse in the firmament of heaven. Rabbi Abba said, but the angel of death was created on the 2nd day. How can you say that upon the firmament of heaven is connected to his creation when, as was stated, it is connected to the 5th day, but upon the earth refers to the angel Raphael, who is in charge of healing the earth. Through Raphael, the earth is healed and becomes inhabitable for man. He is the healer to the powers of the earth. And because the healing of the earth comes from him, his creation is indicated in the words upon the earth, while the words upon the face of the firmament of the heaven refer to the creation of the angel Uriel. And all the 4 angels, the carriers of the chariot, are alluded to in this verse. The text proceeds, and Elohim created the great sea creatures. Rabbi Elazar said, those are the 70 ministers of the upper worlds, in charge of the 70 nations, created for the purpose of controlling the earth. Thus they are called the great, instead of that moved, to teach us that they were created to be in charge. The words, and every living creature that moves refer to the creation of the Nefesh of Yisrael, who are surely the Nefesh of Chaya, which is the Nukva of Zir Anpin. This is certain, because the entirety of the world of Atzilut is considered the light of Chaya. They are therefore called one nation in the earth. The words, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, refer to those who occupy themselves with Torah. Water always alludes to Torah, and whoever occupies himself with her merits the Nefesh of Chaya. And he who does not occupy himself always with Torah does not have a holy Nefesh. The words, and every winged fowl after its kind allude to the righteous among them, among those who occupy themselves with Torah, and for this reason, for being righteous, they merit the Nefesh of Chaya. According to another interpretation, the words, every winged fowl, refer to the angels, worldly messengers, of whom we have already spoken. Rabbi Abba said that the words, living creatures refer to Yisrael, because they are children of the Holy One. Blessed be He, from whom their holy souls originate. He asked, from where do the souls of idolatrous nations originate? Rabbi Elazar said, their souls come from the forces of the left, who defile them. Therefore, they are all impure and convey impurity to those who come close to them. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth living creatures. These words refer to the rest of Chayo. Apart from Yisrael, each and every one receives according to its kind. Rabbi Elazar added, this supports our statement that living soul refers to Yisrael, who are holy supernal living souls. The words cattle and creeping things and chayo of the earth refer to the idolatrous nations, which are not living souls. Rather, they are, as we have said, drawn from the forces of the left, which defile them. 41. Let us make man. The body of man is a reflection of upper world forces. Every act we perform in our lower world initiates a corresponding spiritual action in the upper worlds. The magnitude of each action, however, is concealed from us. The simple physical hand movement of reaching into one's pocket to draw a few coins for charity arouses little effect in our physical environment. In the realm of the spirit, however, this act moves mountains. Scanning through the Aramaic text is another such action. It generates unimaginable positive energy for the reader and for the world. The words "let us make man in our image and in our likeness" indicate that man was made of the 6 directions that comprise all, that is, Chachma and Hasadim, after the supernal image. Limbs are structured according to secret wisdom, according to the supernal structure. The words "let us make man" refer to the secret of male and female, made according to the holy supernal wisdom. All was done so that man could receive supernal and holy wisdom, and since wisdom can only be drawn through the nukva, man was created male and female. In the verse, "in our image and in our likeness," in which image is the mochim of male and likeness is the mochim of female, they will construct each other, making man unique and fit to rule the world. 42. And Elohim saw all that he made. When God created us, he saw the final outcome of his intention to bestow infinite fulfillment upon the vessel for all eternity. The Creator actually saw the result even in the original thought, because he is above any concept of time. He perceives the end in the beginning. We, however, who are under the influence of time, find ourselves in a process of transformation that eventually paves the way for infinite fulfillment. This section of the Zohar connects us to the Creator's original thought of creation. We can accelerate the process of change and connect ourselves to light that is destined to be ours when we achieve our final correction. And Elohim saw all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. These words correct the omission of the words "it was good" in the second day. These words were omitted on the second day because on it, death was created. Now, the words "it was very good" are used. The colleagues have explained that "it was very good" refers to death. Because this is so, it was fitting to use "it was good" on the second day, the day on which death was created. But the words were not used until the 6th day, when it was revealed that death is very good. And Elohim saw all that he made, and behold, it was very good. He asks, did he not see that before? The words "and Elohim saw" give the impression that he only saw after he had created. He explains, the Holy One, blessed be he, saw all the things that had been made and those yet to be made. And these are those who commented that the particle "et" before the word "all" indicates that he saw all the generations to be and all that was to happen in the world in each generation, before those generations even came to existence. The words, which he had made, allude to all the works of creation recounted in Bereshit. There, the foundation and root of all that was to be and will subsequently come to pass in the world was established. Hence, the Holy One, blessed be he, foresaw all and placed all in the works of creation. The unique aspect of the words, the 6th day, is the letter He. The He was used in reference to no day except the 6th. For the formula is not the 1st day, the 2nd day, and so on, but rather one day, a 2nd day, and so on. This is because now the world was finished, which is Zir Anpin and Nukva, who were combined at the end of the works of creation, as the female was united with the male into one unit, He with 6th, to be completely one. Thus the heavens and earth were finished indicates that the unification of the male and female was complete in every detail. The works of creation were completed in every way and were fully equipped with everything. 43. The heavens and earth were finished. The spiritual intention of this passage is to help us recognize that the Torah is not a book about morals, values, and ethics. The Torah is the actual channel and portal by which we connect to the light of the Creator. This awareness gives us the ability to activate the Torah's spiritual powers. When we study the Torah, it becomes a vehicle by which we literally elevate into the upper worlds. The heavens and earth were finished along with all their hosts. Rabbi Elazar quoted, "How great is your goodness which you have laid out for those who fear you. You have wrought for them who put their trust in you, before the sons of men. Come and behold, the Holy One, blessed be He, placed man in the world. He gave him the abilities to perfect himself in his service and to correct his ways so as to merit the supernal light that the Holy One, blessed be He, saved for the righteous. This is as it is written, no eye has seen Elohim, alluding to the stored light. The words, you will do for those who await you, refer to the righteous. And how can one merit this stored light? The answer is, only through constant occupation with Torah. He who occupies himself with Torah every day merits a place in the afterworld, and it is considered as if he had built the world. Through Torah the world was built and completed. Thus, the words, Hashem founded the earth with wisdom, He established the heavens with understanding, refer to the wisdom and understanding found in Torah. And it is also written, and I will be a nursling with him, and I will be his delight every day, which means that Torah was his craftsmanship in creating the world. Thus, whoever embraces Torah completes and preserves the worlds. Come and behold, the Holy One, blessed be He, made the world by a breath, and by a breath it is preserved. It is preserved by the breath of the mouths of those who study Torah. It is preserved even more by the breath of the children in the houses of learning, because the world is preserved for them. Furthermore, how great is your goodness refers to the hidden good, or the stored light. Those who fear you relates to those who fear wrongdoing, those who occupy themselves constantly with Torah, for whom the light was stored. You have wrought for them who trust in you. He asks, what is the meaning of wrought? And he responds that it refers to the works of creation. The whole of creation did not come about, and could not be maintained, if not for those who study Torah, those who can draw, through their learning, upon the stored light. Rabbi Abba said, the word wrought refers to the Garden of Eden, which the Holy One, blessed be He, crafted on earth in the image of the supernal shape for the righteous to reinforce themselves. The words are wrought for them who put their trust in you, which you had laid out for those who fear you before the sons of men, because the lower Garden of Eden is for humans and the other one, the supernal Garden of Eden, is only for the supernal holy beings, not for people. Rabbi Shimon said, the word wrought refers to the supernal Garden of Eden, but even so, it is for the sons of men. For there gather the righteous, who do the will of their master. Although the upper Garden of Eden is not for humans, the righteous in the lower Garden of Eden rise through the air into the upper Garden of Eden. Even though the righteous must descend and return to their places, the upper garden is still considered for people. And they were finished indicates that all the work that was to be done, both above and below, was finished, for the heavens and the earth represent above and below. The word heavens alludes to the supernal above, and earth alludes to the below. Rabbi Shimon said, the word heavens alludes to the completion of the works and craftsmanship of the written Torah, that is, the structure of Zir Anpin, which is called the written Torah. And the word earth refers to the completion of the works and craftsmanship of the oral Torah, that is, the structure of the Nukva called oral Torah. The word works refers to the 6 aspects of Zir Anpin, and crafts refers to the top 3 Sfirit. All their hosts refers to the details of Torah, the 70 alternative aspects of Torah, which are the details of the structure of Zir Anpin called Torah. And the heavens and earth were finished means that both Zir Anpin and the Nukva, called heaven and earth, can coexist and complement each other. The heavens and the earth are particular and general, and all their hosts are the inner meanings called secrets of Torah and the rules of cleanliness and uncleanness in Torah. 44. And Elohim finished on the seventh day. The power of blessing is the final necessary stage for any endeavor. Blessing assures that positive energy remains constant and consistent. Focused visual connection with the Zohar's text arouses and imbues the power of blessing into our lives, especially in the areas of greatest need. And Elohim finished on the seventh day alludes to the oral law, namely Malchut, the seventh day. Zohar Anpin contains 6 days, and the Nukva, which is Malchut, is the seventh. On the seventh day the world was completed, and all was preserved. It is written, his work which he had made, and not all his work, because the written Torah, which is Zohar Anpin, created the world through the power of written words, which are Moken extended from Chachma. Hence, the work was finished on the seventh day, which is Malchut, the Nukva of Zohar Anpin. The seventh day was mentioned 3 times in the text, and Elohim finished on the seventh day, and he rested on the seventh day, and Elohim blessed the seventh day. And Elohim finished on the seventh day refers to the oral Torah, which is Malchut, the Nukva of Zohar Anpin. For by means of the seventh day the world was finished and completed, as we have said. And he rested on the seventh day refers to the foundation of the world. In the book of Rabbi Yebasaba, it is written that he rested, refers to the Yovel, namely the illumination of the left side of Bina. Hence it is written, from all of his work, because all originates from this. And we say that, and he rested alludes to Yesod, not to the Jubilee, because rest dominates everything else. That is, rest in the illumination of Yesod is more revealed than the rest in the illumination of the Jubilee. And Elohim blessed the seventh day refers to the high priest, who blesses all and takes the first share. As we have learned, the priest takes the first share of all feasts, and he is blessed. Hence, he can bless others and is called the seventh. Rabbi Yesasaba said that, and finished refers to the Yesod of the world, and blessed to the central column, which is Tiferet. Rabbi Shimon said that, and he sanctified it also refers to Yesod, because it says, and he sanctified it without saying what he sanctified. This phrase is unlike the previous passages, and he blessed, and he rested, because it refers to the place where the sign of the covenant is fixed, namely Yesod. The word OTO can be interpreted as the place of the sign of the covenant, namely Yesod, because it is written, and he shows me both it and his habitation. It refers to Yesod, and his habitation refers to Malchut. This place, Yesod, is the dwelling of all supernal sanctities, the place from which the Nukva descends upon the congregation of Yisrael to bestow upon her luxuries and the bread of joy. This is in accordance with the verse, from Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall field the dainties of the king. From Asher alludes to the perfect covenant. His bread shall be fat indicates that before the correction of the Yesod, bread was a shame, but now, after the correction, it has become the bread of joy. In the words, and he shall field the dainties of the king refers to the congregation of Yisrael, which is the Nukva of Zohar Anpin, to whom the Yesod gives all the luxuries of the world. And all the sanctities that emerge from above originate from this place. Hence, he sanctified the very sign of the covenant, the Yesod. 45. Which Elohim created to make. When the Sabbath was brought forth into creation, it greatly diminished the influence of the created negative forces. In our world, this same power is given to us through the Sabbath. Learning this section helps us weaken the negative forces in our daily existence. For on it he rested indicates that in it, namely within Yesod, can be found rest for all, the upper and lower. In it is the Shabbat for rest, which Elohim created indicates that from the remembering, keeping had come forth, to finalize the manufacturing of the world. To make is the craftsmanship of the world. To make alludes to the completed work, a doing that perfects everything. Rabbi Shimon further elucidated the sentence, which Elohim created to make, with the words, who keeps the covenant and the chesed. He explained that who keeps refers to the congregation of Yisrael, which is Malchut. The covenant is the foundation of the world, which is Yesod of Zir Anpin, and chesed is Abraham, who is chesed of Zir Anpin, because the congregation of Yisrael, Malchut, is the keeper of the covenant and chesed, meaning it is the keeper of chesed and of the Yesod of Zir Anpin. Malchut is called the protector of Yisrael, because Zir Anpin is called Yisrael and Malchut protects his spirit. It protects the gateway to all the spirit of Zir Anpin, Yesod being its lowest sphira and chesed its uppermost. And because Malchut protects them, it is viewed as the protector of all his spirit, from Yesod up to chesed. Upon it depends the functioning of the world, because it protects Zir Anpin from any interference from outside forces by means of the prohibitory precepts. Similarly, all corrections and deeds depend on it, by means of the positive precepts. Hence, that Elohim created to make, corrects and finalizes each and every day of the 6 days of creation, which are the 6 spirit of Zir Anpin. These words give birth to holy spirits and souls. Even evil spirits and demons are included in the phrase, which Elohim created to make. And it is not true that evil spirits and demons play no role in correcting the world. Even they were created for the correction of the world to slap the hands of the wicked of the world and admonish them, so they will follow correct paths. Whoever veers to the left side will find himself adhering to the demons and evil spirits of the left side, who will punish him. In this way, the demons and evil spirits help correct the world. Come and see what was written about Solomon. I will chasten him with the rod of men and with the plagues of the children of men. Those plagues of the children of men are the harmful pests who are the demons and evil spirits. Because they were created to punish transgressors, people fear them and keep away from sins. Come and behold. At the time the demons and evil spirits were being created, the day, Shabbat, was being sanctified. The demons and evil spirits were left without bodies, because he did not have the time to make them bodies. They are creatures who were not finalized, come from the left, and are considered the refuse of gold. Thus, because they were not finished and remained defective, the holy name cannot rest upon them, and they cannot cleave to it. They are terrified of the holy name and sweat with fear upon its mention. Therefore, they cannot cleave to it. Furthermore, the holy name cannot prevail in an imperfect place. Come and behold. A man who is imperfect because he does not leave a son behind him when he departs from this world cannot cleave to the holy name and will not be allowed beyond the curtain of the Holy One. Blessed be he, because he is defective and was not completed. And a tree that was uprooted, that is, a man who dies without a son, has to be replanted, by being reincarnated into this world a second time, because the holy name is perfect in all aspects. The defective man cannot therefore cleave to him, because spiritual cleaving is a matter of similarity of form, and the defective are as far as east is to west from the perfect. Come and behold. Those creatures, namely the demons and evil spirits, are defective above and below. Thus they cannot join the upper on the side of Bina or the lower on the side of Malchut. Of them, it was written that Elohim created to make, which means he created creatures that need correcting and finishing. These creatures were not completed above or below, neither from the side of Bina nor from the side of Malchut. And if they are bodiless spirits, why are they not completed above from the side of Bina? Because the spirits were not perfected below on earth, by receiving a body, they cannot be completed from above, in the lights. Because they came from the aspect of Malchut, they need to be clothed in bodies. And since they have no bodies, their spirits are defective as well, and they cannot be corrected from above, in Bina. They all come from the left side and are invisible to the human eye. They stand in opposition to people so that they can harm them. They have 3 of the characteristics of the ministering angels and 3 features in common with people. As has been explained, they have wings, fly from one end of the world to the other, and foretell the future as do the ministering angels. They eat, drink, procreate, and die like people. After their creation, these spirits are left behind the millstones of the chasm of the great abyss. When the sanctity of the Shabbat day has passed after the Shabbat, these incomplete spirits come into the world and fly around in all directions. People should beware of them. Then, once again, the entire left side reawakens and the flames of Gehinnom blaze. All who come from the left side float around the world. They want to clothe themselves with bodies, but they are unable to do so. At this time, people must protect themselves against them. Thus, the sages prescribed the saying of the hymn for afflictions, whenever one fears them in the world. 46. The Tabernacle of Peace. A protective shield of light surrounds our world during the Sabbath. We can awaken this protective field of energy and draw it into our lives during all 7 days of the week. Come and behold. When the day is sanctified on the evening of Shabbat, a tabernacle of peace descends and settles on the world. He asks, "What is this tabernacle of peace?" And he answers, "It is the Shabbat." On Shabbat, all the evil spirits, stormy spirits, demons, and the defiled hide behind the millstone of the chasm of the great abyss. For when the sanctity spreads over the world, the spirit of defilement does not waken. One runs from the other. Holiness shuns the unclean, and the unclean shuns holiness. Thus, on Shabbat, the world is under supernal protection. As a result, there is no need to pray for protection, as when one says, "Who protects his people, Yisrael, forever, Amen." This blessing was prescribed for weekdays, when the world needs protection, but on Shabbat, a tabernacle of peace is spread over the world and protects it from all directions. Even the sinners of Gehinnom are preserved, and all remain in peace, both the upper and lower. Hence, upon sanctifying the day, we say, "He who spreads the tabernacle of peace over us and over all his people Yisrael and over Jerusalem," instead of "He who protects his people Yisrael," as on weekdays. Yet, he asks, "Why over Jerusalem?" And he answers, "Because it is the abode of this tabernacle. It behooves one to pray and summon the tabernacle of peace, so that it will be spread upon us, dwell with us, and be to us like a mother protecting her children. One, therefore, fears nothing on Shabbat from any side of the world. Therefore, one says, "Who spreads the tabernacle of peace over us?" And there is no need to say, "Who protects his people, Yisrael, forever, Amen." Come and behold. When Yisrael bless and call the tabernacle of peace, the holy guest which only appears on Shabbat and is an infrequent guest, they say, "He who spreads the tabernacle of peace." Then the supernal sanctity comes down, spreads its wings over Yisrael, and covers them as a mother covers her children. And all evil leaves the world, and the people of Yisrael remain under the holiness of their master. Consequently, this tabernacle of peace gives new neshama to her children. He asks, "What is the reason it gives new souls to Yisrael?" And he answers that souls dwell in and issue from her, because she is Bina, And because this tabernacle of peace dwells upon and spreads her wings over her children, she sheds new souls upon each and every one of them. Rabbi Shimon says further that this is the reason why we have learned that Shabbat is similar to the world to come, and this is true. Just as Shemitah and Yovel are equal to one another, so are Shabbat and the world to come. Like Shemitah, Shabbat is Malchut. Like Yovel, the world to come is Bina. And since we learned that Shabbat and the world to come are equal to each other, then Shemitah and the Yovel are equal to one another. The extra soul that the tabernacle of peace bestows upon her children comes from the secret of remembering Zir Anpin to the tabernacle of peace that extends from the world to come. The tabernacle of peace receives the additional neshamot from Zir Anpin and gives them to the holy nation. The people are elated with the addition, and all worldly matters, sorrows, and evil are forgotten. Thus it is written, "On the day that Hashem shall give you rest from sorrow, and from your troubles," indicating the time when the additional neshamot are received from the tabernacle of peace. On the evening of Shabbat, one should taste of all the food he has, to show that this tabernacle of peace embraces all three columns of Bina. This is as long as nothing is lacking from the Shabbat day meal, because the honor of the day is greater than the night. Others say further that one should beware that nothing is lacking from the 2 meals of the day, and it is well to be very careful with that. And it is needless to say that if one has more than 2 meals on Shabbat day, he can still taste of all the foods on the eve of Shabbat, as long as 2 dishes remain for the day of Shabbat. This was fully expounded upon. The Shabbat candles were given to the wives of the holy people to light, and the friends have given a reason for that. They explained that when Chava extinguished the candle of the world by causing Adam to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, she brought death and darkness to the world. Thus, by lighting the Shabbat candles, women correct that which Chava, the first woman, did, and this is good. Nevertheless, a deeper interpretation is that the tabernacle of peace that shines on Shabbat is the mother of the world, and the souls, which are supernal candles, reside within her. Thus, a mother or a woman should light the candles. By doing so, she stands in the stead of the supernal mother of children, the tabernacle of peace. Because she does so, the upper mother of children bestows holy souls upon her children, which is the secret of the supernal spiritual candles. For this reason, a woman should light the candles of Shabbat with a joyful heart and great concentration, because the supernal glory is hers. It is a great merit to herself to beget, in lighting the candles, holy sons who are the shining candles of Torah and piety, and who will bring peace to the world. By lighting the candles, she also gives her husband long life. Hence, she should be very careful with the lighting of the candles, and should do so with great concentration. Come and behold, the evening and day of Shabbat combine remember and keep. In the first tablets it was written, remember the Shabbat, and in the second tablets it was written, keep the Shabbat. Because remember is the male presence of Zir Anpin and keep is the female presence, or the Nukva, of Zir Anpin. When remember joins keep, all is one. Joyful are the people of Yisrael, who are the lot of the Holy One. Blessed be he, his destiny and his inheritance. Of them it is written, happy is the nation that this is their lot. Happy is that nation that has Hashem as its Elohim. 47. And Hashem Elohim built the rib. This section helps every human being attract their true soulmates. Moreover, the letters and words of the Zohar help existing marriages rekindle the flames of passion and spiritual enlightenment. And Hashem Elohim built the tzila which he had taken from man. Rabbi Shimon says, it is written, Elohim understood her ways and he knew her place. There are many ways of looking at it, but what is the principal way of interpreting Elohim understood her ways? It is similar to an Elohim built the rib, even though Rib means the oral Torah, which is Malchut, in which there is a path, as it is written, that makes a way in the sea. The sea is Malchut, and in it he made a path. Hence, an Elohim understood her ways, and he knew her place. He asks, what is her place? And he answers, it is the written Torah, namely Zir Anpin. The written Torah, which is the secret of the upper Zir Anpin and of the Nukva from the chest upward, has knowledge. Hashem Elohim is a complete name to correct the Malchut in everything. Hence, the Mokin of the Nukva or Malchut are called Chachma and Bina, because they are created with full perfection from the two names of Yud-He Vav-He and Elohim, with Yudhei corresponding to Chachma and Elohim to Bina. Hence Elohim understood her ways relates to the emanation of Chachma that comes through Bina, and this emanation is called Elohim. And he knew her place is De'ati, the light of Hasadim and the secret of Yudhei, drawn from Aba through Zir Anpin. The rib is the mirror that does not shine Malchut. As it is written, in Sali they rejoiced and gathered. The word indicates opaque glass, which needs correcting. The words, the rib that he took from man, mean that he took Malchut out of the written Torah, which is Zir Anpin. Because woman originates in the Malchut of the written Torah, to the woman indicates her connection with the flames of the left side. Torah, namely Zir Anpin, was given from the side of Gvura, which is related to the Nukva. The word for woman is derived from Esh, meaning fire or the side of Gvura, and He, indicating the Nukva to which the fire of Gvura is connected, and they are burned as one. And he brought her to Adam because it is not fitting for the Nukva to exist alone. She is included within and cleaves to the written Torah, Zir Anpin. And when the Nukva has united with Zir Anpin, he feeds and prepares for her and bestows upon her all that she needs. Hence, it is written and the earth, in which the Vivi in and the earth alludes to Zir Anpin, which bestows an abundance upon her, called food, as we have already explained. Here we learn that the mother and father must supply all the needs of a daughter before she is wed. After she has been joined with her husband, it is for him to feed and give her what she requires. Come and behold. It is first written, and Hashem Elohim built the rib, that is, that mother and father have prepared for her. Then it is written, he brought her to Adam, so they could join together and cleave to one another. Then, it is for her husband to give her what she requires. Another interpretation of the verse, Elohim understood her ways, is that when the daughter is in her mother's home, her mother cares for all her needs every day. Hence, Elohim, the mother, understood the ways of the Nukva. When her husband marries her, he gives her what she wants and satisfies her needs. Thus, it was said that he, namely the husband, knew her place, meaning that the husband cares for the wife once she is married to him. 48. And Hashem Elohim formed the man. Man is born into this world with an evil inclination built into his nature. True transformation of character occurs through the assistance and spiritual power of a soulmate. This relationship gives us inner strength and willpower to complete our transformation. It is written, Hashem Elohim Vayetzer the man. Vayetzer is spelled with two yuds to hint that here man was completely formed, with both right and left. As we have explained, he was created with only the good inclination, not with the evil inclination. But later with and Hashem Elohim formed, the evil inclination is also included in him. This is the hidden reason for the two yudson alludes to the good inclination, the other to the evil inclination. He asks, why was he given two inclinations? And he responds, the reason is that he was given the good for himself and the bad to awaken his desire for the female. The secret meaning of this is that the north, which is the left side, always wakes toward the female and cleaves to her. Hence, she is called Isha, which is analyzed as the fire of Hei, which is female. For the Nukva is built by, and emerges from the left side. Come and behold. The good and bad inclinations were given to man because the female was placed between the two inclinations, connected to both. Yet, she cannot be placed between them until the evil inclination awakens within her and the two inclinations connect. After they are connected, the good inclination, which is joy, rouses itself and draws the Nukva to itself. We have already explained the man, yet man was also comprised of both male and female aspects, unable to separate and face each other. The words dust from the earth indicate that now he is about to be made ready. That is, now the two aspects will separate and face each other. Come and behold. When a woman is wed to her husband, she is called by her husband's name, man, woman, righteousness, he is a young ophir, she is a far, he is called a deer, and she a gazelle. 49. Baal and Asherah. These two words refer to two aspects of idol worship. Idol worshipping refers not only to bowing down before statues and icons. Idol worshipping includes any material possession or external situation that controls our emotions and behavior or that motivates us in any way. When any of these influences determine our degree of contentment and joy in life, then we have surrendered control and severed our connection to the light, the true source of all fulfillment. Often, our negative tendencies lead us to become worshippers of wealth or disciples of our own egos. We can remove the power and allure of the idols that control us by meditating upon the Hebrew passages. It is written, "You shall not plant an Asherah of any kind of tree at the altar of Hashem your Elohim which you shall make." Are we to understand from the words at the altar that only beside an altar it is not permitted to plant a grove? If so, then who permitted planting a grove anywhere else or above an altar? But, as we have explained, Asher is the name of the husband and his wife is called after him, Asherah. Thus, the words all the vessels made for the Baal and Asherah indicate the side opposing Zir Anpin and the Nukva of the holiness. The side where Baal is against Zir Anpin, and Asherah is against the Nukva. Hence, we understand the question of why it says, "You shall not plant an Asherah at the altar of Hashem your Elohim." In the words, at the altar, at is synonymous with instead of. The verse means you shall not plant an Asherah of idolatry in the place of Hashem your Elohim because the altar of Hashem is situated upon it. That is, about to annul the klippa of Asherah, as was said before. Thus, do not plant an other Asherah of idolatry against the altar. Come and behold. All those who worship the sun are always referred to as the worshippers of Baal, and those who worship the moon are called worshippers of Asherah. Hence, the above passage for the Baal and Asherah refers to Baal, who is the sun and is male, and the Asherah, who is the moon and is female. She is called Asherah after her husband Asher. But, if she is called Asherah after her husband Asher, why is the Nukva not called Asherah anymore? Although the Nukva of purity is no longer called so, she was called Asherah in the past after the passage. Happy am I, for the girls will call me blessed. She was called so by those who praised and acknowledged her, and it is written of her, beautiful of all sights, the joy of the whole earth. But the other nations did not acknowledge her, erected an Asherah of idol worship in her stead, and moreover belittled her, as it is written, all that honored her yet despised her. and hence, the name Asherah was taken away from her because they stopped acknowledging her. And to prevent the other idolatrous nations from gaining strength, she is called an altar, which is made of earth. This is as written, "An altar of earth you shall make for me." Hence it was said of Adam, "And Hashem Elohim made Adam from the dust of the earth," where dust is Malchut and earth is Bina. Thus, through this sweetening of dust with earth, he merited receiving the mokin of neshama of life. After the dust was sweetened with earth, it is written, "And he breathed in his nostrils the soul of life." As the soul of life was breathed into the dust, the body of Adam was sweetened, like a female conceiving from a male. Through this process, soul and body become joined. Because the light of Bina is called neshama, and because the body is sweetened to become an adequate vessel for Bina, light and vessel embrace each other. This dust, which is the body, becomes filled with emanations of light. He asks, "What are those lights?" And he says, "They are the Ruach and Neshama." It is written that then man became a living soul, which means that he was now complete in body and soul, and could now correct and sustain the living soul that was his female. And Hashem Elohim built. Here also, in building of the rib, the full name is used, as it was used in and Hashem Elohim made man. Because her father and mother corrected her before the woman came to her husband's home, Zir Anpin, hence a full name is mentioned, as Hashem is Aba and Elohim is Ima. The rib is described in the verse, "I am black and comely, daughters of Jerusalem," meaning it was fashioned after the secret of the mirror that does not shine. Later, her father and mother correct her, so as to bring peace between husband and wife. This is what is meant by, "He brought her to Adam." 50. Soothing and asking permission. The Zohar discloses the importance of treating one's wife with the utmost love, honor, and respect. A man must make every attempt towards elevating his wife to the highest level. Here the Zohar is not simply emphasizing the need for moral and ethical behavior between a man and wife. Rather, the Zohar is revealing supernal secrets. The woman corresponds to the spirit of Malchut. She is the vessel, and is therefore responsible for manifesting light for the entire family. Accordingly, the male must prepare and build the vessel if he hopes to maximize the spiritual light to be received. The husband's actions arouse the light in the upper worlds, while the wife manifests the light in our world. In pursuing their own religious goals, some men relegate their wives to a secondary position. Herein lies the difference between a religious mindset and a genuinely spiritual one. Spiritually, a man can never grow and develop without elevating his wife to her rightful place. From these passages, we draw the consciousness and inspiration to strive for this kind of marriage. And he brought her to Adam. From this we learn that it is incumbent on the father and mother of the bride to transfer her to the charge of her bridegroom, as we read, "My daughter I have given to this man." Henceforward the husband is to come to the wife, because the house is hers and not his. It behooves him, therefore, to come to her, as it is written, "And he went in to her and he went in also to Rachel." In the beginning, it is written, "And he brought her to Adam," because not until the mother and father prepare her to receive the light of Hasadim from Zir Anpin will Zir Anpin come to her. All the whole house is the female's, and he has to have her permission before mating. And upon this we commented, "And he came on to the place and he slept there," meaning that he asked permission first. From this we learn that he who wants to mate with his wife must soothe her first and soften her with sweet talk. Failing to do so, he shall not sleep with her, because their desire must be mutual and without coercion. And he slept there, because the sun was setting comes to teach that sexual intercourse is forbidden during the day. And he took of the stones of the place. We have learned that even if a king has beds of gold and glorious bedgowns to sleep in, and the matron prepared for him a bed of stones, he should leave his own and use what she has prepared, as it is written, and he lied down in this place, namely on that bed of stones. Come and behold, it is written. And the man said this time, these are loving words, spoken to win a woman's affections, draw her closer to him, and arouse love within her. See how tender and how love-enticing are the words, a bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. They show her that the two are one and inseparable. And then he should praise her, saying, this one shall be called woman, which means she is peerless and the pride of the house. Other women compared to her are as apes before men. This one shall be called woman, perfect in every regard, she and no other. All those are loving words, similar to those in the verse, many girls have done great things, but you have excelled them all. Hence a man shall leave his father and mother and cleave unto his wife, and they become one flesh. This is to draw her to him with affection and cause him to cleave to her. Because he was aroused toward her with those words, it is written. And the serpent was cunning. The evil inclination was awakened to embrace her, connect her with physical desires, and arouse her to other things in which the evil inclination delights. Then the woman saw that the tree was good to eat and was delightful to behold, and she took the fruit thereof and ate. She received the evil inclination willingly and lustfully, and she gave also to her husband, because she was lustfully aroused and wanted to win her husband's love and affection. These passages explain the process to human beings, as it occurs above between the upper male and female. Although the scripture talks of Adam and Chava below, it nevertheless alludes principally to the supernal male and female, and people should attune their actions to theirs. Rabbi Elazar said, if it be so, that the scripture talks of the supernal male and female, how do we account for the evil inclination overtaking the female? Because it is inconceivable that the evil inclination can affect the supernal nukva. He said to him, I have already explained. Some things pertain to the upper realms and others to the lower, meaning those happenings in the upper are directed toward the lower, which are their branches. Everything in the lower has a root in the upper, from whence it is drawn and grows. Hence the good and bad inclinations are drawn from their upper roots, the good from the right and the bad from the left. The supernal left, the upper left column from which the bad inclination is drawn, embraces the body or the female to join with it as one. As it is written, his left under my head. Hence, the scripture was explained both in terms of the upper male and female, and of the lower Adam and Eve. From this point on, the account is smeared slightly with tar, which means that it is easy to understand how the lower relates to the upper, and even the smallest child can elucidate on this matter. And the friends have discussed it. 51. He who goes on a journey. No matter how high we climb spiritually, we are always beholden to our wives, for it is through their essence that we receive all our light. The woman is the direct manifestation of God's presence, or Shekinah, in our world. Rabbi Akiva, the great and holy master of the eminent sage Rabbi Shimon, once told his students, all that is yours and all that is mine is hers. He was indicating the indispensable role a woman plays in a man's spiritual work. Rabbi Shimon was going to Tiberias, accompanied by Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Chia. On the way, they saw Rabbi Pinchas coming toward them. When they met, they dismounted from their donkeys and sat under one of the trees on the mountain. Rabbi Pinchas said, Now that we are seated, meaning now that we are prepared to learn Torah, I would like to hear of the good teachings you expound every day. Rabbi Shimon then opened a discourse by saying, and he went on his journeys from the Negev. It says journeys in the plural where it should have said journey in the singular. Why did the scripture say journeys in the plural? Because there were two journeys, one his own, and the second that of the Shekhinah. The dual journey indicates that everyone should be male and female, so that his faith may be strong and the Shekhinah may never depart from him. And you may ask, if the sojourner is not both male and female, will the Shekhinah then leave him? Come and behold. He who goes on a journey should pray to the Holy One, blessed be he, before he leaves, so as to draw upon himself his master's Shekhinah, when still at home and still both male and female. And when he prayed and praised, and the Shekhinah rests upon him, then he can go on his way. Now that the Shekhinah is with him, he can be male and female in the city, that is, at home and in the field on his journey. Because the Shekhinah is joined to him, it is written, righteousness shall go before him, with righteousness representing the Shekhinah, and then he shall place his footsteps on the way. Come and behold. As long as a man is traveling, he should beware of sinning, so that the supernal mate, namely the Shekhinah, will not desert him, causing him to become defective, that is, not composed of male and female. Just as he guards his actions in the city, when his wife is with him, he should do so all the more on the road, when the supernal mate, namely the Shekhinah, is attached to him. Furthermore, because the supernal mate, namely the Shekhinah, protects him on the road and does not depart from him until he returns to his home, he should, therefore, watch his actions at home too, so that the Shekhinah does not desert him. When he returns home, he should please his wife, because it is she who procured the supernal mate for him. By reciting a prayer for the journey, while still at home with his wife, he merited the supernal mating on the journey. Thus his wife brought about his supernal mating on the way, namely the inspiration of the Shekhinah. And when he comes to her, he should please her for two reasons. First, because of the joy of mating, as this mating is the joy of a precept, and because rejoicing in a precept is the joy of the Shekhinah. Furthermore, he increases peace at home, as it is written, you shall know that your tent is at peace, and you shall visit your habitation and not sin. He asks, if he does not mate with his wife, is that a sin? According to the words, and you shall visit your habitation and not sin? And he says, evidently so, he has sinned. He has diminished the glory of the supernal mating, namely the Shekhinah, who has mated with him on the way because of the actions of his wife. And if he is ungrateful to her, he thus reveals his opinion that the supernal companion was not so important to him and hence derogates her honor. The second reason why he should gladden his wife is that if his wife conceives in consequence of this mating, the supernal mating endows her with a holy soul. For this covenant of the supernal mate that endows the holy soul is the covenant of the Holy One. Blessed be he. By this mating with his wife, he causes the mating of the Holy One. Blessed be he, with the Shekhinah. It behooves one, then, to concentrate on that joy as one should concentrate on mating on Shabbat, which is the sage's mating. That is, the holiness of the mating when one returns from a journey equals the holiness of the mating on Shabbat Eve. Hence, the quotation, you shall know that your tent is at peace, indicates that you will know the Shekhinah is with you and has settled on your home. Hence, and you shall visit your habitation and not sin, means that you should not sin by refraining from intercourse before the Shekhinah, which is the joy in a precept, namely one must not prevent the union of the Holy One. Blessed be he with the Shekhinah, through which a soul can be endowed. This is a great sin. Similarly, the great scholars abstain from their wives all weekdays, so as not to be distracted from their full occupation with Torah. The supernal mate consorts with them, and the Shekhinah does not leave them, so that they remain male and female. And when Shabbat comes, these scholars have to please their wives for the honor of the supernal mate, as we have explained, causing the supernal mate to endow them with holy souls. They should direct their hearts for their master's desire. Similarly, the supernal mate joins with a man whose wife is on her unclean days and dutifully abides by the laws of family purity all those days, so that he remains male and female. And when his wife is purified, he is obligated to rejoice with her, with the joy in a precept, the joy of the supernal. All the reasons we have discussed reach the same conclusion. The main objective is that the faithful must direct their hearts and desires to this. One may say that a man is more praiseworthy while journeying than when he is at home, because the supernal mate embraces him while he is on his way. Come and behold. When a man is at home, the foundation of the house is the wife, because of whom the Shekhinah does not leave the house. As we have learned, it is written that when he brought her to the tent of his mother Sarah, the candle was rekindled, as it was when Sarah, his mother, was alive. That is because the Shekhinah came to the house for his wife's merit. The Shekhinah, therefore, dwells in the house because of the wife's merit. The concealed reason behind this is that the supernal Ima, Bina, does not coexist with the male, namely Zir Anpin, until the house has been prepared and both male and female, namely Zir Anpin and Nukva, have been joined. Then the supernal Ima brings blessings upon them both. Similarly, the lower Ima, namely the Shekhinah, cannot be found with the male, namely man below, except when the house has been corrected. The male comes unto the female, and they join together as one. Consequently, the lower Ima, the Shekhinah, brings upon them a wealth of blessings. Hence, a man is crowned with two females in his home, similar to the supernal Zir Anpin, as the secret of the words. Add the desire of the everlasting hills. Add in the verse until the desire. Is the mokin of the supernal garden of Eden. In it are the desires of the everlasting hills, which are the two nukvas. The supernal female, Bina, desires to correct and crown the male, with the mokin of the three-spirit and to bless him with hasadim. The lower female desires to embrace the male and to be fed by him with the mokin of Ad, because of which the supernal mother, Bina, desires to endow him with these mokin. Hence the male is crowned by the two nukvas. For were it not for the lower nukva's need for the mokin of Ad, the supernal mother would not have endowed the male with them, because the male does not need them. He needs concealed hasadim. That which has been explained about the upper male also applies to the lower male, that is man in this world. When he marries a woman, he receives the desires of the everlasting hills. He is crowned by two females, called the everlasting hills. One is supernal, namely the Shekhinah, and one lower, namely his wife. The supernal is to pour blessings upon him, and the lower, his wife, should be fed by him and joined with him. But when he journeys, it is not so, that is, he is not crowned by the two females, but solely by the supernal Ima, namely the Shekhinah, who cleaves to him upon his sojourning. The lower, his wife, stays at home, and when he returns home, he crowns himself again with two females, as we have said. Hence, he who stays at home is more dignified than he who travels. Rabbi Pinchas said to Rabbi Shimon, even in simple matters of the scales and fins of a fish, no one will open his mouth to brag before you. That is, Rabbi Pinchas was so amazed at the depth of Rabbi Shimon's interpretation that he said, even on simple matters of deciding whether a fish is fit for eating or not, no one will dare to expound before you. 52. Voice and speech. A deeply hidden secret pertains to the spiritual powers of the mouth. As letters and words arouse the very forces that they describe, the mouth animates the spiritual forces that it speaks. Positive words generate positive angels, while negative speech produces negative angels. The good and bad events in our lives are merely the net effect of the angelic influences created through the power of speech. The evil inclination works to blind us from this spiritual truth. Having succumbed to the uncertainty and doubt implanted within us by our negative tendencies, most of us disregard the words that come out of our mouths. Yet Kabbalah teaches that it is far more important to consider what comes out of the mouth than what goes into it. It is fitting that, through the power of the Zohar's words, we can draw light to help us use our speech in a positive manner. Rabbi Shimon said, similarly, Torah, that is, Zir Anpin, is situated between two houses between two nukvas. For Ima is called house, as in for both houses of Yisrael. One is upper and sealed, the supernal Ima, Bina, the other is more revealed. The supernal, sealed one is the great voice referred to in a great voice which was not heard again. This is an inner voice that cannot be heard or revealed. It is not heard in the form of a voice and not revealed in speech. It is produced when the palate is connected to the larynx to produce hay in a soundless whisper. This is perpetually produced, it never ceases. It is a very thin inner voice that can never be heard. From this voice, from Aba and Ima, the great voice, Torah, called the voice of Yochai, namely Zir Anpin, originates. This audible voice comes from the voice that is not heard, namely Aba and Ima. Subsequently, speech is linked to the inner voice. Speech comes and is heard through the strength and initiative of Yaakov's voice. The voice of Yochai, called Torah, that is, Zir Anpin, is embraced between two females. It is then linked to the inaudible inner voice, namely Ima, and to the audible external one, namely the Nukva. There are two inaudible voices, called concealed Hasadim, and two other voices that are audible externally. In them, in the Hasadim, these voices are revealed by the radiance of Chachma. He explains, the two inaudible voices are the supernal and concealed Chachma, namely Erich Anpin, clothed by thought, and the supernal Father, heard neither in speech nor in the aspect of the voice. First, it is revealed slightly by an inaudible whisper, s in the issuing of the letter Hei, called the great voice. The great voice is a faint sound emitted secretly, and it is the supernal mother. Those are the two inaudible voices, Aba and Ima. The two audible voices are emitted from here, produced by the two inaudible ones. Those are the voice of Yochai, namely Zir Anpin, and the speech that cleaves to it, which is the Nukva of Zir Anpin. The great voice, Bina, is whispered and not heard. It is a house for the supernal Chachma, which is Aba. Because each female is called house, Bina is called house. Speech, which is the Nukva of Zir Anpin, is the house for the voice of Yochai, which is Torah or Zir Anpin. Hence Torah starts with the letter Bet or Bereshit. Rabbi Shimon said that the words in the beginning Elohim created correspond to and Hashem Elohim built the rib. The structuring of the Nukva by Aba and Ima is insinuated here. The words the heavens correspond to the secret of the great male and female Ayin the words, and he brought her to the man. Likewise, and the earth corresponds to bone of my bones, the secret of the smaller male and female. The small Nukva, alluded to in and the earth is called the land of the living. 53. Hashem said to my master, The Zohar describes the metaphysical process by which the negative desire to receive for the self alone is transformed into the desire to receive for the sake of sharing. This transformation opens the way to the final redemption, which will be achieved by the 7th millennium. We can hasten this process through our efforts in reading this section. Rabbi Shimon further said, Hashem said to my master, Sit at my right hand till I have made your enemies as your footstools. Hashem said to my master, this means that the upper level Zir Anpin says to the lower level, the Nukva, sit at my right so as to link west, the Nukva, with the south, Chisid of Zir Anpin, and the left, the Nukva, with the right Zir Anpin. These linkages break the power of the idolatrous nations. The quotation continues, till I have made your enemies as your footstools, because Hashem said is Yochai, Zir Anpin, and to my master, is the ark of the covenant of the master of all the earth, namely the Nukva. An alternative explanation is that Hashem says is the Yovel, which is Bina, and to my master is Shemitah, the Nukva, of whom it was said, I love my master. Yovel says Tio Shemitah, sit at my right, because the right, which is Hasadim, exists in Yovel, namely Bina and Shemitah, which is the Nukva, must link with the right, as we have explained. Come and behold. The sabbatical year, namely the Nukva, was not thoroughly connected to right and left from the day of its conception. And when the Nukva wants to link with the right and the left, Zir Anpin spreads out his left arm toward her and creates this world. That is, the Nukva, in its role as the left in her, is called this world. And since he now has only the aspect of the left, she has no existence, that is, no complete moken. This was the state of affairs for the 6,000 years before the 7th millennium. At the inception of the 7th millennium, and only on that day, the Nukva links with the right, namely Hasadim. Then the Nukva is embraced completely between right and left, that is, with full moken, and a new heaven and earth will come into being. She will never be removed from there, because she will be balanced between right and left forever. If what you say is correct, and only in the 7th millennium will the Nukva link with the right, how do we explain that sit at my right, which means during the 6,000 years, and not necessarily at the advent of the 7th millennium? And he explains, the verse sit at my right applies to a specified time period. It says till I make your enemies to be your footstools, which is not forever. But at that time, in the 7th millennium, she will never be removed. As it is written of her, you shall spread to the right and to the left. That is, she will comprise in herself the right column and the left column, and all will be one within her. Come and behold. The words the heavens allude to the upper Shekhinah, namely the Nukva from the chest upward, and the words and the earth allude to the lower Shekhinah, the Nukva from the chest downward of Zir Anpin. They are joined together as male and female. This means that the upper Nukva is connected to the male, who is the great Zeir Anpin, and the lower Nukva is linked to the minor Zeir Anpin. All this has been explained by the colleagues. 54. The rising flame. A glowing ember or lit candle holds many supernal secrets concerning the revelation of spiritual light. By learning this section, we awaken these wondrous forces of light in our own lives. When they rose to leave, Rabbi Shimon said, we have something with us, meaning that he had one more thing to tell them. Rabbi Shimon then said, 2 passages are written. One says, because Hashem your Elohim is a consuming fire, signifying that it is impossible to cleave to him. As it is impossible to cleave to fire. The other says, you who cleave onto Hashem your Elohim are all alive today, signifying that it is possible to cleave to him. These seemingly conflicting passages have been explained repeatedly by those who have tackled them. But come and behold. The verse, because Hashem your Elohim is a consuming fire. The colleagues have discussed that there is a fire that consumes and destroys even fire. Thus, there is a fire that is stronger than normal fire, and that has been explained. But, come and behold. One who wants to learn the wisdom of holy unification must examine the flames arising from a glowing ember or lit candle, because the flames only rise if coming from a coarse object. Come and see. In the rising flame there are two lights. One is a white and luminous light, the other is a blue or black light to which the white light is linked. The white shining light is higher and direct. Underneath it is the blue or black light, which serves as a pedestal for the white. This shining white light spreads over the blue, and the two lights unite to become one. And this black light, or the blue tint underneath it, serves as a throne of glory for the white light. Hence, its appearance is the secret of blue. It is the aspect of the throne of glory, which resembles blue, as is generally known. This throne of black or bluish light links to something underneath it, so it has something on which to burn. This thing compels it to cling to the white light. The black and blue light sometimes turns red again. Yet the white light above it never changes, it is always white. But the blue changes. It is sometimes blue or black, sometimes red. This blue light links in two directions. Connects to the white light above it and to the coarse object underneath it, namely the wick. The wick is designated as the place to which the light may connect and from which it radiates. The wick serves as the point at which the blue light connects with the shining white light. The blue light of the candle always consumes and destroys the coarse object, namely the wick, because the blue light consumes and burns all that it comes into contact with underneath it. And because its nature is to consume and scorch, it is the source of the destruction and death of all. The blue light is the secret of the Nukva, or the tree of knowledge, from which death and destruction originate. It therefore consumes whatever it links to below. The white light that prevails on the blue light never consumes or destroys, and it never changes color. It is the light of Hasadim, which never changes or becomes coarse and which is free from judgment. Therefore, it does not destroy or change. That is why Moshe said, "For Hashem your Elohim is a consuming fire." It is because fire consumes and destroys all that is underneath it that Moshe said, "Your Elohim and not our Elohim." Moshe was a chariot for the supernal white light that neither burns nor destroys, and which cannot be touched by judgments. Come and see. This blue light cannot awaken, kindle, or link to the white light without Yisrael connecting to it from underneath. This is the same as the linking of the wick to the blue light. Come and behold. Although it is the nature of this blue, black light to destroy all that contacts it from beneath, Yisrael still cleaves to it from beneath and survives. This is written, "You who cleave onto Hashem your Elohim are all alive today." It is written, "To Hashem your Elohim, which is the Nukva, and not our Elohim," which would allude to Zir Anpin, for whom Moshe was a chariot. He said to them, "You cleave to the blue and black light that burns and destroys all, but nevertheless you survive, as it is written. You are all alive today, because this blue light did not burn you. A concealed light envelopes this white light. It is a supernal secret that this light refers to the supernal light that clothes Zir Anpin, which is the white light. This light cannot be conceived or understood. Everything, including the blue, white, and concealed, surrounding light, can be found in the rising flame of a candle, and all great wisdoms are insinuated therein. Rabbi Pinchas approached and kissed him, saying, "Blessed be the merciful, who led me to meet you here." They accompanied Rabbi Pinchas for 3 miles. When Rabbi Shimon and the friends returned, after escorting Rabbi Pinches, Rabbi Shimon said, "What we said is the secret wisdom of sacred unification. Consequently, the last hay of the holy name, the Nukva, is the blue and black light that links to the letters Yud He Vav, namely Zir Anpin, the bright white light. Come and behold. Sometimes the blue light is the letter Dalet and sometimes He. When Yisrael does not connect to it from below so as to kindle it and connect it to the white light, it is Dalet. And when Yisrael awakens her, by elevating the Ma'in Nukvin, to connect her with the white light, then it is called He. Whence do we know this? From the words, if a girl is a virgin, Naira is written without a letter He. What is the reason for this? It is because she has not been linked to a male, and wherever male and female are separate, the letter He cannot be found. Nara is therefore spelled without the HEI, and the HEI ascends, while the Nukva stays with the letter Dalet, which alludes to poverty. Because whenever the blue and black light connect to this bright white light, it is called He, indicating unity. The Nukva cleaves to the white light, and Yisrael clings to her and stands underneath her to kindle her. Through the female water, they rise to her, and unity is found. Yisrael, by bringing up the female water to her, kindles the Nukva and causes her to cleave to and joins the Ir Anpin. Were it not for the female water, the Nukva would not have joined Zair Anpin. Thus, they too are attached to Zair Anpin. This is because whatever one affects in the upper realms, he also merits below. Hence, the Holy One, the Shekhinah, and Yisrael become one. This is the inner purpose of the sacrifice. The smoke rises and kindles the blue light. When it is lit, it links to the white light and then to the candle, meaning that the Shekhinah alights in unity. And when she cleaves to the white light and the smoke, the three become one. The nature of the blue light is to burn and consume all that it contacts from below. When the sacrifice is pleasing and the candle burns in unity, it is written the fire of Hashem falls and consumes the offering. When all has been burned completely, it is known that the candle, which is the Shekhinah, is burning in complete unity, and the blue light, which is the Nukva, has united with the white light, which is Zir Anpin, and the two have become one. Furthermore, the blue light burns and consumes the fats and burnt offerings, meaning that it does not burn and consume from beneath, except when it is elevating for the white light. This indicates that all, including the smoke and the blue light, link to the white light. Hence, peace is made in all the worlds and all is embraced in unity. And when this blue light is through burning and consuming all that is underneath, all the priests and Levites and Yisrael come and cleave onto it. The Levites cleave with the joy of singing, the priests with the meditation of their hearts, and the Yisrael with prayer. And the candle, namely the Shekhinah, burns and shines upon them. All the lights unify, the worlds glow, and all above and below are blessed. Hence the words, and you who cleave onto Hashem your Elohim are all alive today, apply to Yisrael. He asks, the passage says, and you, with the addition of the letter Vav. Should it not be just you? He answers, Vav shows Yisrael's virtue over that of the offerings and fat, because when the offerings and fat connect to the blue light, they are consumed and burned. But if you cleave to this blue, black light that burns and consumes, all remains alive. This virtue is alluded to by the Vavin, and you are all alive today. In a dream, all colors except for blue are a good sign. Blue always destroys and consumes. It is the tree where death is found. It is the Nukva, which is called the tree of knowledge. It reigns over the lower world, which is this world, and it consumes and destroys everything that exists underneath it. The Nukva of Zir Anpin is found in the upper heavens, namely the world of Atzilut, and there are many upper hosts in the worlds of Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya, yet they live and subsist. So how is it, one might ask, that you say that the blue light, which is the Nukva of Zir Anpin, consumes all that is underneath? Come and behold. All the upper hosts in the worlds of Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya, which are higher worlds than this, are included in the blue light itself, not underneath it. Yet the lower beings of this world are not included in the blue light itself, because they are the coarse objects by which the world is supported. The world links to the lower beings and subsists on them, just as the wick of a candle. Without Zir Anpin, the world would not exist. Hence, the blue light consumes and destroys them, and there can be nothing down here in this world that is not destroyed, because the blue light destroys all that is underneath it. 55. By 45 colors of light. As white sunlight refracts into the 7 colors of the spectrum, the light of the Creator also refracts into colors that produce the diversity of creation. The Zohar describes the refraction of the supernal light and the birth of the countless colors that we experience as joy, bliss, and happiness upon performing a positive spiritual action. Through these passages, we gain a profound connection to all the colors of light. Our reading literally ignites the extraordinary eruption of color in the upper worlds, so that all the grades of light begin to radiate in our souls. The world, the Nukva of Zir Anpin, is differentiated by 45 colors and types of lights. 7 Sfirit divide into 7 chasms, each plumbing its own abyss, namely Malchut. And stones turn within the abyss, meaning that they overturn so as to shine downward. And the light penetrates and pierces the stones, creating holes through which water flows and is poured into and covers both sides of its abyss. As the water exists through the holes in the stones, supernal light of the endless world shines through them and strikes the 4 sides of the abyss. Each light of the 4 sides includes all others at the time of striking. They join as one, and the water from Zir Anpin splits within her. The 7 Sfirit of Zir Anpin cling to their 7 chasms, or Malchuts, because the Sphira contains 7 chasms, each of which is considered the left column of Zir Anpin. They dig in that dark abyss, where darknesses mix with all the Sfirit of the Nukva, and water rises upward from below. That is, the light of Hasadim, called water, which is the secret of the right column, first shines upward from below, and then Hasadim falls back down to the left column and links with the lights of the left, because the light of Chachma is darkness without containment, within the lights of Hasadim, and they all mix together lights, darknesses, and water, and from them are made invisible lights that are dark. When each of the 7 chasms of Zir Anpin has struck its companion, its opposing aspect in the abyss of the Nukva, they split into 75 channels of the abyss, through which water, meaning lights, is channeled. Each pipe raises its voice and the chasms of the receptor are shaken. When the voices are heard, each abyss calls to its companion, "Split your waters so that I can enter within you." As is written, abyss calls to abyss. At the voice of your channels all your waves and billows have gone over me. Beneath the 75 channels extend 365 sinews. Some are white, some are black, and some are red. They mix with each other, become included within each other, and turn into one color. The 365 sinews are enmeshed in 17 nets, each of which is called a network of sinews. Enmeshed within each other, they descend to the end of the abyss because they took on the aspect of Yesod, which terminates the structure of the level. Underneath the 17 nets are 4 more. 2 nets resemble iron, and 2 resemble copper. 2 pedestals stand over all these aspects, 1 to the right and 1 to the left. And the nets join to be one, and the water, which forms the lights, flows down the channels and enters the nets. The channels, the nets, and all their lights are included within these 2 pedestals. One pedestal is made of the black firmament, the other is made of a firmament that is the color of a badger, which is reddish. When the lights of the level of mating rise, that is, when they radiate upward, they elevate through the pedestal of the black firmament, which is the pedestal of Netzach who shines upward. And when they descend, they do so through the firmament of the badger color, which is the pedestal of Had who shines downward. One of the pedestals is to the right, the other is to the left. The right pedestal is on the black firmament, the left one on the firmament of the badger color. And when the lights go up through the pedestal of the black firmament, the pedestal of the left firmament goes down against it, and the lights go down through it. Each pedestal is embraced within the other. Within them they contain all the nets, and they lure the lights to the very end of the lower abyss. One pedestal rises and elevates above all the chasms. The second remains at the bottom of the chasms. Between them, the chasms revolve and become perfected. As the chasms revolve, the channels are inserted between the pedestals. There is a total of 75 pipes, yet of them, the 7 abysses of Zir Anpin are more supernal. They are above the others, which cling to them. The 75 pipes are inserted in the wheels of the pedestal of the right and left sides. Through the 7 chasms of Zir Anpin, which are the most supernal chasms, water, eluding Teo lights, flows up and down. Those that flow down, the supernal lights flowing down to the veils of all the Malchuts, dig into the chasms and pierce them. These rising lights enter the holes that are pierced in the stones, rise, and then fill up the 7 seas. Thus, we have explained the 7 kinds of lights that emanate from the supernal secret. 7 other lights divide into 7 seas, and 1 sea includes them all. This 1 sea is the supernal sea that includes all the other 7 seas. The 7 lights go into the sea, referring to this 1 supernal light that includes 7, and strike it. As a result, this SEA has 7 sides. Each side splits into 7 streams, as it is written, and he shall smite it into 7 streams. Each stream then splits into 7 rivers, each river splits into 7 routes, and each route into 7 lanes. And all the waters of the seas flow through them. 7 lights ascend and descend in 7 directions. 7 supernal lights enter the lower sea of the 7 upper seas. Nevertheless, they are only 6 instead of 7, and originate from the supernal one. Together, they are considered as 7. And in the same manner that the sea receives, it divides its waters into the other seas and waters. There is a serpent from the left side that swims in all the rivers. It comes to the side, the left side, because it can only draw sustenance from the left side of the rivers. The scales are strong like iron, referring to its judgments, which are very strong. It draws sustenance from the sins of lower beings and invades the place of the missing Malchut. All lights in the rivers are thus darkened before the serpent, because mating ceases as soon as it touches the place of the missing Malchut. Its mouth and tongue are blazing fires. Its tongue is sharp and tough as a sword, meaning that his judgments are very severe, and there is no salvation from him. When the serpent enters the temple in the sea, which is Malchut, the temple is defiled, and its lights are extinguished. Thus the supernal lights, the lights of the top 3 Spherit, leave the sea. Then the waters of the sea split and go to the left side. The sea then freezes, and its waters do not flow. This explains the hidden meaning of, and the serpent was more crafty than any chaya. The secret is that the wicked serpent descends from the upper to the lower. It draws the lights of the left downward, and it swims upon the bitter water. Thus, it went down to ensnare Chava into eating fruit from the tree of knowledge. It draws the lights of the left down and ensnares them in his net. This serpent is death in the world, because it enticed Chava with the tree of knowledge and thus brought death to the world. It penetrates the closed intestine of man, the appendix, which is to the left from which it draws sustenance. Another serpent, which brings life, is located in the right side, which is the good inclination, the one that brings life to man. Both sides, the good and bad inclinations, accompany man, as has already been explained. Then all the animals of the field. We learn from these words that of all the animals of the field, the clippet, there is none that causes harm as the serpent does, because he is the dross of gold. Woe to him, alluding to Adam, who was seduced by the serpent. He brought death upon himself and all who came after him. All of this has been explained already. Adam was drawn downward after the serpent. He went down to learn of all that is below, meaning that he went down to draw the light of Chachma to the lower malchut that is missing like the serpent. As he went down for the purpose of drawing light from above to below, his desires and his ways were drawn after the clippet. This drawing downward of the light of union is the secret of prohibition of the tree of knowledge. Since he intended to draw the light downward, he cleaved immediately to the clippet, even though he had not yet actually drawn any light. They went down to the serpent and saw the desire of the world. And his ways were swayed to this place of malchut, which is the secret of eating of the tree of knowledge. Then the serpent was drawn after Adam and his wife. It cleaved onto them with its filth, bringing death to them and all subsequent generations. Its venom did not cease to exist in the world until Yisrael stood at Mount Sinai. This has already been stated. 56. They heard walking in the garden. When Adam and Eve sinned, they disconnected themselves from the Creator. The secret to reestablishing our own connection can be found in the spiritual concepts of close and distance. Closeness refers to two entities that possess similarity of form and resemblance of nature. It is our difference of nature, our negative aspect of receiving in contrast to the Creator's positive aspect of sharing, that causes the separation. The rays of light that resonate from the mystic shapes of the Hebrew letters awaken the sharing nature in our souls. We achieve greater similarity of form with the Creator, which in turn generates greater unity. And because they sinned and attached themselves to the tree where death dwells below, it is written, and they heard the voice of Hashem Elohim walking in the garden. Note that the word is not Mehalek, which would indicate the male gender, but mit Halek, which indicates the feminine gender. For the additional letter Tet indicates the feminine gender. Come and behold. Before he sinned, Adam was continually ascending to higher levels, had access to divine wisdom, and was never disconnected from the tree of life. But he was drawn after the lights and parted from the tree of life, descending and drawing down light from above because of his increasing desire for knowledge. He discovered evil and left good. Thus it is written, For you are not El that has pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with you, because he who is drawn after evil has no dwelling with the tree of life. And as long as they did not sin, they could hear the divine voice, partake of supernal wisdom, exist within the mokin of the holy radiance, and have no fear. But, once they sinned, they could no longer withstand it. Similarly, as long as Israel did not sin, from the time they stood at Mount Sinai, the filth of this serpent was removed from them. There was a total annulment of the evil inclination in the world when Israel rejected the serpent. They clung to the tree of life, elevated, and did not go down. This meaning that they elevated the light of the left from below and did not draw any light downward. This is the aspect of the tree of life. Then they knew and saw the holy mirrors. Their eyes were lit and they were happy to know and to hear. Hence, the Holy One, blessed be He, wrapped them with cords made of letters from His holy name, so that the serpent could not control them and would not defile them as before. This is the secret of the ornaments that they received on Mount Chorev. And because they sinned with the calf, all those supernal levels and lights were taken away from them. And all the armed cords, ornamented by the holy name, were retrieved. They drew upon them the evil serpent as before and caused death to all the world. Subsequently it was written, "And when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moshe, and beheld that the skin of his face shone, they were afraid to come close to him. Come and behold. It was written before, and Israel saw the great hand. Before, they all saw the divine lights and were enlightened by the shining mirror, which is Zeir Anpin, as it is written, and all the people saw the voices. And also upon the sea they saw and were not afraid, as indicated by the words, He is my El, and I shall prepare him a habitation. But after they sinned, they could not withstand the sight of even the mediator, Moshe, as it was written, and they feared to come close to him." 57. And they stripped their ornaments from Mount Chorev. The revelation of light on Mount Sinai was so great that it extinguished all darkness, including death. When the Israelites sinned by building the golden calf, they mirrored Adam's original sin and disconnected from the light. Death was reborn. Reading this section helps replenish the original volume of light that existed on Sinai and arouses the forces of immortality. Come and behold. It is written of Yisrael, and the children of Yisrael stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Chorev. They were stripped of the ornaments that they received at Mount Sinai, the ornaments intended to prevent the wicked serpent from controlling them. When their ornaments were taken away, it is written, "And Moshe took the tabernacle, and pitched it outside the camp, afar off from the camp." Rabbi Elazar asked, "What connection is there between this verse and the stripping of the ornaments?" And he answered, "Because Moshe knew that supernal protection was stripped from them. When they took off their ornaments, it was clear that from now on the wicked serpent would reside among them. If the temple was erected there, it would be defiled. Immediately then, Moshe took the tabernacle and pitched it outside the camp, afar off from the camp, because he saw that the wicked serpent would control them. And he called it the tabernacle of appointment." He asks, "Was it not called the tabernacle of appointment before?" And he answers, "Before then it was called only a tent, but now it was called it the tabernacle of appointment." What is the meaning of mode? Rabbi Elazar said, "For merit and good." Rabbi Abba said, "For discredit and evil." Rabbi Elazar explains that it was for good, because mode means a festive day, which is the happiness of the moon, which is the Shekinah. Because of the Shekinah's added sanctity, no defects mar her on that day. Hence, he called the Shekinah by the name Moed, to show that the tabernacle, which alludes to the Shekinah, had alienated herself from them at the time of the sin of the calf, and thus was not made defective. Hence it was written, and he called it the tabernacle of appointment. Rabbi Abba said, "It was called Mod So As to show unworthiness." After the giving of Torah, the Shekinah was a mere tent, as it is written, "A tabernacle that shall not be taken down, Not one of the stakes thereof shall ever be removed, and it was continuously illuminated. But now, after the sin of the calf, it was called the tabernacle of appointment, because it was only illuminated periodically. Before, it gave long life to the world, and death was powerless. After the giving of Torah, there was freedom from the angel of death. But, after the sin of the calf, the Shekinah became the tabernacle of periodic congregation, as it is written, the house of appointment to all the living. Now it is governed by time, and life is limited in the world. Earlier, before the sin of the calf, the tent was not faulty, but now it was rendered defective by the sin of the calf. Before, that mating between the sun and the moon, between male and female, was continuous. Now it is the tabernacle of periodic congregation, because their mating is only periodic, because their mating ceases when the serpent comes close. Hence, it was now called the tabernacle of periodic appointment, which means that union occurred only periodically. Rabbi Shimon stayed up one night and was busy with Torah. Before him sat Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Itzhak, and Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yehuda said, "It is written, and the children of Israel stripped off their ornaments from Mount Chorev, and we explained that in so doing they brought death upon themselves and all future generations. And the serpent governed them, although they had earlier removed him from their midst. It was said that they had freedom from the angel of death." He then asked, "This applies to Yisrael because they sinned, but what about Yehoshua who did not sin?" He asks, did he also separate from that supernal ornamentation that he had received with Yisrael on Mount Sinai or not? If it was not taken away from him, then why did he die like any other man? And if it was taken away from him, then why? He did not sin, having been with Moshe at the time that Yisrael sinned. And if you say that Yehoshua was not crowned at Mount Sinai with the rest of Yisrael, then why? Why was Yehoshua different from the rest of Yisrael? He said, "For Hashem is righteous and loves righteousness, and the upright behold his face." And the colleagues have commented on this verse that Hashem, namely Zir Anpin, is righteous, and his name, namely the Nukva of Zir Anpin, is righteous. Because he loves righteousness. He loves the union of righteous and righteousness and charity. He is also upright, as is said, righteous and upright. Thus all the people of the world behold his face. Blessed be he, correcting their ways and following the right path. For eventually all the world will follow that path anyway. Come and see. According to this, when the Holy One, blessed be he, judges the world, he does so according to the majority of men. Come and behold. When Adam sinned by eating of the tree, he brought death to the whole world. He caused a defect that separated a woman from her husband, namely the Nukva from Zir Anpin. This sin or defect was imprinted upon the moon, which is the Nukva, until the time when Yisrael stood at Mount Sinai. When they were at Mount Sinai, the defect was wiped out from the moon, which was enabled to shine forever. That is, after the defect of the sin of the tree of knowledge was removed, she returned to mate with Zir Anpin in a never-ending union. Thus, she forever shines without diminution, and they obtained the secret of freedom from the angel of death at that time. When Yisrael sinned with the calf, the moon became defective as it was before the giving of Torah. The evil serpent regained control of her, held her, and drew her to him. When Moshe realized that Yisrael had sinned and that the holy supernal ornaments had been taken away from them, he knew with certainty that the serpent had control of the moon, which is the Nukva. He knew that it was drawing her to it and that she was becoming defective. That is when he isolated her. That is what is meant by, and Moshe took the tent and pitched it outside the camp. The tent is the Shekinah, as mentioned above. It was blemished and defective, having reverted to her state, as after the sin of Adam. Therefore, although Yehoshua was still adorned and crowned with ornaments, no man can live forever anymore. The only exception to this rule was Moshe, who had control over her, and whose supernal death was called the kiss of death of Zir Anpin. This is as written, So Moshe, the servant of Hashem, died according to the word of Hashem, because Moshe was the sustainer of the Nukva, and not its recipient, as were the rest of the people. Hence the fault in the Nukva had no effect on him. The Nukva did not have permission to keep Yehoshua, nor anyone else, alive forever. Hence it was called the tabernacle of appointment, namely a tent that has a time limitation for the world, meaning that everyone had to die. The inner meaning of all this is that there is right above as there is right below. There also is left above and below. He continues by saying that there is a right in the supernal holiness, namely male and female, and there is a right below on the other side, namely the klippot. There is a left above in supernal holiness that arouses love, so that the moon can connect to a holy place above and shine from there. Because when Zir Anpin is channeling the light of the left to the Nukva, she is consoled by him and permits him to mate and give her light. There is a left side below on the other side. It disrupts the supernal love, blocking the moon, which is the Nukva, from shining by the sun, which is Zir Anpin, and from coming close to him and mating with him. This is the aspect of the evil serpent. And when this lower left, the serpent, is aroused, he draws the moon, the Nukva of Zir Anpin, toward him and separates her from above, from Zir Anpin. Her radiance darkens, and she cleaves to the evil serpent and draws death to the whole world. For she links with the serpent and alienates herself from the tree of life, that is Zir Anpin. Hence, her connection with the tree of life is not continuous, but periodic, and the life she gets from him is also periodic. When the temple, which is the Nukva, was defiled, death was caused to the world for the period of time until the moon, which is the Nukva, is corrected and resumes her radiance. She is now called the tabernacle of periodic congregation, which means that she will only be called so for a limited period of time, because her union was disrupted by the proximity of the serpent. Hence, Yehoshua died only because of the serpent, which came close to and caused the tabernacle, the Nukva, to be blemished, as in the beginning, as before the giving of Torah. This is the inner meaning of, but his servant Yehoshua, the son of Nun, was a young man, he did not leave the tabernacle. Even though he was a young man below, he received light from the Nukva because his capacity was augmented by the angel Metatron. Mataron is called a young man below, in Atzilut. Nevertheless, he did not leave the tabernacle, which also means that he was no better than the tabernacle itself, the Nukva, which contained him. As the tabernacle was deformed, so was Yehoshua, and although he still had the holy ornaments, when the moon became defective, Yehoshua could not escape alone from that very defect. This means that the same defect, which was caused by the sin of Yisrael, affected both the moon and Yehoshua. Come and behold. Similarly, when Adam sinned with the tree of knowledge, the Holy One, blessed be He, took away his ornaments, the luminous and sacred letters with which he had crowned him, namely the letters that form the holy name. Hence, they saw and knew the meaning of removing their ornaments, as it is written. They knew that they were bare. Beforehand, they were clothed with precious, armed crowns, which gave them freedom from all. After sinning, those precious crowns were taken from them. They knew then that death called for them, that they were stripped of that freedom from all, and that they had brought death upon themselves in the world. 58. And they sewed fig leaves together. Here the totality of spiritual wisdom is conveyed through the metaphor of a seed. The unfolding of this wisdom is personified through the metaphor of a grown tree, that is, the tree of life and tree of knowledge. The evil intention to utilize this wisdom for negative purposes is conveyed through the symbol of the fig leaf. Adam and Eve wearing fig leaves denotes their dabbling in the dark side of wisdom. These verses can help prevent ourselves from falling into the negativity. And they sewed fig leaves together. From these words, we learn that they learned all types of magical spells and sorcery, and that they cleaved onto the lower one, which is the other side, as was explained. Consequently, the height of Adam was reduced to 100 cubits, and a separation between Zir Anpin and the Nukva was effected. Now, Adam existed in judgment, and the earth was cursed, as has been explained. 59. And he expelled the man. Our lives are the sum of our decisions and the paths we've chosen to walk. The moment we choose a path, we immediately invite the totality of spiritual forces associated with that path into our life. We are thrust into a whole new world. According to the Kabbalist, all possible paths exist in parallel universes. We switch universes at the moment we choose a path, as if we'd walked out of one movie to enter another movie that's far more enjoyable. The power to choose which movie of life we experience resides in our choices and spiritual actions. We are now receiving the spiritual enlightenment to always know the right path. By so doing, we envelope ourselves in all things positive. And he expelled the man. Rabbi Elazar asked, "Who drove whom out? Could it have been the Holy One? Blessed be he who expelled Adam." Because it was not written that Hashem drove man out, just he drove out the man. The particle et before the man is reversed. It should have been man drove out et. In the words drove out et, the particle et clearly indicates the Shekhinah. Adam certainly did drive out et, but the words are reversed. Hence it was written before, and Hashem sent him away from the Garden of Eden. Why was it written that he sent him away? Because Adam expelled et, which is the Shekhinah, as we have said. Therefore Hashem sent him away from the Garden of Eden. It is then written just and he placed instead of and Hashem placed. This is because it was Adam who placed the Kruvim. At this place he has brought about, blocking the supernal paths and ways. Sustenance was withheld, judgment was brought upon the world, and curses have been upon the world ever since. And the flames of the ever-turning sword refer to those who effect judgment in the world. They keep leaping from one shape to another, and from one manifestation to another. They keep changing into many shapes so as to make the world pay its dues. Sometimes they manifest as men, other times as women. At times they are scorching fires, and at times they are spirits. And no one can control them. They preserve the way of the tree of life as it was in the beginning, and prevent them from doing more damage. The flames of the sword are all those who blaze fire and severe punishment upon the heads of the wicked and the sinners. The shapes change themselves into several kinds of judgments, according to the actions of the humans. They are called flames, as it is written, and he burned them in the next day. They are called swords, as it is written. The sword of Hashem is filled with blood. Rabbi Yehuda said that the flames of the sword are the avengers below, in this world, who change from one shape to another. They are given charge of harming and accusing the wicked, who transgress their master's commands. Come and see. Once man sinned. He drew upon himself a number of evil and punitive spirits and judges and judgments of which he was terrified and could not subdue. Solomon was versed in supernal wisdom, and the Holy One, blessed be he, crowned him with royalty. Hence all the people of the world feared him. And when he sinned, He drew upon himself many harmful and punitive agents and weavers of judgments, namely judgment-mongers, and he feared them all. They were able to harm him, and all that he had they took away from him. Hence, by his actions, and according to the path he chooses, man draws upon himself emissaries which he must face. Adam, by his sin, drew upon himself another defiled force, and that force defiled him and all mankind after him. Come and behold. When Adam sinned, he drew upon himself the force of defilement, and he defiled himself and the world. This is the evil serpent who is unclean and defiled the world. As we have learned, when the angel of death removes the soul of a person, what is left is an unclean body that defile the house and all those who approach it. Hence, he that touches the dead body, because death comes from the defiled evil serpent. For this reason, when the angel of death has taken the soul and has defiled the body, permission is granted for all sorts of defilement to settle on that body. The body has been defiled by the side of the evil serpent that has taken possession of it, because death comes from him. Hence, wherever that evil serpent dwells is made unclean. Come and behold. When people sleep on their beds at night, and when night spreads its wings upon the world, they taste the taste of death. Because they do, the spirit of defilement roams around the world and defiles it. It settles upon a man's head, and he is made unclean. And when he wakes from his sleep, and his soul is returned to him, all that he touches with his hands is made unclean, because the spirit of uncleanliness is upon those. Hence, one should not receive his clothes from the hands of another who has not washed his hands, because in so doing, he will draw upon himself the spirit of defilement and become unclean. This spirit of defilement then receives permission to dwell anywhere that his mark can be found. Hence, one should not receive the vessel for washing his hands from another who has not washed his hands already, and has drawn upon himself the spirit of uncleanliness. And the spirit of defilement has permission to settle upon he who receives water from such a person. Hence, one should be very careful in whichever way he turns and beware of the side of the evil serpent, so that it does not gain control of him. In the future, the Holy One, blessed be He, will remove the spirit of uncleanliness from this world and the world to come. Hence it is written, I will cause the spirit of uncleanliness to pass out of the earth, and it is also written, and death will be abolished forever. 60. And man knew. The path we choose for ourselves is the path that is automatically laid out for our children. This secret is found within the story of Cain murdering his brother Abel. Cain's father, Adam, chose the spiritual path of good and evil. Cain followed in his father's footsteps, becoming vulnerable to the evil inclinations that are inherent in this reality. By scanning these passages, we become always mindful of our children when making choices in life, and we draw positive spiritual influences into the lives of our children. And Adam knew Chava his wife. Rabbi Aba opened his discourse and asked, Who knows of the spirit of man, if it goes upward and if the spirit of the Chaya goes down to the earth? This verse has many interpretations, and so it is with the words of Torah. Each and every word has many interpretations, and all are true. The entire Torah can be interpreted in 70 different ways, corresponding to the 70 sides and 70 aspects of Zir Anpin. The 7 sides of Zir Anpin have 10 sefirot each, adding up to 70 sides and 70 aspects, corresponding to the 7 sefirot in the head of Zir Anpin, which each have 10. So, each topic in Torah, and whatever is derived from each topic, has many interpretations explained in all directions. Come and behold. When a man follows the path of truth, he keeps to the right and only attracts to himself a Holy Spirit from above. This spirit serves him as a holy desire to unite with the upper and to cleave onto the supernal sanctity, so that it will never leave him. However, when man walks on a path of evil and veers off the right path, he draws upon himself from the left side a spirit of uncleanliness. This spirit defile him, and he becomes unclean because of it. Hence it is written, "And you shall not make yourselves unclean with them, nor be defiled by them, because he who defiles himself is led further into defilement." Furthermore, come and behold. When a man walks along the path of truth and attracts a spirit of holiness from above to himself and cleaves to it, he also draws a spirit of holiness from above to the son that is born to him. He will be sanctified with his master's holiness, as it is written, "And you will sanctify yourselves and be holy." And when a man follows the path of evil and veers off the path of truth, he draws upon himself a spirit of defilement from the left, which defiles and makes him unclean. He draws that spirit of uncleanliness to his son, and his son is defiled by that side. This is what was meant by the verse, "Who knows the spirit of the sons of man?" For when a man cleaves to the right, the light he draws from below ascends upward. And when a man is bound to the left side, which is the spirit of defilement, he descends and draws light downward from above. It resides with that man and never leaves him. The child born to him while he is so defiled is considered the child of the unclean spirit. Adam clove to the unclean spirit, the serpent, and his wife Chava clung to it first and took and received defilement from it. He begot a son, that son was the son of the impure spirit. Thus there were two sons, one from the unclean spirit, who is Kyin, and another who was born after Adam had repented, who is Hevel. Hence one was born of the side of impurity, namely Kyin, and one of the side of purity, namely Hevel. Rabbi Elazar said, "When the serpent injected his impurity into Chava, she absorbed it, meaning that she was made pregnant by it. And when Adam had intercourse with her, she gave birth to two sons, one from the impure side, and that was Kyin, and the other from the side of Adam, and that was Hevel. Hevel resembled the upper image and Cain the lower. Consequently, their paths parted. It was evident that Cain was the son of the impure spirit, which is the evil serpent. Because he originated from the side of the angel of death, he killed his brother. Therefore, the murder of Hevel is identical to the sin of eating from the tree of knowledge, and both were incited by the serpent. And, as in the affair of the tree of knowledge, in which the angel of death gained control of the world, here too he gained control, taking over the soul of Hevel. Kyin comes from the side of the angel of death, and all the evil habitations, demons, and harmful spirits come to the world from him. Rabbi Yossi said, "The name Cain indicates a nest of the evil habitations that come to the world from the impure side. Afterward, they brought sacrifices, each from his own side. So it is written, and it came to pass at the end of days that Cain brought of the fruit of the earth." Rabbi Shimon said, "It is written at the end of days." What is the end of days? It is the end of all flesh. What is the end of all flesh? It is the angel of death, indicating that the sacrifice Cain brought was from the side of impurity. Cain brought his offering from this end of days. To be exact, the text uses the word yamim and not yamin. Hence it is written of Daniel, "And you go your way till the end and rest, and hence stand at your destiny." Daniel asked the Holy One, "Blessed be he, the end of Yamim or Yamin? For Yamim is an evil klippa." And he replied, "At the end of days." But Cain brought his offering from the end of Yamim, which is the side of the angel of death, because he brought his offering from his side. Cain brought of the fruit of the earth. These words are parallel to the fruit of the tree. As the tree of knowledge is a representation of the evil serpent, so here he brought his offering from the evil serpent. Rabbi Elazar said, "The fruit of the earth is similar to woe to the wicked. It shall be bad with them. For according to the deserving of his hands shall be done to him." For the deserving of his hands refers to the angel of death, who is the deserving of the hands of the wicked. Because if it was not for the sin, he would not have come to the world. Shall be done to him means that he is drawn to and cleaves to them, killing and defiling them. Hence, the words "the fruit of the earth" indicate that Cain's offering came from his side, which meant it came from the serpent and the angel of death. And Hevel also brought of the firstlings. The function of the word also is to strengthen the upper side, the part from the chest upward. That is the holy side. That is why Hashem turned to Hevel and his offering, because it was from the side of holiness. But to Cain and his offering, he did not turn. The Holy One, blessed be he, did not accept Cain's sacrifice because it was from the unclean side. Hence, Cain was very angry and his countenance fell, because his countenance, meaning that the offering from his side, was not accepted, but Hevel's offering was. Hence it is written, "And it came to pass when they were in the field." The word field here refers to a woman, as it was in, "For he found her in the field," in which field also referred to a woman. The field in the former verse also alludes to a woman. Cain was jealous of the additional twin female born with Hevel, as it is written, "And she continued to give birth to his brother to Hevel." This double use of the particle et before to Hevel is a reference to the two females born with Hevel. 61. If you do well, there shall be an uplifting. If a person does not constantly elevate himself during his spiritual journey, he actually begins regressing. As if we were standing still on a downward escalator, making no effort forward allows us to be carried backwards. In these passages we receive the light that will help us always strive for greater heights. If you do well, there shall be an uplifting. These words have already been explained. The word uplifting means, as Rabbi Aba explained, that you will ascend toward the upper rather than descend. This means that you should return the lights from below upward and stop drawing them downward from above, as this was the cause of Hevel's death. Rabbi Yossi said that this explanation, which had just been put forward, was novel but good. But I have heard that uplifting means removal and pardon. As the Holy One, blessed be he, said to him, "If you do well, that cleavage to the unclean spirit will be undone, and you shall be forgiven." Rabbi Yossi quoted, "If you should do not well, the sin crouches at the door." And he then asked, "Which door?" It is the upper judgment, the judgment of Malchut, which is the doorway open to all, as it is written, "Open to me the gates of justice." According to the Aramaic translation, the words "the sin crouches" mean that the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Adam, that the side to which you clung and which you have drawn upon yourself lies in wait for you and will exact punishment from you. 62. Cain killed Hevel. The power of repentance is manifested in the cosmos through the story of Cain's repentance for the murder of his brother. Adam is truly amazed at this unique force and phenomenon when he sees God accept Cain's repentance. The spiritual forces associated with the Hebrew letters that compose this story are the actual instruments by which repentance became a force that we can apply in our world. Our understanding of the importance of repentance is the power by which we activate it in our own lives. Reading these words awakens our desire to repent for our negative actions. Rabbi Yitzhak said, "Come and behold." When Cain killed Hevel, he did not know how his soul could leave him. That is, that by his actions he could, in effect, extract the soul from Hevel and kill him. And he was biting him with his teeth as a serpent. At that instant the Holy One, blessed be he, cursed Cain. He wandered in every direction, but no place accepted him until he hit himself upon the head and repented before his master. Then the earth received him in one of the lower level compartments, because his repentance was not complete and therefore not accepted in this world. Rabbi Yossi said that the earth herself accepted him so that he could walk upon her, as it is written, Hashem set a sign upon Cain. This interpretation is that the Holy One, blessed be he, accepted Cain's repentance, and thus gave him permission to remain upon the earth. According to Rabbi Yitzhak, however, the earth only accepted Cain to a level beneath her, as it is written, You have driven me, this day, from the face of the earth. He was driven from the face of the earth, but not from underneath it. He was taken in by the lower compartment underneath. Thus, Rabbi Yitzhak disagreed with Rabbi Yossi's interpretation. Rabbi Yitzhak's position was that Cain was admitted to the lower level only. Why? Because his repentance was incomplete. He asks, and into which place was he taken? And he says, into Arka, which is one of the 7 physical levels of earth. Of all who reside there it is written, These shall perish from the earth and from beneath the heavens. There he established his place of living. This place is referred to in the words, And he dwelt in the land of Nod east of Eden. This alludes to the lower compartment called Arka. This compartment is also called Nod, because the residents have 2 heads and sway from one side of darkness to the other side of light. Tosefta Cain said, My punishment is greater than I can bear, meaning that after he confessed and repented, the Holy One, blessed be he, withdrew 1/2 of his punishment. In the original punishment he stated, You shall be a fugitive and a vagabond on the earth, but now he was permitted to stay in Nod. And so it is written, And Cain left the presence of Hashem and dwelt in the land of Nod, meaning that he left the presence of Hashem to be a vagabond, but not a fugitive on the earth because half his punishment had been withdrawn. The rabbis further said that when Cain left the presence of Hashem, Adam asked him, My son, what was done with your sentence? Cain replied, Father, I was already given the good news that the Holy One, blessed be he, has forgiven me and that I can reside in Nod alone. Adam then asked him, How did you merit that? And Cain answered, Because I repented and confessed before him. Adam said, The strength of repentance is so great and powerful, and I did not know that. He began to say praises to his master and to confess before him. He started reciting a song for the day of Shabbat. It is good to thank Hashem, for it is good to praise, repent, and confess before the Holy One, blessed be he. End of Tosefta. Rabbi Yitzhak said that from the time that Cain killed Hevel, Adam separated from his wife. 2 female spirits used to come and mate with him, and he bore from them spirits and demons that roam around the world. The reason there were 2 spirits is because prostitution is a klippa of the right, on which side they laugh and are joyful. Yet, eventually the spirits punish people and make them suffer, which is the jurisdiction of the left. Hence, there were 2 spirits. One was a klippa of the right, and the other a klippa of the left. This need not be difficult to accept, because even when a man is dreaming, female spirits often come, seduce him, conceive from him, and eventually give birth. These offspring are called the plagues of mankind and take only the shape of humans. They have no hair on their heads, because these offspring come from the klippa of the right, and hair is connected to the left. And of these Solomon said, and I shall chastise them with the whip of men and with the plagues of the sons of men. Similarly, there are male spirits that visit women in their dreams. Those women conceive from them, give birth to spirits, and all are called the plagues of mankind. After 130 years, Adam felt jealousy for his wife, had intercourse with her, and begot a son whom he called Shet. This is the secret of the ordering of the last 2 letters within the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. This is unique and different from all other orderings of the alphabet, which do not end with these same 2 letters, namely Shin and Tav. Rabbi Yehuda said that the name Shet symbolizes the secret of the lost spirit, namely that of Hevel, which was clothed in the earthly body of Shet. Hence it is written, Elohim has replaced for me another seed instead of Hevel. Rabbi Yehuda continued by saying, and he begot in his own likeness after his own image. This indicates that his other sons, Cain and Hevel, were not after his likeness, but Shet was in his own likeness and after his image, both physically and spiritually. As Rabbi Shimon said, in the name of Rabbi Yebasaba, Adam's other sons had been produced in defilement, through attachment to the serpent and its rider, who is Samel. Hence, they bore no resemblance to Adam. Even though Hevel, unlike Cain, was from the side of purity and not from the side of the serpent, neither had the form of the image of Adam. They both lacked the central column, which is the form of man. Hevel was from the right side and Cain from the left. Hence, they were not created in the likeness of Adam. Rabbi Yossi brings further proof to strengthen the case that Hevel was not complete. He says, it is written, Adam knew his wife, Chava, and she conceived and gave birth to Cain, but it is not written that Adam begot Cain. This was not written of Hevel either. Instead, it is written, and she further gave birth to his brother, Hevel. And here lies the concealed truth, that even Hevel was not in the image or likeness of Adam, but of Shet it is written, and he begot in his own likeness after his image. Thus, he is related to Adam. Rabbi Shimon said that for 130 years Adam refrained from his wife, and during that time he begot in the world spirits and demons from the force of impurity that was sucked from him. And when that impurity was exhausted, he turned and became jealous of his wife and begot a son. It then is written, and he begot in his likeness, after his own image. Come and behold, when a man veers to the left and defile his ways, he draws upon himself all kinds of impure spirits, and the spirit of defilement clings to him and does not leave him. This spirit only links to the man who drew it and not to another. Hence, they only cleave to those who cleave to them. Happy are the righteous who walk in the straight path and who are the truly righteous. Their sons are righteous in the world. Of them it is written, for the upright shall dwell in the earth. Rabbi Chia quotes, and the sister of Tuval-Cain was Naamah. Why do the scriptures mention her name, Naamah? It is because people were seduced by her overwhelming beauty and tenderness, and spirits and demons lusted after her. Rabbi Yitzhak said that the sons of Elohim, Azza, and Azael were seduced by her. Because of those seductions, she was named Naamah. Rabbi Shimon said that she was the mother of demons, being of the side of Cain, and that along with Lilith, she is responsible for the epileptic death of babies. Rabbi Aba said to him, but sir, Rabbi Shimon, Naamah was charged with seducing men in their sleep while they dream, placing her to the right of the clipot. Killing children, however, is from the left aspect. He responded that this is precisely correct, because she seduced men and bore spirits into the world. She still persists in her seductive work in the world. But Rabbi Shimon said, She cooperates with Lilith, and the death comes from the side of Lilith, not that of Naamah. Rabbi Abba asked him, "But since those demons die like human beings, how can you say that Naamah has survived to this day?" He said to him that this is true, that demons die as humans do. Yet Lilith and Naamah and Igarit, the daughter of Machalat, who originated from their side, will continue to live until the Holy One, blessed be He, burns the spirit of uncleanliness from earth. This is as it is written, "I will cause the unclean spirit to pass out of the land." Rabbi Shimon said, "Woe to the sons of man, for they are not aware and do not take heed nor search for knowledge. They are all blindfolded and do not know how full the world is with strange and invisible creatures and things. If permission were to be given to the eye to see, people would wonder greatly as to how is it possible to survive in this world. Come and behold, this Naamah is the mother of demons. From her side originate all those demons who sexually arouse men, absorb the spirit of lust from them, seduce them, and eventually cause them to release semen in vain. And since this wastage of semen comes from the side of the spirit of defilement, one has to wash and to purify himself. This the friends have already explained. 63. This is the book of the generations of Adam. The power of self-sacrifice and true sharing is awakened in the cosmos through a thoughtful action of sharing by Adam. Reading this story empowers us to put others before ourselves. The Kabbalists believe that the motivation for sharing should never be based upon moral and ethical principles. Instead, the age-old "what's in it for me" attitude is a far better motivator. The more we give of ourselves, the more the light the Creator bestows upon us. This is a simple principle to understand, but one that requires extraordinary character to apply. In the words, "This is the book of the generations of Adam," generations refers to images of the souls, because all the souls who originated from Adam are listed in the book. Rabbi Yossi said, "The Holy One, blessed be He, revealed to Adam the images of the souls of all the generations destined to come into the world and of all the sages and kings of the world destined to rule over Yisrael. When he saw David, king of Yisrael, who was born and then died because he had no days in his life, he said, 'Tio, the Holy One, blessed be He, I will give him 70 years of my life expectancy.' Hence 70 years were taken from Adam, and the Holy One, blessed be He, gave them to David. It was for this that David said the praise, 'For you have made me glad, Hashem, by your actions. I will be joyous in the work of your hands, who caused me to be happy and live in the world.' It was Adam who caused me to be happy. He was the handiwork of the Holy One, blessed be He, and not of flesh and blood. He was not born to any man, because he was made by the Holy One, blessed be He. Thus, those 70 years were deducted from Adam's 1,000-year life expectancy. The Holy One, blessed be He, showed him all the sages of each and every generation until he reached the generation of Rabbi Akiva. He saw his Torah and was happy. He saw his death by the hands of evil and was saddened. Adam said, 'How precious in my eyes are your companions. How mighty are their chiefs.' It is written, 'This is the book of the generations of Adam,' and there literally is a book. We have already explained that when Adam was in the Garden of Eden, the Holy One, blessed be He, sent a book down to him with Raziel, the holy angel who is in charge of the supernal sacred secrets. In the book were supernal inscriptions, referring to the rules governing the elevation of Malchut to Bina, and 72 branches of sacred wisdom, which is revealed at the time of maturity. This is a concealed reference to 72 avenues of wisdom, alluding only to Bina, who has reverted to being Chachma, but not to Chachma itself. She is transformed into 670 inscriptions of the supernal secrets of Zir Anpin and the Nukva. Zir Anpin, which is the secret of Chisid, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, Yesod, and Malchut, receives 600 from Chisid, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, and Yesod of Bina, which is numbered by the hundreds. Into her 7 Sfirit, the Nukva receives Chisid, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, Yesod, and Malchut. She receives only 70, because every Sphira is counted in tens, being received from Zir Anpin, who is numbered in tens. In the middle of the book, there is an engraving of wisdom, which is the hidden meaning of the central point, the full structure of which is not achieved until the final correction. It is prepared to receive, at the time of final correction, the 1,500 keys that were not delivered to the supernal holy ones for the last 6,000 years. All those secrets were concealed in the book before it came to the hands of Adam. And when he received it, holy angels used to congregate around him, so as to know and hear of them. They used to say, "Be exalted, Elohim, above the heavens. Let your glory be above the earth." At that point, the holy angel Hadarniel hinted to him and said, Adam, conceal the glory of your master, and do not reveal it to the angels, for permission was given you alone, and not even to the supernal angels, to know the glory of your master. Therefore, he concealed it with him until he left the Garden of Eden. In the beginning, he used to study and use the secrets of his master daily. Supernal secrets that none of the supernal angels knew were revealed to him. When, however, he transgressed the commands of his master by eating of the tree of knowledge, the book flew away from him. Adam used to beat upon his head and weep. He went into the waters of the river Gishon up to his neck, because he repented and mortified himself, until his body became wrinkled and porous and his radiance changed. At that point, the Holy One, blessed be he, signaled to the angel Raphael to return the book to Adam. Adam occupied himself with it. He left it to his son Shet and to all the generations after him until Abraham came along. Abraham knew how to use the book to examine his master's glory. This has already been explained. This book was also given to Chanukh, and through it, he perceived the supernal glory. 64. Male and female he created them. Lack of fulfillment and joy in the world is rooted in the disunity between the supernal male and female forces that permeate existence. This is exemplified in the separation between man and woman. Through relations between husband and wife, we can influence and ignite a bonding in the upper worlds, provided this is our spiritual intent. Each time this occurs, we remove an aspect of evil from our midst. Relationships that lack this spiritual foundation cannot affect any positive change on either a supernal or a physical level. The Kabbalists teach us that this lack of spiritual understanding is the primary source for the darkness that governs our world. We can become aware that the quality of a marriage affects the universe, and that there is spiritual meaning and purpose in every union. Male and female he created them. Rabbi Shimon said that supernal secrets have been revealed by the 2 verses. This is the book, and male and female he created them. The latter verse comes to teach us the supernal glory of the secret of faith, by which secret man was created. This is the secret of supernal Zir Anpin and the Nukva called heavens and earth. In the same concealed manner in which the heavens and earth were created, signifying the supernal male and female, so man was created. Of the heavens and the earth it is written, Those are the generations of the heavens and earth of man. This is the book of the generations of Adam, of the heavens when they were created, and of Adam in the day when he was created. The two are equal as they were created by the same secret. From the words male and female, he created them. We learn that any figure not comprised of both male and female is not a supernal figure. We have explained this with the secrets of Mishnah. Come and behold. The Holy One, blessed be He, cannot reside in a place where male and female are not found together. Blessings can be found only in a place where male and female are together. As it is written, and He blessed them and called their name Adam, on the day they were created. It was not said that He blessed him and called him Adam. This teaches us that he was not called by the name of Adam, except as a male and female combined. Rabbi Yehuda said that ever since the destruction of the temple, blessings cannot be found on earth and are lost every day. As it is written, the righteous have perished. What is the meaning of perished? It is that the blessings that used to dwell in the righteous perished, as in the words, blessings on the head of the righteous. It also says, truth has perished, meaning the Nukva, which received the Yesod of Zir Anpin from the righteous, which is the secret of the male. Similarly, at the time of completion, it is written, and Elohim blessed them and called them Adam, because they were whole. It is to Shet that all the generations of earth and all the truly righteous of the world trace their descent. Rabbi Yossi said that those two final letters of Torah, Shin and Tav, were left intact even after Adam had transgressed against all the letters of Torah, because the sin of the tree of knowledge affected the whole Torah. And when he repented before his master, he cleaved to those two letters, Shin and Tav, which had remained whole, and, at that point, the original letters returned in the reverse order of Tav, Shin, Resh, Kaf, and so on. He then called the son he begot in his own form and image, Shet, a name composed of the last two letters of the alphabet and the only two letters with which he was left. The order of the letters was not fully corrected, that is, properly ordered, until Yisrael stood at Mount Sinai. Then the letters returned to their correct form, the form they had when the heavens and earth were created, the order in which they appeared before the sin of eating of the tree of knowledge. Then, the world was sweetened and more securely established. Rabbi Aba said that on the day that Adam transgressed his master's commands, the heavens and earth requested to be uprooted from their places. Why? Because they can only exist upon the covenant, as it is written, if my covenant be not day and night, it were as if I had not appointed the ordinances of heaven and earth. Adam broke the covenant, as it is written, they are like Adam. They transgressed the covenant. Hence, they lost their foundation and asked to be uprooted. Were it not for the fact that it was clear to the Holy One, blessed be He, that Yisrael would stand at Mount Sinai to keep the covenant, the world would not have survived the sin of eating of the tree of knowledge. Rabbi Chizkiah said that the Holy One, blessed be He, forgives and pardons the iniquities of he who confesses his sins. Hence, contrary to what Rabbi Aba said, it is because Adam confessed his sins and repented that the world survived, and he does not want to say that the reason is that it was clear to the Holy One, blessed be He, that Yisrael would stand at Mount Sinai. Come and behold, when the Holy One, blessed be He, created the world, which is the secret of the Nukva, He made the covenant, which is Yesod of Zir Anpin. He established the world upon it, as the Nukva receives her sustenance from Zir Anpin. From where do we know that? From the word Bereshit, which is a combination of bara and sheet. Sheet is the covenant upon which the world rests. This sheet, which stands for Yesod, is the place from where all blessings are drawn into the world, and by it the world was created. Adam, by his sin of eating of the tree of knowledge, broke that covenant and removed it from its place. Hence, the heavens and earth asked to be uprooted and relocated. This covenant is symbolized by the smallest letter, which is Yud, which is the embodiment and the foundation of the world. Based on it, the world was structured, and when Adam bore a son, he repented his sin, called him Shet, and did not include the letter Yud in his name. If his name had included the Yud, it would have been Sheet. Because Adam broke the covenant, as was said earlier, they are like Adam. They transgressed the covenant. He named his son Shet, spelled without the Yud, thereby confessing to his sin. Because he confessed his sin, the Holy One, blessed be he, populated the world from him, and he was made forefather to all the generations of righteous in the world. Thus, because of his confession of his sin, the Holy One, blessed be he, forgave him and the world survived. Come and behold. When Yisrael stood before Mount Sinai, a letter was inserted between the letters Shin and Tav. This was the letter Bet, which is the secret of the covenant. This is the Bet of Bereshit. It was inserted between the two letters that remained after the sin of the eating of the tree of knowledge, namely between Shin and Tav, and the Shabbat was given to Yisrael. And when the letter Bet, which is the secret of the covenant, was inserted between the two letters Shin and Tav, they became Shabbat, as it is written. And hence the children of Yisrael should keep the Shabbat, to make of the Shabbat for all their generations an eternal covenant. For they deserve to receive the Shabbat perpetually for all their generations. As in the beginning of the world, the lineage of all future generations was determined by those two letters. So, by the insertion of the letter Bet, those two letters perpetually enlighten the generations. Shin and Tav were in suspension until the world was adequately completed. Then, with the giving of Torah, the world was fully completed. Then, the Holy Covenant came in between the letters and they became Shabbat. Rabbi Yossi said that because those two letters were fully completed by the letter Bet, they are now enabled to receive direct light at the giving of Torah. Those letters began falling into their proper order on the day that Shet was born, not to receive light from above downward, but to draw only from below upward. This has remained the case in each and every generation, which is the light of Nefesh, until Yisrael reached Mount Sinai. Then, the letters fully corrected, because the letter Bet illuminated them from above downward, and they became the Shabbat. Rabbi Yehuda said, they started to radiate again from above downward, which is the light of Ruach. Thus, he disagreed with Rabbi Yosi, who maintained that they only shone from below upward, which is the light of Nefesh, before Torah was given. And in each and every generation before the giving of Torah, the world was manipulating those two letters, and they could not settle in their appropriate place. Only when Torah was given to Yisrael was everything corrected. Rabbi Elazar said that at the time of Enosh, people were skilled in magic and divination and in the wisdom of controlling the heavenly forces, so that these forces should not have affected the world. When Adam left the Garden of Eden and brought out with him the wisdom of the fig leaves, there was no one to use this knowledge, because Adam, his wife, and all those born from them, until Enosh came, stayed clear of this knowledge and did not use it. And when Enosh came, he saw those fig leaves and how advantageous they could be in altering the heavenly course of holiness. Then, people once again practiced magic and sorcery, and they shared their knowledge with others. This wisdom spread widely in the generation of the flood, when magic and sorcery were practiced for evil purposes. The people defied Noach with this wisdom when he warned them of the impending flood. They said that no judgment could ever be executed upon them, because they could avoid, by use of this knowledge, any execution of judgment. From the time of Enosh onward, everyone began practicing these skills. Thus it was written, "Then was the name of Hashem called upon profanely." The word profanely means that they made the use of the name of Hashem a profanation, through the wisdom of sorcery they employed. Rabbi Yitzhak said that all those righteous people who lived after that generation of Enosh, such as Yerd, Methushelach, and Chanach, tried hard to rebuke them, but were unsuccessful. The world became full of sinners who rebelled against their master, saying, "What is Hashem that we should worship him?" He asks, how could they have been so foolish as to say, "Who is Hashem that we should serve him?" He answered that this was because they had vast wisdom and knew and had faith in the ministers in charge of ruling the world. They had faith in their wisdom and believed that by means of oaths they could bind those ministers and protect themselves so that no harm could befall them. Then the Holy One, blessed be He, restored the world to its original state through the flood of water. In its original state, as on the second day of creation, the world was water upon water. This was before the dry land was created. After the flood, He restored the world to its previous state, and not all was destroyed by the flood, because He treated them with mercy, as indicated by the fact that it is written, Hashem sat at the flood. The word Hashem signifies the virtue of mercy, whereas the word Elohim would have signified judgment. Because He judged them with mercy, not all was destroyed by the flood. In the days of Enosh, even children were acquainted with this supernal wisdom, which they learned and observed. Rabbi Yessa said that if this is so, they were stupid, because they did not know that the Holy One, blessed be He, was bound to bring the waters of the flood upon them, and they would die. Rabbi Yitzhak said that although they knew, foolishness grabbed hold of their hearts. They thought that by knowing the name of the angel in charge of fire and the angel in charge of the waters, they could prevent them from executing judgment upon them. Hence, they had no fear of punishment. But what they did not know was that the Holy One, blessed be He, controlled the earth, and from therein judgment would come upon the world. They only saw that the world was entrusted to those ministers and that all worldly matters depended upon them. Thus they took no notice of the Holy One, blessed be He, nor did they observe His works until the earth was demolished. And the Holy Spirit proclaimed upon them every day, "Let sinners be wiped out of the earth, and let the wicked be no more." And the Holy One, blessed be He, waited for them while those righteous men, like Yerd, Methushelach, and Chanach lived. And when they passed from the world, the Holy One, blessed be He, then released judgment upon the wicked, and they perished, as it is said. They were blotted out from the earth. 65. And Chanach walked with Elohim. The following section has the power to instill fear at the sudden prospect of falling into negativity. We become aware of the evil forces that stand ready to sabotage our spiritual efforts at the first sign of an opening. And Chanach walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. Rabbi Yossi said, "While the king was still feasting, my spikenard sent forth its fragrance." This verse has been expounded on, yet come and behold. It is the way of the Holy One, blessed be He, that when a man cleaves to Him, He in turn sets His Shekhinah upon the man. And when He knows that this man will sin, He acts preemptively, plucks away his good fragrance, and removes him from the world. The king mentioned above is the Holy One, blessed be He. His feasting is the man who cleaves to Him and follows in His path. The spikenard that gives fragrance consists of all the man's good deeds, in honor of which he is taken away from this world prematurely. This prevents him from corrupting his deeds. King Solomon said of this, There is strangeness upon the earth, because there are righteous men who receive judgment like the wicked. There are righteous people who are rewarded as if they were wicked, as we have explained. For because of their good deeds the Holy One, blessed be He, removes them from the world prematurely and inflicts judgment upon them, so they will not corrupt their ways. And there are wicked people who receive benefits as if they were righteous, for the Holy One, blessed be He, gives them a respite and is patient with them, in the days of the flood. And all this is, as we have explained, so that they should not sin and corrupt their ways. Hence, they receive judgment as if they were wicked. Hashem waits for others and treats them as righteous, so that they may repent or because good children are expected to come from them. Therefore he waits for them and holds back his anger. Hence they receive a reward as if they were righteous. Come and see. Chanakh was a righteous man. The Holy One, blessed be He, saw that he was eventually bound to degenerate and took him before he sinned. This is what is meant by the gathering of lilies. This means that because of their good scent, the Holy One, blessed be He, gathers them before they become corrupt. Similar is the verse, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And he was not means that he was not to live a long life, as did his contemporaries, because the Holy One, blessed be He, took him away before his time. Rabbi Elazar said that the Holy One, blessed be He, removed Chanakh from the earth, elevated him to the highest heavens, and handed him all supernal treasures as well as 45 keys to the concealed engravings used by supernal angels. They were all delivered to him. This has been already explained. 66. And Hashem saw the wickedness of man. When a man wastes the life force and seed used for procreation, negative forces immediately attach themselves to him. He has destroyed the unborn souls that exist in a state of potential within the seed. Meditating upon these verses removes negative sexual thoughts. Our intense sexual desires are positively channeled towards our spouse, bringing a renewed sense of passion and fire to our relations. And Hashem saw that the wickedness of man was very great upon the earth, and the thought in man's heart was continuously only evil. Of the verse, for you are not El who pleasures in wickedness. Evil will not sojourn with you, Rabbi Yehuda said. This verse has been discussed and explained. Yet come and behold. He who cleaves to and is led by the evil inclination is defiled and will be led further into defilement, as we have learned. The wickedness of man was very great, because men committed all sorts of sins and their guilt was not complete until they spilled blood in vain upon the ground. This refers to those who pollute their ways upon the earth, that is, they spill their sperm in vain. Thus it was written, only evil all day. In another place it is written, and the son of Yehuda, was evil in the eyes of Hashem, because he spilled his seed upon the earth. This indicates that the word Ra refers to the wanton waste of seed. Rabbi Yossi then asked, is not evil the same as wicked? So that you could not determine that Ra is used solely to indicate those who waste their seed. Rabbi Yehuda answered, no, even he who lifts his hand against his friend is called wicked, even if he causes his friend no harm. It is written, and he said to the wicked, why do you smite your friend? And not why did you smite your friend? The latter would have indicated that he had already done so. Thus, even though he had not yet hit him, the scripture calls him wicked. Yet only he who corrupts his ways, thereby defiling himself and the earth, gives strength and power to the spirit of defilement called Ra. As it is written, only evil all day. Such a person will not enter the palace of Hashem, nor gaze upon the Shekhinah, because this sin causes the Shekhinah to depart from the world. From where do we know that the Shekhinah leaves because of this sin? From Yochai. For when the Shekhinah left him, he concluded that there was a defect in his sons as a result of their indulgence in the above-mentioned sin. Because of this sin, he concluded, the spirit of defilement was strengthened in the world and the light of the moon, which is the nukva of Zir Anpin, was impaired and rendered defective. For this reason, the Shekhinah was gone from him. One might wonder why he thought so. It is because this sin defiled the temple, and hence the Shekhinah left Yochai, even though he himself did not sin. One who actually defiles his ways and himself gives all the more strength to the unclean spirit. Consequently, when he is defiled, he is called Ra. Come and behold. When a man is defiled by the above-mentioned sin, he is not remembered by the Holy One for merit, and he is constantly remembered by the spirit of defilement, called evil for evil. Hence, the Shekhinah leaves him as soon as he is visited by the spirit of defilement. Thus it is said, he who sleeps sated will not be visited by evil, meaning that he who follows the right path and does not fall prey to the above-mentioned sin will not be visited by evil. Thus it is written, only evil all day, and also, evil shall not sojourn with you, and they are called evil and not wicked. Also it is written, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall not fear evil, for you are with me. This is because it also works the other way. If the Shekhinah is accompanying a man, he need not fear the spirit of defilement, as it is written, I shall not fear evil, for you are with me. Just as the Shekhinah flees defilement, so defilement flees from the Shekhinah. 67. It grieved him to his heart. Evil forces lull us into a blinding complacency as they strategically maneuver their way into our consciousness. The Zohar gives us the power to perceive these forces. By removing destructive influences, complacency is replaced by inspiration toward change and spiritual development. And Hashem regretted that he made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. Rabbi Yossi said upon this verse, woe unto them who draw iniquity with the worthless cords, and sin as it were with cart rope. Those who draw iniquity are the men who sin every day before the Holy One, blessed be he, and they regard their sins as worthless cord because they think that the actions they engage in and their iniquities are of no consequence and that the Holy One, blessed be he, does not watch them. They thus transform all of their sins into one big, powerful sinas, the cart rope, which is strong and thick and cannot be destroyed. Come and behold. When the Holy One, blessed be he, executes judgment upon the wicked of the world, even though they transgress before him and anger him all day, he still has no desire to destroy them. And when he reviews their deeds, he is consoled by the fact that they are his handiwork, and he has patience with them in this world. And because they are the work of his hands, he is consoled, gives them respite, and has mercy on them. And when he wants to execute judgment, he is saddened, as it were, because they are the work of his hands, and he is grieved by them, as it is written. And neither was a table brought to him. It is written, honor and majesty are before him, strength and joy in his place. Rabbi Yossi said, come and behold. It is written, and it grieved him to his heart, indicating that he was saddened to his heart, and not to another place. The words, his heart, function here in the same manner as in the verse, according to that which is in my heart and in my desire. Rabbi Yitzhak said that the words Hashem regretted are similar to and Hashem regretted the evil which he had said he would do to his people. Thus the verse and Hashem regretted having made man teaches us that he did not want to punish them. And when the time came to execute judgment, he was saddened to his heart. Rabbi Yessa said, of the passage, and he regretted. that it was said for good, but Rabbi Chizkiah said that it was said for bad. Rabbi Yessa explained further by saying that it is for good because the Holy One, blessed be He, regretted that those were the work of His hands, and pitied them. The words "and He regretted" teach us that the Holy One, blessed be He, had pity on man because He made him, and he is His handiwork. And it grieved Him means that it saddened Him that they had sinned before Him. Rabbi Chizkiah said, "It was all said for lack of merit, because when the Holy One, blessed be He, wants to destroy the wicked people of the world, He is consoled for their loss, like a person who resigns himself to the loss of something. And once he is resigned, judgment takes its course and repentance is of no avail." So when is repentance effective? Only up to the point when he becomes resigned. And once he has become resigned, repentance is of no avail and judgment is carried out. The Holy One, blessed be He, adds judgment upon judgment, and He gives strength to the place of judgment, so it will carry out the verdict. The Nukva carries out the verdict, and the sinners are completely destroyed. All this we see in the passages Hashem regretted and He was grieved to His heart. He gave strength to the place of judgment, so that it could carry out the verdict. The secret of the Nukva is His heart, which is the place of judgment. By grieved, it is meant that He gave the Nukva extra strength. Rabbi Chia said that the verse says, "And Hashem regretted that He had made man, because he received consolation and joy." When the Holy One, blessed be He, created man upon the earth, he was in the supernal image. The angels of heaven praised the Holy One, blessed be He, and when they saw His supernal shape, they said, "You have made Him slightly lower than Elohim and have crowned Him with glory and honor." Later, when Adam sinned, the Holy One, blessed be He, was saddened, because Adam had now justified what the ministering angels asked him when he wanted to create man. "What is this man that you are mindful of him, and the Son of Man that you visit him?" Hence, the verse "and Hashem regretted" means that he was comforted by the angels, rejoiced before the sin, and grieved after the sin. Rabbi Yehuda said that he was grieved to his heart because he had to execute judgment upon them, as it is written, "As they went out before the army, praise Hashem, for His mercy is everlasting." Rabbi Yitzhak asked why it was not written, "Give praise to Hashem, for He is good?" He answered, "Because He was destroying the work of His hands for the sake of Yisrael." Similarly, on the night when Yisrael crossed the sea, the supernal angels came along to sing before the Holy One, blessed be He. He said to them, "Behold, the work of my hands are drowning, and you are singing. Thus it is written, and one did not come near the other all night." The same applies here, for whenever the wicked are taken out of this world, He is greatly saddened. Rabbi Aba said that the Holy One, blessed be He, was grieved when Adam sinned before Him and transgressed His commands. He said to him, "Adam, woe to you that you have weakened the heavenly power." At that moment the light of the Nukva was extinguished, and forthwith He banished him from the Garden of Eden. He said to him, "I placed you in the Garden of Eden to offer sacrifices, by unifying the Holy One, blessed be He, and His Shekhinah, and you have impaired the altar, which is the Nukva, so much that offerings cannot be brought to it anymore. Henceforth go away and work the land." And He sentenced him to death. Taking pity on him, however, the Holy One, blessed be He, buried him when he died, close to the garden, in the cave of Machpelah, where the entrance to the Garden of Eden is located. Adam made a cave, the cave of Machpelah, and both he and his wife hid in it. How did he know to choose this place? Because he saw a faint ray of light emanating from the Garden of Eden that reached to the cave. His desire was awakened to be buried there, close to the entrance to the Garden of Eden. Come and behold. No one leaves this world without seeing Adam. Adam asks him for what reason he left this world and how his soul departed. Each person replies, "Woe to you that because of you I had to die, because it was as a consequence of the sin of the tree of knowledge that death was decreed upon the world." Adam then replies, "My son, I have transgressed one commandment and have been punished because of it. Yet look at yourself. How many sins and how many transgressions on the precepts of your master have you committed?" Rabbi Chia said that until this very day, Adam continues to face the forefathers and confess his sins twice a day. He shows them the very location in the Garden of Eden, where he resided in supernal glory before he sinned. He also goes and looks at all the pious and righteous people among his descendants, who have inherited the supernal glory he had in the Garden of Eden before he sinned. The patriarchs praise and say, "How precious is your kindness, Hashem. The children of man take refuge under the shadow of your wings." Rabbi Yessa said, "The reason Adam appears to each person at the moment of their departure from this world is to testify that this person is dying on account of his own sins and not because of those of Adam. As we have learned, there is not death without sin. The only exceptions are the three who had to leave this world because of the prompting of the primal serpent, who convinced Chava to eat of the tree of knowledge. They did not leave because of their own sins. Those three are Amram, Levi, and Binyamin. Some colleagues also include Ishai among them. None of them ever sinned, and no blemish could be found to explain their deaths except for the prompting of the serpent, as we have said. Come and behold. All the generations contemporary to Noach committed their sins openly, for all to see. Rabbi Shimon was strolling one day near the gates of Tveria, where he saw some men drawing arrows tightly into their bows and shooting them at earthenware pots. This means that they were wasting their seed in vain and in the open. He said, "Why are they committing this sin openly, if not to provoke their master's anger?" He stared at them, and they were thrown into the sea and drowned. Come and behold. Any sin that is committed publicly repels the Shekhinah from the earth and causes her to remove her residence from the world. Those in the generation of the flood walked defiantly with their heads high, without shame. They sinned openly and repelled the Shekhinah from the world until the Holy One, blessed be He, was repelled by them and removed them from His presence. As it is written, "Take away the impurity from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the smith. Take away the wicked from the presence of the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness." 68. My spirit shall not strive with man. Our world mirrors the upper world. Actions performed in this physical realm ignite spiritual forces in the worlds above. Reading this section gives us the ability to positively influence and affect the upper world in ways that benefit our lives. And Hashem said, "My spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is also flesh." Rabbi Elazar said, "Come and behold. When the Holy One, blessed be He, created the world, He made the world, which is Malchut, to be used as the supernal world, which is Bina. This means that all the lights shining in Bina should also shine in Malchut, the secret of this world. Now, when people are righteous and follow the correct path, the Holy One, blessed be He, reveals the spirit of life, which are the mokin of above from Bina, until this life reaches the place where Yochai abides, namely Zir Anpin, because from Bina the mokin flow through Zir Anpin. From there, life flows until the spirit of life reaches this world, the Nukva, the place where King David resides. Hence, all the blessings flow to all the lower world inhabitants in Bria, Yetzirah, and Asya. This supernal spirit spreads downward, enabling the lower worlds to maintain their existence. Hence it is written, His kindness is everlasting. Chasto is spelled with a vav. The world of King David, namely the Nukva, is nurtured by the Vav, which draws life to it. Hence it is written, My spirit shall not strive with man forever without the vav. Because when that spirit is drawn into the world, blessings and life are released from it to sustain all. Yet now I end the generation of the flood, when people sinned by drawing light from above to below, disrupting the central column and attaching themselves to the left column. Everything left this world. Thus, the spirit of life ceased flowing into this world for the pleasure and sustenance of the lower. Hence, forever was written without a vav, which is the central column and the spirit of life, because they defiled it and attached themselves to the left. For he is also flesh. Therefore the spirit of life will not be drawn into the world. The reason is to prevent the serpent called flesh, the lowest of all levels, from increasing in power through the spirit of holiness. It is also to assure that the Holy Spirit will not have to mix with the spirit of defilement of the serpent. The verse, for he is also flesh, teaches us that the primeval serpent is also flesh, and might also be blessed by the spirit of life. Hence, the serpent is called flesh, as it is written, The end of all flesh came before me. Rabbi Shimon said that the primal serpent, called flesh, is the angel of death. The words, his days will be 120 years, means the gift of an attached tower. 69. The Nephilim were on the earth. Many negative angels enter our realm and take on human form. We can protect ourselves from these negative angels, as well as from people who connect themselves to the dark forces. The Nephilim were on the earth. Rabbi Yossi taught that those called Nephilim were Azza and Azael, and as we have learned, they were so called because the Holy One, blessed be He, dropped them from the upper sanctity. How, you may well ask, can they subsist in this world? Rabbi Chia said that they are among those referred to as birds which fly upon the earth. And these, as we have discussed, appear to men in the form of human beings. And how, you may ask, do they transform themselves from the shape of an angel to that of human beings? As we have learned, they can transform themselves into all kinds of shapes, and when they come down into this world, they clothe themselves with the garments of earth's atmosphere and take on human form. Azza and Azael, who rebelled above, and whom the Holy One, blessed be He, caused to fall from heaven, were forced to put on and to live with the garments of the earth. They could not divest themselves of these garments and could not return to their former residence with the rest of the angels. They remained forever on earth. Subsequently, they were seduced by earthly women. They exist to this day teaching sorcery to people. They begot sons, whom they called mighty and giants. The Nephilim are referred to as sons of Elohim, as has already been explained. 70. I shall wipe out man. God always gives ample warning before great judgments and catastrophes brought on by the negative actions of man. Sadly, in most cases we fail to heed the warnings. The Zohar empowers us to see the signs of warning when they appear. And Hashem said, I shall wipe out man, whom I have created from the face of the earth. Rabbi Yossi quotes, For my thoughts are not your thoughts. Come and behold. When a man wants to take vengeance on another, he keeps quiet and tells him nothing. Because if he discloses his intentions, his opponent will be on guard and hard to overpower. Yet the Holy One, blessed be He, does not act in this manner. He does not execute judgment on the world before He declares and informs it of His intentions once, twice, and 3 times. Then, no one may reproach Him and ask, What are you doing? nor can one guard against him or stand up to him. And Hashem said, I shall wipe out man, whom I have created from the face of the earth. He announced these words through Noach, and he warned them several times, but they did not listen. Eventually, he executed judgment and exterminated them. Come and behold what was said of Noach. And he called his name Noach, saying, He shall comfort us from our work. How did he know that he would comfort him as soon as he was born? It says that when the Holy One, blessed be he, cursed the world, saying, The land will be cursed because of you, Adam said to him, Sovereign of the universe, until when will the world be subject to this curse? The Holy One, blessed be he, replied, Until you beget a son who is born circumcised like yourself. And they waited until Noach was born. And when he was born, Adam saw that he was circumcised and transcribed with a sacred sign. And when he saw that the Shekhinah embraced the baby, it then became clear to him that the curse would be cancelled during his lifetime, and so he named him in anticipation of what would transpire. In the beginning they did not know how to sow, reap, or plow, and they worked the earth with their hands. But Noach came along and manufactured tools needed for working the ground, so that it would bear fruit. Thus it was written, This one will comfort us from our work and from the toil of our hands that Hashem has cursed. Noach liberated the earth from its curse. Before he came, the people used to sow wheat and reap thorns and thistles. Hence, he was called a man of the ground. Rabbi Yehuda said a man of the ground often means that he was considered the husband of the ground, as it says, Naomi's man. This is because he was called righteous, and nullified the earth's curse by means of the sacrifices he offered. Hence it is written, I will not again curse the ground because of man. For this reason Noach was called a man of the ground. And hence he was called Noach because of what would one day occur. 71. Who made desolations on the earth. A person's name establishes a profound link to his soul and essence. The letters that compose a name instill a particular set of attributes that comprise a person's nature. This section of the Zohar helps us strengthen the bond to our name so that we can awaken its positive influences within our soul. Rabbi Yehuda expounded upon the verse, Go, behold the works of Hashem, who had made desolation on the earth. He said that this text has been explained, but if the world would have been created by Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, a name indicative of mercy, then it would have given earth a firm structure. But since it was created by the works of Elohim, which is judgment, a desolation, a wasteland, was made of earth. Rabbi Chia said to him, Although you believe that desolation signifies a wasteland, I see it differently, because both the names Yudhevavhei and Elohim indicate benevolence. I tend to agree with the friends in saying that he had placed Shemet on the earth. Shemet alludes to actual holy names on the earth. Rabbi Yitzhak said that both interpretations are true, and even the one put forward by Rabbi Yehuda is good. For if the world was created in the name of mercy, then the world would have been resilient. Yet because the world was created by judgment and is founded upon judgment, he put holy names in the world to protect it, and this is very true because had he not done so, the world would not have been able to survive the consequences of people's sins. Come and behold. When Noach was born, he was given that name because it connoted consolation, indicating that he would bring consolation. Yet the Holy One, blessed be he, did not agree with them. He brought the flood upon them because he wanted them to correct their ways and repent. The letters of Noach's name, when written in reverse order, form the word Chun, which means favor. This is as it was written. Noach found favor in the eyes of Hashem. Rabbi Yossi said that Chun is Noach for they are spelled with the same letters. The names of the righteous in any sequence cause beneficence. The names of the wicked in any sequence cause them harm. Of Noch it was said, Noch found favor in the eyes of Hashem, because the letters were reversed for good. But of the son of Yehuda, the letters were reversed for lack of merit and harm, as it is written. And was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Come and behold. When Noch was born, he saw that people were sinning before the Holy One. Blessed be he. He used to hide himself so as not to be drawn to their ways and occupied himself with serving his master. You may well ask, with what did he occupy himself? He studied the books of Adam and Chanukh, and he struggled to learn from those books how to worship his master. Come and behold. He indeed studied the books of Adam and Chanukh, because otherwise, how would Noch have known how to offer sacrifices to his master? He found wisdom relating to the maintenance of the world in the books of Adam and Chanukh, and from these books, he learned that the world exists for the sake of sacrifices. Were it not for the sacrifices, neither the upper nor lower would have existed. Hence, he offered a sacrifice. Rabbi Shimon was on his way, accompanied by Rabbi Elazar, his son, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Chia. As they were going, Rabbi Elazar said to his father, "The road is clear before us, and we would like to hear words of Torah." Rabbi Shimon began to speak of the words, "Even when a fool walks on his way, his heart is lacking. When a man wants to make his ways agreeable to the Holy One, blessed be he should, before he proceeds, consult him and pray to him, so that he should ensure his journey." This is as we have learned regarding the verse, "Righteousness goes before him, then he shall set his feet on his way," meaning that he should pray that the Shekhinah, called righteousness, should not part from him. Only after he has prayed should he go on his way. Of he who has no faith in his master, it is written, "Even when a fool walks on his way, his heart is lacking." Rabbi Shimon asked, "What is his heart?" And he replied, "It is the Holy One. Blessed be he, whose Shekhinah who rests in the heart of the righteous, that does not accompany him on his way." Thus his heart is lacking the inspiration of the Shekhinah and lacking his aid along the way. This is all because this man, who does not trust in his master, who is called a fool, because one does not sin unless the spirit of foolishness attaches itself to him, does not seek help from his master before he starts his journey. And even when he is on his way, he is not occupied with the study of Torah, and thus his heart is lacking. Because he does not follow his master is not found on his way. The verse continues, and he proclaims to all that he is foolish, meaning that even when he hears a word of true faith in his master, he says that it is foolish to pay attention to it. Similarly, there was a man who asked about the sign of the Holy Covenant imprinted upon the human flesh, and he said that it was not an article of faith. Rabbi Yeba Saba heard, looked upon him, and transformed him into a pile of bones. And we are upon this path with the help of the Holy One. Blessed be he. Hence we should recite words of Torah. He started a discourse by commenting on the verse. Teach me, Hashem, your ways. I will walk in your truth. Unite my heart to fear your name. This is a difficult verse, because we learned that everything except becoming a righteous person or becoming wicked is in the hands of the Holy One. Blessed be he. As it is written, all is in the hands of the heavens except for the fear of the heavens. Why then did David ask the Holy One, blessed be he, to be given that? David said, teach me your ways. He asked the Holy One, blessed be he, to open his eyes and show him the right path. Then he would walk in your truth. He himself would walk the right path and not waver to the right or the left. He also said, unite my heart. Heart, as in the strength of my heart and my lot, meaning the Shechina, clothed by the heart, and called strength of heart. For this is what he craved. All this I entreat, David said, in order to fear your name and keep to the right path. To fear your name refers to David's lot, namely Malchut, David's portion, in which fear of him dwells. For Malchut is the secret of fear, and is called fear, as is known. Come and behold. Faith dwells with he who fears the Holy One. Blessed be he, for he is wholeheartedly in his Master's service. Yet faith is not with he who is not constantly in fear of his Master, and he does not deserve to have a part of the world to come. He then opened a discourse on the verse. The path of the righteous is as the shining light that shines more and more unto the perfect day. Happy are the righteous in this world and in the world to come, because the Holy One, blessed be he, desires their glory. Come and behold. It is written that the path of the righteous is as the shining light. What is the shining light? It is like the illuminating light that the Holy One, blessed be he, made during the works of creation. This is the light that he stored away for the righteous in the world to come. The words, that shines more and more, indicate that the righteous person's light is ever increasing and never lacking. Yet of the wicked it is written, the way of the wicked is as darkness. They do not know on what they stumble. How is it they do not know what makes them stumble? The wicked follow a crooked path in this world. They do not want to see that the Holy One, blessed be he, will judge them in the world of truth and bring them to be judged in Gehinnom. In Gehinnom, they shout, woe to us that we did not listen to his commandments while we were in the world. And they repeat this lament each and every day. Come and behold. The Holy One, blessed be he, will shine upon the righteous in the world to come and will give them their destined reward in a place that no eye has ever beheld. It is as it is written, no eye has seen apart from you, Elohim, what shall be performed for those who wait for you, and also, and they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men who have transgressed against me, and also, and you shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet. Joyful are the righteous in this world and the world to come. Of them it is written, the righteous shall forever inherit the earth, and, verily, the righteous shall praise your name, the upright shall dwell in your presence. Blessed be Hashem forever. Amen and amen. Part 3 of the book is available in the description.